The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Thank you, Chair of Ways and Means. Now we come to questions. Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, Sam Rushworth.
Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is co-producing a national youth strategy, the first in decades, to bring power back to young people, no matter who they are or where they live. And this year, I'm really proud that we're directly investing over £28 million in youth programmes across the country.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I say, as a young man who owes as much to my youth theatre as I did to my school in giving me the confidence to speak in this place, I know the importance of youth services, and I'm really pleased that the government's got the Better Youth Spaces Fund, which organisations in my constituency have been engaging with, and I hope that you'll look favourably at what comes from Bishop Auckland. But as we've engaged in this process, it's really drawn to light just how stripped bare our youth services are and how few actually meet the 50% threshold of providing youth services. So my question is, would the Minister or one of her advisers meet with me to discuss how we can ensure that we actually have the youth workers to even bid for these funds in the first place?
Can I thank you for that? We had to take the difficult decision to focus the Better Youth Spaces funding on organisations whose main aim is supporting young people, and he's absolutely right to point to the absolutely dire state of youth services that we inherited. £1 billion was taken out of youth services under the last government. Thousands of youth workers, hundreds of youth clubs were lost up and down the country. Our forthcoming national youth strategy will put youth workers and youth clubs at the heart of those plans, and we will invest.
Wendy Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Local charities would be better equipped to deliver youth services if they could maximise their income from sources like the People's Postcode Lottery. But in spring, the government refused to make the reforms which would enable more money to be available for good causes, despite supporting it when in opposition. Given that this decision has proved quite controversial, will the government agree to revisit it?
We've heard concerns from across the House around this issue, and my honourable friend the Minister would be happy to meet with her to discuss it.
We now come to Shadow Minister Nigel Huddleston, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all recognise the value of youth services, but the Right Honourable Lady will be well aware that many youth services, from mental health support to sport provision, are provided and commissioned and then provided by charities who are under quite severe financial pressures. Yet, incredibly, charities were not exempt from Labour's national insurance increases. Even children's hospices weren't. Why not? And is the department engaging constructively with the Chancellor about the plight of children's and youth charities? Because there's no point having a youth strategy if you're undermining the viability of the providers of those services.
Well, can I first of all welcome him to his place and thank him for the very constructive way that he, as Sports Minister, engaged with colleagues from across the House, including me, and I hope that's a model that we can replicate for our parts. And can I say to him as well that I really do recognise the centrality of charities to everything that we're trying to do as a country. He'll know that my background at the Charity Centrepoint and then the Children's Society was what led me into this place. On the specific issue that he raises, we have protected the smallest charities who will be better off as a consequence of the reforms that we have made. We have also ensured that the majority will pay either the same or less. We do recognise the challenges, though, and my honourable friend, the Minister for Civil Society, as part of our work with the Civil Society Covenant, has been working through those issues with charities.
Richard Bustle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 2, please.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology and I have been working with representatives from the creative industries and major tech companies in order to ensure that we have a copyright regime that is fit for purpose. But our message is clear, to speak directly to her concern and the concern of many other members of this House. If it doesn't work for creatives, it won't work for us, and we won't do it.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you. Daisy May Johnson is an exceptionally talented author of children's books in York, but her work has been scraped and reproduced by generative AI. She has not given permission, not received a penny, but lost thousands of pounds. The same can be said about artists, musicians, writers and other creatives. When the Data Use and Access Bill was going through this House, we were given a commitment that government would do more. So could the Minister set out what progress has been made and ensure there is legislation in the next parliamentary session?
Thank you, and I really appreciate the urgency of this, and the example that she gives of Daisy in her constituency is similar to examples that many members of this House have given. Obviously, as a Labour government, we believe strongly that people must be fairly paid for their work, which is why we've put transparency and remuneration at the heart of the principles that will govern our approach to this. Like I said, we have made progress with the expert working group. We'll be able to announce the details of that shortly. We're also establishing a parliamentary working group, which I very much hope she'll participate in, to make sure that we hear the views of people from across the country through their members of Parliament. And I will be able to deliver a statement to the House by the end of this year on the future of the copywork framework.
Pete Wishaw.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The government continues this haphazard approach to AI and copyright, and I wish they would get this resolved. But one thing that's really concerned and upset the whole sector was the comments of a newly appointed special advisor to the Secretary of State for DCIT, who said whether or not you philosophically believe the big AI firms should compensate content creators, they in practice will never legally have to. Now, I'm really hoping that the Secretary of State distances herself from those comments, and this is not the intention of her government.
I'm happy to give him that assurance. That is not the intention of the government. And he says that it's been a haphazard approach, but actually there's no country in the world that has yet managed to resolve this. We appreciate the urgency of it, we're determined to do it, and we're determined to become the gold standard for how you approach this. The creative industries are at the centre of our industrial strategy for a reason, because we know that they lead the world, they light up the world, and in whatever AI model of the develops in the future, content, human content, good quality content will be at the heart of that. We've got to protect it, we will protect it, and I'm happy to give him that assurance.
Luke Taylor.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As someone who used to manage a band called Squeezebox when I was at university, a local band, I understand that grassroots music is the lifeblood of the music industry, available on all bad record stores. The government is committed to supporting live music industry's introduction of a voluntary levy on tickets for stadium and arena shows. That money will be pledged straight into the grassroots music sector. And the government is providing up to £30 million for the Music Growth Package, which will provide further government support to grassroots venues by fostering domestic growth, talent development and music exports.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Grassroots music venues across the country, particularly across London, are finding it increasingly difficult to survive as customers are spending less when they come to gigs because of the cost of living crisis. Can the Minister explain the progress on the levy, but also whether he'll consider the Lib Dem calls to reverse the national insurance rise on small businesses to give venues like the Sound Lounge and the Crier Arts Centre in Sutton, who are so valued to our local community, the best chance to survive and thrive?
Yes, the Honourable Gentleman lays out the difficulties, of which there are many for the live music sector and potentially the venues in many of them in his own constituency. We want to see 50% of all ticket sales for stadium and arena shows in 2026 into that music levy. That is the aspiration of this government, and we would encourage all of the providers of tickets to do so. In the autumn 2024 budget, as he suggests, the Chancellor set out plans to transform the business rate system over this Parliament. These reforms will provide certainty and support to businesses, including music venues, and the government has been engaging with the live music sector on business rates reforms and will set out further policy details in next month's budget.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Speaker, and can I welcome the Minister to his place? I look forward to working with him. I'm delighted to hear he's a keen musician because since Brexit, British musicians' European tours have dropped by around 9% year on year, as a mountain of bureaucracy blocks those hoping to cut their teeth on the European circuit. In Freeman and East Somerset, I'm very lucky to have musicians who travel in Europe, but who won't have a team of people to do this paperwork for them. Would the Minister provide us with an update on what tangible steps have been taken since the so-called reset deal for touring artists so that our musicians can take centre stage in Europe once more?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me correct the record. I didn't say I was a musician. I said I managed a band. I wouldn't like that to be incorrectly recorded in Hansard, but thanks very much for the encouragement in any case. This is a priority for this government to try and resolve this. It was, of course, mentioned in the EU-UK Reset Summit agreement. We're working very hard with the Paymaster General, who takes forward those negotiations. I'm already in touch with the European Commissioner for Culture. I can assure you that we'll do everything we possibly can to get this agreement and this commitment over the line.
Will Forster.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. This government is proud to play a part in the continued growth and success of the motorsport industry in supporting them. We have recently published the Advanced Manufacturing Sector Plan, a plan with automotive at its heart, aiming to nearly double the annual business investment in the sector to £39 billion by 2035, with 84% of advanced manufacturing jobs based outside of London.
Alston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As well as congratulating McLaren, based in my constituency of Woking, for winning the Formula One Constructors title for the second season in the row, will the Minister also agree to ask the Chancellor for her to change the tax on sustainable fuel so that this country can continue to have a leading place in the motoring industry?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful. I would, of course, like to congratulate McLaren on back-to-back Constructors' Championship victories in Formula One, and I'm sure the support they receive in Woking is in no small part of that. Alongside the Secretary of State, I attended the British Grand Prix in the summer and witnessed McLaren and Britain's own Lando Norris claim victory. My department will continue to stay in close contact with Formula One, and I'll reflect his comments to the Chancellor.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
5, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
The Government is committed to supporting the visitor economy in the rural and coastal communities, recognising the potential the sector has to contribute to economic growth and pride in place of an area. Through ongoing dialogue with other departments and ministers, we are exploring how best to support communities and businesses, including through our forthcoming visitor economy growth plan.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her response? Suffolk Coastal is proud to be the tourism capital of Suffolk, but we also wear the badge of hosting possibly the most number of NSIPs in a small 10-mile radius. Suffolk Coastal is home to Aldborough, Southwold, Woodbridge and Saxmundham. And every day I speak to businesses and constituents about the impact of the lack of coordination of these NSIPs in a very small geography. Now, investing in energy infrastructure and tourism don't need to be in conflict, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if she's having conversations with DESNES about how we can better coordinate, and if she isn't, will she? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful. I, of course, want to recognise how important the tourism and hospitality sectors are to Suffolk, and I know the Honourable Lady is a strong champion for them and for her area. DCMS works closely with other departments, including DESNES and MHCLG, to ensure that the needs of the visitor economy are considered as part of the planning and delivery for large-scale projects. The Government does acknowledge concerns that numerous projects may be consented to in one region, and the cumulative impacts from schemes are considered as they move individually through the NSIP regime. I will reflect her comments to MHCLG, but of course such large infrastructure projects are indeed important for the country.
Mundell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituency has the largest number of wind turbines either constructed or consented. Does the Minister share my concern that the Scottish Government continue to override the views of local councils and local communities in consenting further projects which are to the detriment of the landscape and therefore the local tourist industry?
Minister.
I'm really grateful for the Honourable Gentleman for that question. I've heard his points. I'm sure the relevant Secretary of State and indeed the Scottish Government heard them. I'd be happy to meet and to discuss it further.
Question number 6, sir.
Minister.
I know from my own experience, from members across this House and from my constituents, that they are deeply unhappy with CISWO. As Charities Minister, I have met with the Charity Commission to discuss CISWO's support for coal mining communities, and I know the Commission is in contact with CISWO. I would encourage the CEO and trustees to reflect on how they deliver their charitable purposes in light of the dissatisfaction expressed by honourable members and local communities. And I would strongly encourage CISWO to strengthen its engagement with the local coalfield communities it was established to support.
Ian Lavery.
Thanks very much for that. The Coal Industry Social Welfare Organisation dates back to the 1920s. Its main function then and its main function now is to support the mining communities. But sadly, many mining MPs are witnessing exactly the opposite at this moment in time. The Chief Executive Officer's rigid enforcement of decades-old covenants and dogged intransigence is working against our mining communities. In my patch in Blythe and Asherton, the eviction of Bedlington Terriers from a ground they played on for more than 50 years is a prime example. Minister, the trustees believe themselves to be untouchable and have treated the Coalfield MPs with the utmost of contempt. Will my honourable friend agree to meet with me and the chair of the coalfield groups, to discuss how together we can reverse the current mindset of the CISWR trustees and reflect the real needs of the people in our mining communities.
Well, I understand the grave concerns raised by the Honourable Member, which are reflected across our coalfield communities. I'm deeply troubled to hear of the example he shares with the House. Charities must and should stay true to their charitable purposes and act within the law and the terms of their governing document. Where they fail to do so, it is right that we have the Charity Commission as the independent regulator to investigate. I would be happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss his concerns in more detail, and indeed that invitation is open to any member of this House, as it is clear to me concerns regarding CISWR are sincerely held, and I would once again reiterate my encouragement for the CEO and trustees to reflect on how they deliver their charitable purposes for the coalfield communities they are meant to represent.
Question 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will soon be launching our National Youth Strategy, created with young people and designed to tackle the problems affecting them. As part of this work, we are engaging regularly with Cabinet colleagues on ensuring that the problems impacting young people are heard and properly tackled. This financial year, DCMS are investing over £145 million in youth funding.
Mr. Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Government's work on the National Youth Strategy and the work to invest in youth services so far. How does the Government expect moving away from a one-size-fits-all approach to benefit young people from across different backgrounds in my constituency of Blaydon and Consett and more generally?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for all the work that she does. In our youth strategy, we'll set out the next steps to invest in the future of our young people. We do want to better coordinate youth services and move away from a one-size-fits-all approach from central government. In short, we want to put power back in the hands of young people and their communities.
Adam.
Speaker, youth services deliver huge benefits to our community, both socially and economically, reducing knife crime, antisocial behaviour, and in turn saving the country £500 million a year. Yet the youth clubs that I meet in my constituency of Leicester South, including Wesley Hall and Ayers Monsell Club for Young People, tell me there's a real recruitment and retention crisis in the sector. With over 4,500 workers leaving in the past decade, what measures is the Minister taking to address this issue?
Minister.
Well, he's absolutely right to outline the importance, particularly in prevention of night crime and other issues that youth services play. Of course, we saw a 73% reduction in real terms spending over the last 14 years under the Conservative government. We are not going to be able to reverse that overnight, but that is why we look forward to our youth strategy published by the end of this year.
Greg Smith.
Number 8, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this issue, the Secretary of State met my honourable friend, the member for Battersea, in her role as the Second Church Estates Commissioner, and my right honourable friend, the member for Islington South and Finsbury, in March 2025. My noble friend, the Minister for Heritage, met the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Bristol, my noble friend, Lord Can of Burnley, the honourable member for Battersea, and church representatives, as well as visiting Salisbury Cathedral and St Michael le Belfry in York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for that answer from the Minister, but I'm not sure the Government has understood quite the level of uncertainty and panic that has set in from the Government's approach to this grant scheme. Some of the most cherished buildings in all of our constituencies are waiting on clarity for when the Government will come forward with concrete steps to extend this scheme. What does it actually mean after March 2026? I'd be grateful if the Minister can give us that clarity now.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is an incredibly serious issue, but the party opposite didn't allocate any funding to this at all when they were in government, and therefore we are left with the situation that we currently have. Can I just reiterate to the community who maybe wish to use the listed place of worship grant scheme, there's £13.7 million left in that scheme. It is capped at £25,000, but the analysis from the department is that 94% of all applications are unaffected by this change, because most claims are under £5,000. There's plenty of money left in the pot for this year, and I'd encourage them to use it.
No law.
9, Mr. Speaker.
We believe in the power of grassroots sport, which is why we announced investment of £400 million in future grassroots facilities. But we're going further than that, and we're insisting that girls will have equal access to any facility that we fund, because girls belong on the pitch. Can I also take this moment to pay tribute to the Lionesses and the Red Roses on their incredible victories in the Women's Euros and the Rugby World Cup. It was a pleasure to join my honourable friend at Twickenham to cheer on the Red Roses in particular. We want all girls to grow up, not just with dreams of being able to match those ambitions, but with a real plan.
Noah Law.
Mr Speaker, access to sport is vital not only for our public health, but also for fostering a sense of community and reducing antisocial behaviour. Yet in St Austell, many of the AstroTurf facilities, such as the great one at Penrice School, can't be used after dark because they lack floodlights. So will the Minister look at how small-scale investments of this kind in vital community facilities could help unlock all-year-round access to physical activity for people of all ages?
Can I thank him for being an outstanding champion for sport in his community, and I'd encourage Penrice School and others who have similar challenges to approach the Football Foundation. Through them, we fund floodlights and other small-scale investments. Previous funding allocations have been far too prescriptive. We believe communities know best what they need, and through the Football Foundation, we're determined to deliver it.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Caroline Backbench.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Earlier this week, the Select Committee heard from Henry Hughes and Nathan Young, two brilliant swimmers who are travelling to Tokyo next month to represent Britain as part of the Deaf Olympics. It's a competition that's been running for over 100 years, longer than the Paralympics, in fact. But deaf athletes are the only disabled elite sports group that have no access to either government or UK sport funding. So I wondered if the Secretary of State, first of all, will join me in wishing all our deaf Olympians the very best of luck in Tokyo next month, but also will she agree to meet with them and with Deaf Sport UK on their return to discuss how this terrible situation can be improved and they can be supported so much better in the future?
Can I thank her, as always, for raising an issue that has been raised with both myself and the Minister for Sport. We're working with UK Sport to try to resolve this. Of course, we'll be cheering them on in Tokyo, and I'm really looking forward to that, but we know that those opportunities aren't available to all. I'd be very happy to meet with her to discuss this further.
Shadow Minister Louis French.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2025 has been an incredible year for women's sport, with both the Lionesses and Red Roses inspiring a generation with their fantastic performances and historic successes on the pitch. The previous Conservative government, alongside the National Lottery, Sports England and various national bodies, working in partnership to help support these incredible athletes with investment in grassroots facilities, including the £30 million Lionesses Fund, which directly increased opportunities for women's and girls' sports. So beyond the sentiments the Secretary of State has already expressed today, will she confirm whether her government will support a future and new Lionesses and Red Roses Fund specifically for women's sports? And will she also confirm that fairness and safety will remain the key pillars of guidance for female sports?
Well, it was a real pleasure with the Prime Minister to meet the Lionesses before they went off and on to victory in the Euros, and we've been working very closely with both rugby, football and other areas of women's sport in order to advance this. The £400 million investment that I referenced in relation to my honourable friend will double the number of places across the board, so it is a significant increase in the amount of women and girls able to access sport. And my honourable friend, the Sports Minister, was really pleased to launch the Women's Sports Task Force, which will really grip this issue. Very happy to work cross-party on that. I think this is something that the whole House should be able to get behind and to support.
Louis French.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her answer, and hopefully she can pick up in the next answer the point about fairness and safety in women's sport as well, because that was also part of the first question. So alongside investment from government and national sports body, the Secretary of State will also be aware that voluntary donations and corporate sponsorship also play a key role in funding our grassroots and professional sports clubs and leagues. For example, Flutter's Cash for Clubs programme has invested £7 million into grassroots clubs since 2008. Does the Minister therefore share my concern that the Chancellor's proposed racing tax will not only see thousands of British jobs lost across the country, but it will also damage key sponsorship of a number of UK sports, especially British horse racing? And will she confirm that her department has made clear to the Treasury that they oppose this tax raid on our British sport?
Can I thank you for that? And on the issue of fairness and safety, absolutely recognise that. I've had representations and conversations with many women athletes and competitors since taking office. Of course, we want to be as inclusive as possible in the approach that we strike, but we recognise that fairness and safety really matters. And we've been supporting the sporting bodies to be able to deal with this. It's a matter for them, but we stand ready to support. In relation to the issues that he raised about gambling, we believe that the gambling industry is an important part of the UK economy. We know it brings joy to millions of people. Of course, future proposals on taxation are matters numbers for the Treasury, but I can reassure him that we regularly engage with them to ensure not just that the voice of stakeholders is heard, but also to ensure that we avoid any unintended consequences of tax reform.
David Williams.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local authorities play a vital role in delivering youth services and have a statutory duty to provide sufficient leisure time activities and facilities in line with local needs. This government inherited local authorities on their knees, and in this context, some are struggling to meet their duties. That's why, as part of our wider investment in young people, we're investing over $8 million this year to support local authorities.
David Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Minister will join me in welcoming the recent £600,000 investment to improve the offer for young people in Stoke-on-Trent. With the upcoming review of arm's-length bodies like Sport England and the Arts Council, will the Minister ensure that greater collaboration will mean that our young people will always have somewhere to go and something to do on their weekends, on their evenings and during their school holidays?
I thank my honourable friend. I, of course, do welcome this investment through the local youth transformation pilot, which will support Pathfinder local authorities to start to rebuild a high-quality offer for young people. We, of course, want to see greater cooperation and coordination, so I join my honourable friend in welcoming that investment. It is really important young people have something positive to do during their evenings and weekends, and I've seen that in my own area of Barnsley, where, for example, the Barnsley Youth Choir support hundreds of young people. Having attended their concert on Saturday, I wish them very well in competing in Spain this week.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister for her answers? The Minister's enthusiasm is infectious, and we wish her well and thank her for all that she does in relation to that. Back home, the rehabilitative centre of the interventions for young people has been very important. It's been the local Youth Justice Agency has been one of the ones that has done well in our constituency. Has the Minister had any opportunity to discuss what's happening here with the department back home to ensure that the benefits that come out of here can come back for us in Northern Ireland as well? Thanks so much.
Minister.
I'm incredibly grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's kind comments. I've visited Northern Ireland, I believe, twice in my capacity as a DCMS Minister. I do speak with counterparts, and I'd be delighted to discuss it further with the Honourable Gentleman.
We come to topicals, Graham Morris. Hey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since we last met, the Football Governance Act has become law, and the Independent Football Regulator now has a chair, a chief executive and a board, and is wasting no time in putting fans back at the heart of the game where they belong. I know that the whole House will also welcome the news of the ceasefire in the Middle East, which we hope will bring an end to the appalling suffering in Palestine and Israel. And I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the many fearless Palestinian journalists who've reported so bravely from Gaza. 248 lives have been lost. They say, Mr. Speaker, that truth dies in the darkness. They will not be forgotten.
Graham Morris.
I thank the Secretary of State for her comments. Mr. Speaker, despite previous reassurances from Reach plc, owner of the Mirror, Daily Record, Express and many regional papers, they have announced redundancies that put 600 journalists' jobs under threat. Many of us, indeed on all sides of the House, are concerned about the continued erosion of our media landscape, particularly about the loss of experienced and professional journalists that risks driving people towards fake news and misinformation on social media. So can I ask, will the Minister meet with the National Union of Journalists and concerned MPs from the all-party group to discuss this pressing issue?
Can I thank him for his work in supporting not just local journalism, but local journalists as well. They're an essential part of our democracy, and it wasn't lost on me during the disorder last summer, the way in which local newspapers helped to counter the mis- and disinformation that was spreading like wildfire online. It's why we're developing a local media strategy, working with many of the organisations that he mentioned, but I'd be delighted to meet with him, other members of Parliament and the NUJ to discuss this further.
Secretary of State Dowson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to first welcome the new Minister of State to his role, and I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Lady for her welcoming comments to me earlier on. She is right. We've had many conversations in the past about many aspects of DCMS not being overtly party political, and that's a good thing. However, There are areas of disagreement, including, of course, in this government's anti-business attitude and policies. Increasing national insurance and business rates has caused untold damage to swathes of DCMS sectors. Will she therefore support Conservative policy for 100% business rates relief on retail, hospitality and leisure sectors? Or at the very least, can she assure me that she is begging and pleading the Chancellor to not do any more damage to these sectors in the upcoming budget?
I mean, can I thank him for his warm words? However, can I also say to him that it takes some brass neck to represent a political party in this chamber who, in recent memory, crashed the economy, left working people across the country paying the price. Charities demand soaring as a direct result of their policies, while the ability of charities to stand up and speak up for the people that they represented was attacked and undermined at every turn by his government. So I can confirm to him that we will not be following Conservative policies. We'll be proudly flying the flag for Labour policies that put people and communities back at the heart of our country again.
Liz Twist.
Communities in my constituency have been devastated by the destruction of Shotley Park, a Grade 2 listed building, in a recent fire. I understand that there's an investigation going on into the circumstances, but can the Minister tell me, in more general terms, what steps we can take to protect our listed buildings and the memories they represent for local people?
Thank you to my honourable friend for that question. There's no specific duty, of course, on owners to keep their buildings in a good state of repair. However, local authorities have powers and legislation to take action where a listed building may be at risk through urgent works notices and repairs notices. The Government also supports local authorities by providing funding for conservation projects and consulting on reforms to make it easier for homeowners to protect their historic properties while preserving their unique character. There's also the Buildings at Risk register as well, so I would encourage the Honourable Lady to speak to her local authority to see what can be done to help.
I'm sure.
Mr Speaker, as a committed, if rather untalented member of the Lords and Commons tennis team, I'm very aware that the vagaries of the British weather make participation in autumn and winter in particular difficult. So could I ask the Secretary of State, will she allow any of the £400 million for grassroots sport to be used to create more covered tennis facilities so that participation can be encouraged and the future of British talent can be nourished?
Can I just say, as a former member of the Select Committee that he chaired, I am acutely aware that the honourable gentleman is always right. In relation to the specific question that he asks, I have been very pleased to work with the Lawn Tennis Association and others to consider what we can do to ensure that more of that funding is used for tennis facilities. I've received representations from members across this House about how restrictive that funding was. We believe communities know better the facilities that they need, so I can confirm that we've made changes to the funding allocation so that it's easier for communities to access whatever they need, including tennis.
Peter Lamb.
Grassroots boxing clubs do fantastic work with young people and provide a pipeline of future talent for our communities, with Crawley providing such leading lights in the boxing world as Alan Minter. Will the Secretary of State agree to meet with me and representative of the sector to see what more can be done to support grassroots boxing?
Can I thank him for championing grassroots boxing? Our government believes that there are too many sports, whether it's boxing or rugby league, that have been overlooked by government for far too long, and we're determined to bring them back into focus. My honourable friend, the Minister for Sport, has been working with the APPG and will be delighted to meet with him. Can I also say how thrilled I was that Natasha Jonas received an honour this year. Boxing brings joy to millions of people and it ought to be celebrated.
Maguire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The town of Bodmin in my constituency is fast becoming the museum capital of Cornwall, with the excellent Discovering 42 Science Museum, the Bodmin Town Museum and the Army Museum at Bodmin Keep, which is battling for survival and crowdfunding to stay open. What's the Minister doing to support these brilliant smaller museums which have such huge economic, social and educational value, especially as SPF is about to end?
Minister.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for that question? This government applauds and supports the role of museums play in educating and inspiring audiences, including in Cornwall and across every part of the country and in every member's constituency. Last week, the government announced that 75 museum groups around the country will benefit from an additional £20 million of funding as part of the Museum Renewable Fund delivered by Arts Council England. And together with our new £25 million investment in regional museums via the Museum Estate and Development Fund, capitally named, to be announced in the new year, this represents a considerable show of support for local museums across the country on top of the £44 million allocated by Arts Council England.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may be interested to know that today is the launch of Peterborough Tourist Board and our new Discover Peterborough website. This brings together our great attractions like our 900-year-old cathedral and our great museum, as well as the great outdoors like Neen Park, and Flag Fen. No. Can I ask my right honourable friend if she will join me in welcoming the formation of Discover Peterborough and tell us what more she can do to support the visitor economy and great attractions in places like mine?
Minister. Well, I'm really grateful to my honourable friend, and I'm delighted to take on the responsibility of Minister for Tourism. Over the last month, it's been a pleasure to do a number of visits and meetings highlighting just how much the sector has to offer. We want the benefits of tourism to be felt across every nation and region, and a key strand we will work to look to increase the number of visitors who are aware of the offer outside London. So I really welcome the work my honourable friend is doing to promote Peterborough, and I look forward to visiting with him.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a stunning setting with superb facilities, Garsington Opera in Stokenchurch provides incredible training opportunities for young people wanting a career in the arts. Will the Minister not just agree with me that this is a vital facility, but what more is she doing to ensure that all young people have those training opportunities that want a career in the arts?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure you this DCMS ministerial team, but also the entire government, are fully committed to making sure there's full access to the arts in terms of training and skills. I would be very happy to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss that particular project, but I can assure you that if there's any young person across any parts of this land that want to get into the arts, this government's for them.
John Trickett.
And I represent quite a number of people who work at the National Coal Mining Museum elsewhere in Wakefield. Unfortunately, there's an intractable dispute there, and I've been asked by my constituents 2 questions to put to the Minister. The first is, can the Minister say how proud we are as a country that we have a National Coal Mining Museum to celebrate the history of the miners? And secondly, if necessary, will she stand by to seek to secure an agreement between the disagreeing parties in the museum?
As a very proud Member of Parliament for Wigan, which is the greatest coal mining community on earth, I'd be very happy to pay. I've lost the house. I'm very happy to pay tribute to not just the work of the National Coal Mining Museum, but also the fact that we keep our history and our heritage and the contribution that working class people have made to this country alive. And I'm delighted that I'll have more to say about that later today. I'm very keen to work with him to resolve this. My honourable friend, the Minister, has visited the National Coal Mining Museum, and I'd be very happy to pick that up with him and work with him to make sure that we get this resolved as soon as possible.
Olney.
People across the UK are suffering in silence with gambling addictions, and the proliferation of online betting has only added to this issue, as people are able to wager more money than they can afford at just a click of their phone screen. So will the Minister speak to her colleague, the Chancellor, in advance of the upcoming budget to advance the Liberal Democrats' calls to double gambling tax, which will not only raise millions, but will also act as a to disincentivise harmful gambling?
This government has wasted no time in taking action to help and increase the amount of support available to the minority of people for whom gambling becomes a problem. As I said to the honourable gentleman earlier, gambling brings joy to millions of people. It's an incredibly important part of the UK economy, but for that minority of people, we are determined to make sure that the support is there. That's why we wasted no time in introducing a levy that is helping to boost the support, particularly towards young people. We're of course happy to continue the conversation across the House to make sure that we tackle this really important issue, but I think in relation to the specific proposal that she's made, we have no plans to do so.
I'm sorry we've got to pull stumps. We've run out of, well, we're well over time again. Just to say this is so popular, I really do believe, and I'm sure the Secretary of State would agree, we really do need an hour on this subject. We have so many members who's not got in. And I know the Secretary of State wanted to congratulate OKR on their treble at Rugby League and beating Wigan in the final. And I'm sure she'll be supporting Great Britain when we play Australia a week on Saturday. Right, let us now move on. We come to questions to the Church Commissioners and the House of Commission. Brian and Matthew.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
No, thanks. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Marsha.
Marsha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Church supports efforts to defend international religious freedom where Christians or other religious groups face persecution. The Church has created parliamentary caucuses involving religious leaders in East and West Africa, South Asia, to support legislation to protect religious freedom.
Rema.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next month will mark the International Day of Prayer for the Persecuted Church, where congregations across the world will pray for those persecuted for their faith, including those in Sudan, where many Christians have been abducted and killed, and over 100 churches targeted for damage in recent years. I ask the honourable member to use her good offices to encourage the Church of England to do all it can to protect the rights and security of worshippers across the world. Thank you.
Marsha de Cordova.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure across the House, I'm sure we can all agree the situation in Sudan is desperate. The Church of England dioceses have given financial support, practical aid and worked through local agencies and international charities to support the local clergy in Sudan. The Bishop of Leeds has visited the country many times, most recently within the last year. He is in regular contact with the Archbishop of the province there and continues to raise the situation in the other place. That said, I will reiterate my honourable friend's concerns. Sudan will be one of many countries that churches in the UK will hold in their prayers as they mark the International Day for Prayer for the Persecuted Church next month. But there is no question, Mr. Speaker, that more needs to be done to uphold the freedom of religion or belief for all.
Adam Jogi.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion or Belief launched the government's new strategy on the 8th of July this year, and the Church welcomes this continuing commitment. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, it is too early to assess the effectiveness of the strategy, but the Church remains concerned with the global and local trends. Now, the levels that are currently happening across countries are either high or very high, and government restrictions on freedom of religion or belief is at its highest level since 2007.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, and Anglicans in Newcastle and Lyme will very much welcome the appointment of the new Archbishop of Canterbury and will be praying for her, the first woman she's made history. Now, Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom has long worked to promote pluralist values across the globe, and so I welcome the appointment of our honourable friend, the member for North Northumberland, but there's more to do. So can my honourable friend, the Second Commissioner, update me and the House on what conversations she and her colleagues have had with the government on their efforts to emphasise the importance of supporting freedom of religion in their conversations with countries with whom we are currently pursuing trade deals?
Mr. Speaker, the Church is in regular dialogue with the FCDO and welcomes the government's continued commitment to implementing the findings from the Trora review. And as part of its continued conversations, the Church raises the importance of supporting freedom of religion with other countries, including those countries the government is pursuing trade deals with. But as I'm sure my honourable friend will recognise that I obviously don't comment on government policy as such.
Jim Sham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Church Commissioner very much for all that she does personally, because I know she's committed to making lives better as well, but also as Church Commissioner. What discussions has the Church Commissioner had with organisations such as Open Doors UK, and even, I declare an interest as the PPG for freedom of religious belief, in relation to furthering steps that can be taken to support Christians who are persecuted and also have their human rights diminished and reduced every day as a result of their religious beliefs? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've always welcomed my honourable friend's contributions at Church Commissioner's questions, and he raises really important points. In terms of the Church, as I said, they continue to have dialogue with the many different charities and NGOs that are working in this area, and I'm sure, like me, he will be marking the International Day of Prayer against persecuted Christians next month. Obviously, naturally, as I said earlier, more can always be done in this area. But I thank him for his continued commitment in this area as well.
Josh Dubry.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
I should have called over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural churches play an important role in the life and well-being of their communities, and funding has been allocated by the national churches institutions in recognition of this and is making a significant difference to missions across the country. Funds have been awarded to the Diocese of Hereford to pay for a series of centres to support rural parishes with their outreach to children and young people, as well as in the Diocese of Carlisle. There is investment to help train new leaders as part of a 3-year pilot in rural mission communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in May, St John the Baptist Church in Slitting Mill near Rugeley held its final service. St John's is a huge loss to the community, and it was such a welcoming and unique church, having been housed in a semi-detached house with neighbours still living next door. Although the closure was sadly necessary to protect the other 4 churches in Rugeley and Britain, Slitting Mill now has no church as well as no bus route. Could my honourable friend tell the House what the Church Commissioners are doing to ensure rural communities aren't left without any access at all to places of worship?
Cordova.
Mr. Speaker, I'm truly sorry to hear about the closure of St John's the Baptist Church. As I've highlighted, in recognition of the importance of supporting churches in rural communities, the Church is investing £11 million with partner organisations dedicated to sharing the Christian faith. This funding will be available to nearly half the parishes across the Church of England. And a range of traditions, activities and organisations will be supported through the funding. But obviously, I would be happy to meet with or even write to my honourable friend. It's really important that there are churches available, but people have places to worship.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the Local Government Act, parochial church councils may serve notice requiring parish councils or district councils to assume responsibility for the maintenance of closed churchyards. Local government reorganisation and the creation of unitary authorities is also requiring parish councils to take on more responsibility as district councils are closing. Are church commissioners giving any thought to the effect of local government reorganisation on how these closed churchyards might be maintained?
Marcia de Cordova.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman really raises an important point that overlaps with obviously what's happening at local government, but obviously what church commissioners are doing. And so what I will do is I will write to him to set out exactly if there are discussions taking place with the church commissioners, and I do hope he will find that sufficient.
Lula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St John's in Darlington is an iconic church that makes up the skyline of our great town and has recently been put up for sale. Will the Commissioner meet with me to discuss exactly what criteria we need to meet as a community to make sure we can repurpose that into a building for social value?
Marcia de Cordova.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll be very happy to meet with my honourable friend.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Honourable Lady to encourage the Church Commissioners to share best practice and their experience of sustaining small churches in rural communities with the Church of Scotland? Because sadly, in my own constituency, we've seen almost the wholesale closure of every small church in a rural area.
Marcia de Cordova.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to hear again about the my honourable friend's constituency and the number of churches that are no longer in operation. I will certainly make sure that whatever best practice the Church Commissioners does have, it can also be shared with the Church of Scotland.
Jessica Tell.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I wish to group questions 4 and 6. The Church of England has a presence in every community in England and provides support to its clergy and other faith communities through its Presence and Engagement initiative. Our churches work with interfaith networks to stand in solidarity with others bringing people together and deepen understanding, offering both spiritual and practical support to those in need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bournemouth has been made richer by its diversity and the communities that have chosen to make it its home, yet tensions have risen over the summer due to protests around asylum seekers. I want to pay tribute to our local churches, in particular Lansdowne Church and Gateway Church, for the vital work they do to welcome asylum seekers and to build community connection between our many communities. Can I please ask the Commissioner how we can do more to support those churches and the vital work they do?
I should have gone over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to obviously recognise and commend the work of all churches that are standing up for minority communities, refugees and those who are seeking asylum. Our diversity is our strength, Mr. Speaker, and our strength as church lies in supporting every member of our communities, including those facing barriers, persecution or prejudice. And I also just want to recognise my honourable friend's leadership in the work that she is doing, supporting her local community as well as her local churches. It's so important, Mr. Speaker, that our churches work across faiths with all of our communities to obviously enhance community cohesion.
Come Rutland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over recess, we witnessed the horrific anti-Semitic attack on one of Manchester's synagogues, and then just days later an Islamophobic attack on one of our Sussex mosques. It's in these difficult and worrying times that religious leaders can continue to play an important role in bringing communities together. Can my honourable friend tell us what support the Church can provide to its leaders to continue to work across communities and across faiths and to foster the supportive, inclusive and diverse, tolerant communities that we are all proud to represent in this place?
I should call over.
Mr. Speaker, let me firstly start by saying that my thoughts and prayers are with those communities affected by the tragic attack at Heaton Park Synagogue, as well as at the mosque in Sussex. The Church of England responded by offering direct support for its Manchester Interfaith advisor, who worked closely with the authorities and is known and respected in the local community. The Church Urban Fund, including the Near Neighbours programme, plays a vital role in strengthening community relations and does the Church's presence, as does the Church's presence and engagement initiative. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure across the House we all know the important role that all of our faith organisations play in this and show the leadership in times of desperate need and suffering. And I just want to pass on my thanks to all of our faith leaders across the country for all that they are doing in fostering good relations, but also bringing about peace and reassurance.
Josh Bowering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Honourable Lady recognise the awesomeness of Reverend David Harrigan in Eastbourne of St Elizabeth's Church, who, working with the Food Bank, has pioneered a partnership that's been featured as an example of best practice by Trussell of a relationship between a church leader and a food bank? And will she commit to meeting with Reverend David and I to discuss what the Church Commissioner's plans are for the land next to St Elizabeth's Church to ensure that it's used for community benefit?
Mr. Speaker, I'm always happy to meet with my honourable members on any issue they want to raise, but also just to pay tribute to his church that is working in partnership with the Food Bank. Again, there are many examples of this. Indeed, in my own constituency at St Mark's Church, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, we all know that the role of our churches in our communities is there to provide that social action support as well. But yes, very happy to meet with the honourable gentleman.
Gareth Snell.
5, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry, Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the House Administration sources a wide range of crockery from firms within the UK as well as those based elsewhere. Where possible, Parliament endeavours to purchase British goods to support domestic supply chains. All purchasing is in line with the relevant legislation for public bodies, which prioritises value for money. Mr. Speaker, 85% of crockery purchased in the last 2 years was from British manufacturers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for his answer. Can I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership on this. The exquisite Speaker's House collection that you personally commissioned is made proudly in Stoke-on-Trent by Duchess China, and the House, I'm sure, will be happy to know that it is in stock, reasonably priced and available in time for Christmas. Mr. Speaker, there is This place is a great showcase for British talent and skills, and whilst I accept the answer that my honourable friend has given, there is more we could do. So through him, could I encourage the Commission to ensure that whenever a tender is offered for crockery, giftware, tableware in this place, it looks at not just value for money, but the Social Value Act in supporting British manufacturers wherever possible?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it pleases me when I see the honourable member turn his plate or his mug upside down in the tea room to double check and see if the crockery was made in stone. It's good when Westminster shows off the best of our UK ceramics manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, where possible and appropriate, and in accordance with the procurement law, Parliament will endeavour to purchase British goods and support our domestic supply chains.
Rosie Duffield.
Mr. Speaker, question 7, please.
Motion to come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 3rd of October this year, after 11 months, Bishop Sarah Mullally was appointed as the 106th Archbishop of Canterbury. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic appointment, with this being the first woman to be appointed to this position.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable friend will know, it's been a really difficult year for the Church, in Canterbury Cathedral in particular, with the death of our beloved Dean Emeritus Robert Willis, the horrible circumstances surrounding the resignation of Archbishop Justin, and the current controversy about an art exhibition which seems to have offended the Vice President of America, among other people. Does she agree with me that the historic choice of Bishop Sarah Mullally as the first ever woman appointed to the role could and should herald a new start for the Church and a righting of the historic wrongs that she speaks a lot about of child abuse?
Motion to code over.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend absolutely makes some very, very good points there, and I thank her for her words and good wishes. She is a true champion for women's rights, but also for women in leadership. And I also want to place on record my congratulations to Bishop Sarah on making history. She has spent over 35 years in the NHS, becoming the youngest ever Chief Nursing Officer for England. She was made a Dame Commander of the British Empire in 2005 for her contributions to nursing and midwifery. And I would also like to add, Mr. Speaker, that Bishop Sarah served her curacy at St Saviour's, Battersea Fields, in my constituency.
Helena Dolimore.
Mr. Speaker, can I add my congratulations to the new Archbishop of Canterbury? As someone who wrote my thesis on the campaign for women's ordination in the Church of England, it is brilliant to see a woman go to that highest office for the first time, and I want to place on record my thanks to the women and men who campaigned for women's ordination in the first place. Will my honourable friend join me in celebrating the role that women are playing in the Church of England at all levels across our country?
Motion to code over.
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and I think across this House we will all congratulate and celebrate all the women in leadership within our church. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, just last night I was at the installation of the new rector for St Mary's at Battersea, a woman. So there we go, Mr. Speaker.
Right, that completes questions. We now come to the urgent question. Neil O'Brien.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster to make a statement on the 3 witness statements in relation to the alleged breach of the Official Secrets Act on behalf of China.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for the question and the opportunity to respond to it today? Can I start by saying I appreciate how serious and personal this is for the honourable member, who, like other members of this House, is sanctioned by China and or named in the witness statement. Mr. Speaker, following the Security Minister's statement to the House on Monday, the Prime Minister updated Parliament yesterday following the CPS's clarification that the government was able to publish the witness statements of the Deputy National Security Advisor. As the Prime Minister said in the House, he carefully considered this matter and, following legal advice, decided to disclose the witness statements unredacted and in full. I want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, that under this government, no minister or special advisor played any role in the provision of evidence. The Prime Minister cannot say if that is the case under the previous government, but I once again invite the party opposite to clarify that. Having now had the opportunity to read these statements, members will have been able to confirm for themselves that the Prime Minister and other members of the government...
Can I just say, no, you're going to hear it whether you like it or not. Ms Tuganda, I expect better from you. You'll be wanting to catch my eye. This is not the best way to do that. Please, can we just show a little bit more respect, which I'd normally get from you, Minister?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Having now had the opportunity to read these statements, members will be able to confirm for themselves what the Prime Minister and other members of the government have stated repeatedly, that the DSNA faithfully and with full integrity set out the position of the previous UK government and the various threats posed by the Chinese state to the UK, and that they did so in order to try to support a successful prosecution. Mr Speaker, the first and most substantive witness statement is from December 2023, under the last government. The second and third, both much shorter, are from February and August 25, respectively. It is clear from these statements that the substantive case and evidence submitted by the NSA does not change materially throughout, and that all three documents clearly articulate the very serious threats posed by China. The second witness statement, in particular, highlights specific details on some of the cyber threats that we face, and emphasises China is, and I quote, the biggest state-based threat to the UK's national security. The third statement also goes on to state that Chinese intelligence are, and I quote, highly capable and conduct large-scale espionage operations against the UK to advance China's state interests and harm the security of the UK. Mr Speaker, it is clear from this evidence, which all can now see, that the DNSA took significant strides to articulate the threat from China in support of the prosecution. The decision to proceed, as the Prime Minister made it clear yesterday, was taken purely by the CPS. It is also clear that the three statements are constrained by the position of the Conservative government on China at the time of the alleged offences. Mr Speaker, as the Security Minister said on Monday and Mr Speaker, as the Prime Minister said yesterday and the Security Minister on Monday, this government's first priority will always be national security and keeping this country safe. We wanted this case to proceed. I'm sure all members of the House did, and I know you did too, Mr Speaker. We are all profoundly disappointed it did not.
Neil O'Brien.
Mr Speaker, I should declare an interest as I am named in the witness statements, and as someone sanctioned by China, I was shocked to learn that the Prime Minister knew that this case was about to collapse several days beforehand, but chose to do nothing. We now know that the CPS were not far short of what they needed. The DPP told MPs yesterday they were something like 5% short. But we don't know exactly what the CPS were asking for, what that 5% was. And we don't know why the government would not go that bit further when it was asked to. And that is what we need to hear from the Minister today. Why didn't the government give the CPS what it was asking for? Nobody is disputing that there's plenty of evidence. The witness statements are shocking. They tell us that China is conducting, quote, large-scale espionage operations. Cash is said to have told Berry in a message, "You're in spy territory now." Yesterday, government sources briefed The Guardian that, and I quote, civil service decided that decisions should be done independently of ministers. No, Mr Speaker. The civil service does not get to decide anything. Ministers decide. The Prime Minister was not some helpless captive, unable to make sure that the CPS had what it needed. He knew and he decided not to help. Why? Let's come back to the evidence that was provided. The PM said yesterday that he was utterly constrained by the position of the previous government, and every expert had already contradicted the PM on this. But we can now see that the two witness statements from this year did state the position of the current Labour government, a direct contradiction of what the Prime Minister said yesterday. And the evidence includes lines from Labour's manifesto. They weaken the case. It makes it less clear that China is a threat to our national security. That's one of the things that changed. Now, the Sunday Times reported on a meeting convened by Jonathan Powell with the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office to discuss this case. And until yesterday, the government said that was just made up. But now they admit it happened, but they still won't come clean about what happened in that meeting or any other meeting. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, this House needs to know what was asked for by the CPS, why it was refused, and we must see all the correspondence and the minutes. If they won't publish the China files, people will ask, what has this government got to hide?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, the Minister, for that. And as I say, I do recognise how personally important this is to him and to many members of the House on this. In terms of transparency, as I say, the Security Minister has given two statements in this House. The Prime Minister gave, which I think we can all agree was a rather lengthy statement as well yesterday, and he has taken the pretty unusual process of publishing the evidence in full yesterday. So transparency is something the government is trying on this. The key point the Shadow Minister made was around why the Prime Minister or ministers didn't interfere or try and protect. As the Prime Minister made clear yesterday, this was a matter for the CPS independently, and an important principle of this government. And evidence was provided independently by the Deputy National Security Advisor. The Prime Minister made clear. So this is a bit I find confusing, Mr. Speaker. This is a bit.
Just a moment, Mr. Cartledge. You're very energetic from there. Even I can hear you here. So please, a little bit less.
Mr. Speaker, this is a bit I find slightly confusing about the opposition's approach, because on Monday, and periodically in that statement as well, they accused this government of political interference in this, including from the National Security Advisor. The Prime Minister has made absolutely clear that is completely untrue. On the other hand, they're also saying there should have been political interference, and that the Prime Minister should have directed or tried to help the CPSs. The Prime Minister made it very, very clear that is not the case, and that is not, and that the Prime Minister would not, and no government would interfere with the CPS, which was a decision entirely for them to charge. In terms of the evidence in the three statements put forward yesterday, there is clear consistency across them. They all set out very, very serious threats that China pose. I don't think anyone can think that isn't the case. And I think they are all it's provided independently by the Deputy National Security Advisor without interference from anyone else. They are his words, that is his choice of what happens, and that is what's happened on there. And Mr. Speaker, we've been through this several times on Monday, on yesterday and today. I'm sure the Prime Minister has provided the evidence on this. The evidence is there for ministers' members to see. Ultimately, the decision was taken by the CPS not to proceed. We are all disappointed in that, and thank you.
Dame Emily Thornbury, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It does seem to me that the issue is this. Given that all of the Deputy NSA's witness statements refer to China as a threat, I cannot understand why the CPS took the nuclear option of collapsing this case rather than leaving it to a jury. 20 years as a former criminal barrister has given me absolute faith that the jury would have spent no time on how many angels can dance on the top of a pin, but would simply have looked at whether or not China was an enemy and would have found it very easy to decide that that's exactly what they were, and then move on to whether or not these men have been spying on behalf of China. It does seem to me that the decision should have been left to a jury, and does my honourable friend have any idea why on earth the CPS dropped the case?
Minister.
Can I thank you for that? As I say, this was a decision by the CPS, independently, with no interference or involvement from the government on it. Members may or may not sympathise with that decision. It was a CPS decision, and it's why it's important that the evidence is in the public domain now, and that everyone can judge from that how that proceeded. I should also just make one final point. Obviously, the CPS decision wasn't based purely on the evidence put forward by the DSNA. It was on much wider evidence collected over a much longer period. So that decision was taken by the CPS on a much broader evidential basis as to whether proceeds.
Jess Brown for the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we saw finger-pointing and gotcha moments from both the government and the opposition benches during Prime Minister's questions. But the release of the witness statements last night provide further questions for both sides, including what pressure was being applied to the Right Honourable Member for Tonbridge and Malling and the Honourable Member for Rutland and Stamford from within their own party to dampen down their criticisms of China. This whole thing makes an absolute mockery of what is a serious collapse of a case and a threat to our national security, a threat which is not going away but will only increase. So my question is, did the CPS tell the government in advance the case was at risk of collapsing? Did they ask the government to be more explicit in their wording? And if so, why wasn't the government more explicit? And will he commit today to a statutory independent inquiry which would provide radical transparency and ensure that the right lessons are learned so that this doesn't happen again?
Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can promise I will try and avoid all gotcha moments and finger pointing on that on this moment. I assure you. Look, on On the question of when the CPS informed it, look, my understanding, the Prime Minister made this clear yesterday, but my understanding was the Prime Minister was informed very shortly before the case was collapsed, a matter of days before. But that is on the record. That's in the House. You need to refer to that to the Prime Minister. In terms of future inquiries, I'm sure this is an issue. Actually, I should have said to my right honourable friend that select committees will want to look at as well, and that will look at, and there is a normal process for that. But I'm unable to go beyond that today.
Let's have the chair of the JCNSS, Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased, obviously, that the government has published the witness statements last night, but clearly there are a lot of questions yet to be asked in terms of how this came about, what evidence was there that maybe not have been shared, but other evidence that perhaps wasn't asked for. The Joint Committee, we met this morning to discuss the situation, and we're going to hold a formal inquiry into the issue. Just to remind members that committee comprises the Foreign Affairs Chair, Home Office Chair, the Justice Select Committee Chair as well. So we are well covered for this. But really I just want to ask the Minister, we will be holding this inquiry as soon as we possibly can, and will he give his commitment that we will have access to ministers and civil servants or whoever we wish to come before us?
Minister.
Thank you, and can I thank the Honourable for that question. As I say, parliamentary scrutiny and transparency in this is something that, despite the allegation, we are trying to do with statements and publishing evidence. I'm sure going forward that's something we'll carry on as well. I'll come back to him on this precise mechanism of how we do that, but I'm sure people will be made available to his committee.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Obviously, this is too important for party politics. It's a matter of national security against an existential threat from China. So the Prime Minister was quite clear yesterday. He said that no minister would ever apply pressure to the CPS, and I completely believe him. But I think that what would like to have clarity is there were no discussions of ministers with civil servants, and then subsequently discussions with civil servants with the CPS. So we want to be absolutely clear there was no ministerial involvement at all.
Minister.
That's absolutely my understanding.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the 4th of August statement, section 8, it says it's important for me to, so I stress this, it is important for me to emphasise that the UK government is committed to pursuing a positive relationship with China to strengthen understanding, cooperation, stability, etc. Could I ask the Minister, why did the Deputy National Security Advisor think that was a good idea to include that in the statement?
Minister.
Well, the Deputy National Security Advisor is reflecting government policy at the time and is reflecting it. They are his choice of words. That's his decision to include that. But actually, if you look across the statements, I think if you look across the statements, there is broad consistency across them, and there is no material difference on the policy related to China, which has been pretty much shared across this dispatch box.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Mr. Speaker, it's now very clear that the Crown Prosecution Service asked the government more than once, over more than a year, for some additional evidence on what the CPS considered to be the crucial question of whether or not China constituted a national security threat during the relevant period. It seems to me, having read those statements, that there are two important questions, at least, that arise. The first is the one that's just been asked to him by his honourable friend. Given it was clear by that point, when the Deputy National Security Advisor made his second and third statements, that the question he was being asked to comment on was whether or not that bar of being a national security threat was met or not, what is the possible relevance of the inclusion of information about China as an economic opportunity? Surely the Minister can see, and the government can see, that that only weakens the substance of the question that that particular witness was being asked to answer. And it would be useful to understand whether the DNSA came to that view on his own, or whether it was suggested to him that that would be a useful thing to include. The second question, I think, is this. The government's been very clear, the Minister's been very clear today, the Prime Minister was very clear yesterday, how disappointed the government is at the outcome of this trial, and how much the government wanted this prosecution to proceed. Given the length of time and the number of requests received by the CPS Surely it would be logical to assume the government would be straining every sinew to find extra evidence to meet the CPS's requirement. Whether it thought the CPS was right to ask for it or not, it was clear that with that extra evidence, the CPS would proceed with the case as the government says it wanted. What evidence can the government provide to us that every sinew was strained and that the government did everything it could do to find that evidence? And if that evidence is in fact available and others could find it, won't the government have some explaining to do?
Thank you. Can I thank you for the question and the tone of it? On the first point about on the same question of. Can you just remind me? I'm so sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the first question is about why the Deputy National Security Advisor included in his statement reference to economic opportunity when he knew that wasn't the question he was being asked or the relevant question.
So sorry, and thank you for that. The point I was going to make is on that is that is to provide broader context of the position of the government at the time in relation to its position on China, but it is an independent decision. It is a decision taken freely without interference from ministers or advisors for the DSNA to do that. I can't. That's not my position to account for. That's his decision, and that was the evidence submitted under consecutive governments on that. So that's all I can add to that, I'm afraid.
Beauregard.
Could I take the minister back to the wording of the Act? The Act says it's an offence to pass information that would be directly or indirectly useful to an enemy. It does not say that it is an offence to directly or indirectly pass to an enemy information that would be useful. The difference is that in the first, it's the usefulness of the information that constitutes the offence. You might be passing it to any unauthorised person. In the second, it is the passing of it to an enemy that constitutes the offence. By using the second interpretation, it is therefore possible to argue that unless the person the information was passed to was an enemy, then no offence was committed. And that would seem to me how the two men had the case dropped. In fact, by passing it to a person not authorised to receive it, friend or foe, they had allowed it to circulate outside of the UK government's control, where it could then be obtained and used by an enemy. Surely this is what the Act sought to criminalise, and if the Minister agrees, is he satisfied that the wording of the Act is as it should be, or does he think that the prosecution was dropped erroneously?
That's not commenting on whether it's dropped erroneously or not is not something that any minister will do from this dispatch box.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a broader point about China's activities in the United Kingdom related to this. We currently have the application for the super embassy on the government's desk. And as the Minister says and has been acknowledged, China is a threat and actively working to undermine our national security. The Right Honourable Member for Streatham and Croydon North said that the government would never compromise national security. So how can the government give any consideration to approving the Chinese super embassy, which will give extraordinary capability to China to continue to expand its espionage activities, but also to target Hong Kongers on British soil with their transnational repression?
Can I thank you for the question? On the Chinese embassy, this decision, as he says, has been taken by the Communities and Local Government Minister. It will be taken in due course. It is completely unrelated to this case, and it is completely unrelated to anything in it. And that is an important point to re-emphasise.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his responses so far on this important matter. Can I draw his attention to subparagraph D of paragraph 21 of the Deputy National Security Advisor's initial witness statement, and in it he references Newport Wafer Fab, as it was then called in 2023. Does the Minister share my concerns that this wafer fab sale could have been adversely affected by this leak of private information, thus jeopardising the livelihoods of good people in my constituency of Newport West and Isloin? And what can he say to reassure me and others that this cannot happen again?
Can I thank you for that? And I can understand how seriously her and her constituents will take it. If she'll permit me, I will get back to her with a substantive answer on that from the team on that as soon as I can after today.
Tugunda.
May I say thank you very much, and I apologise for earlier outbursts, but may I just place on the...
Sorry. I'm not in the position I need any advice or any help. I've enough from this side, I don't want it starting over here as well. I think, in fairness, we will take it there was an apology to the front bench at that time. Tom Tugunda.
May I start, Mr. Speaker, by saying very briefly quite how this feels. My home has been broken into, my files have been ransacked, somebody has been put in my office by a hostile state, and two parties are playing politics with it. This is national security of the United Kingdom. The elected people of Tunbridge chose me. They may have chosen wrong, but they did. The elected people of other parts of the United Kingdom chose everybody else in this House. It is up to them to choose who represents them. And yet here we have two individuals seeking to extract information from us. And the government's response is not, as mine was, do everything you can to make sure the prosecution works, but no, process. Well, who the hell's side are you on? This isn't about the bureaucracy, this is about leadership. We're not sent here to be civil servants, we're sent here to lead the country and to make decisions. And instead, and I feel nothing but fondness for the Minister in his place, and I'm very sorry that he's been sent out on his, not quite first outing, but pretty close. It is on his first outing to defend the indefensible. Because what he's got the position of doing now is to effectively say that he's not a politician, he's a bureaucrat, there's nothing he can do, and frankly, he shouldn't even be here in the first place. Because that seems to be the Prime Minister's line. Former Attorneys General have got up and they have prosecuted on the state's behalf. This Attorney General and this Prime Minister have said, not on my watch, not worth the effort.
Can I thank you for that? And just say I have huge respect for him, even if that evidently isn't mutual at the moment. But let's see if we can get to that place. Look, the Prime Minister answered the question yesterday. I can see, I do fully appreciate how personally this affects him and how personally affects his constituency and indeed his office as well. I do understand that. I'm genuinely not trying to play politics in this. I'm genuinely trying to tell, I see his eyes raised at that, but I'm genuinely not, and I'm genuinely trying to tell the story of this, of how this has progressed, and to reiterate from the dispatch box the point the Prime Minister made yesterday and the Security Minister made on Monday, that the government's position, under successive governments, but the government's position, particularly under this Prime Minister, is that there will be no interference with the CPS in the process of this, and that every effort was made to try and deliver evidence in the way to support their case when it was asked for.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member for Tonbridge emphasises so emphatically, I think across the whole House we're appalled at the actions of the Chinese state. But I just want to take it back to the precise law under which these charges were brought. An act that was first introduced in 1911 and which the Conservative Party set out to review when they were in government in 2015, but did not successfully actually replace with a law that was fit for purpose until 2023, 8 years later. So my question to my honourable friend is this: had the Conservatives got on with the job and replaced that law quicker, would we be in a different position now?
Can I thank you for that question? He invites me to play party politics, and I've promised several times I'm not going to do that. Factually, it is true, though, that if the Espionage Act had been updated more quickly and that the current Act had been in place at the time of this, the case would have been able to proceed. That is the case. That is the case. Decisions were taken not to do that. I think that is greatly regrettable.
Stephen Gaffins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll welcome the Minister to his place in his first outing. I have to say, I think the Prime Minister owes him a favour. He'll understand the need for absolute clarity, and I know he says that. But given the serious threat that he's said that China poses to us, can he be absolutely clear on two issues? One is that there was no ministerial involvement whatsoever in pulling this case, and two, that the government provided all evidence that it was asked for. I'm afraid just saying it is my understanding is probably not good enough. We need some assurances. Thank you.
The answer is yes to both cases.
Sir Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Deputy National Security Advisor is a civil servant and therefore accountable, who was holding him to account for the job that he was doing? May I just emphasise that I'm sure he was doing his level and honourable best in the circumstances in which he found himself, but it is really beyond belief that as it became apparent from the third inquiry, where the Director of Public Prosecutions was asking for a clear statement that China was a national security threat, that nobody was capable of telling him, well, actually, you better say that. You better say that. And the idea that he was somehow beyond any influence from anybody is laughable. One can only conclude that this conspiracy of omission was something the government wanted because they didn't want this trial to go ahead.
No, that's really not the case. That's not the case. Firstly, on the DSNA, who, as people who've worked with will know, is of the highest calibre and integrity on this matter. He presented evidence under successive governments on this and devoid of any influence, as I say, from advisers or government on this side. I cannot say if that's the case on the other side, but I'm sure that is the case. But he presented that evidence freely, and he presented that case to the best of his ability under successive governments.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leaders should delegate responsibility, but not accountability. The argument at Prime Minister's questions yesterday revolved around whether a minister or a special advisor had influenced the collapse of the case, and it was established that neither ministers nor special advisors had involvement in the provision of evidence. But does the Minister think it would have been worth ministers reflecting on the Intelligence and Security Committee's 2023 China report and requesting sight of the witness statements provided by the senior civil servant before they were submitted? In essence, has the government sought to delegate to a civil servant responsibility and accountability?
No, it's not the government's position. It's not the government's it is not the government's position, not the government's successive positions, for the government to vet witness statements made in cases like this. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what you're asking. So it's not that. But look, across the three witness statements, it's very clear. The DSNA makes several times sets out the very serious threats that China poses. He sets them out 15 or 20 times, I can't remember the exact number, consistently across it. The decision not to prosecute on the basis of that is then taken by the CPS.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was slightly baffled by the Minister's answer just now, saying that it's not the government's job, so it's not ministers' jobs to vet witness statements when they're made on behalf of the government. This is exactly the point. They are accountable. The Prime Minister said that the evidence that was relevant to the case was the last government's China policy, but the statements published last night showed that they were changed to reflect this government's China policy. This is not the only way in which the Prime Minister's story has fallen apart. But on this specific point, what the Prime Minister told the House wasn't correct, was it?
It was. There was no political interference from this government under any of those statements that were made. There was not, and it doesn't matter how many times the honourable members allege it, that is the case.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amongst all the noise of this China spy scandal, my constituents in Boston and Skegness, and I think the whole British people, want some clarity from this government. Does the government view China as a national security threat? Yes or no?
The evidence throughout sets out the threats China poses multiple times. There is complete consistency between the two. Obviously, there are very serious threats. I read them out in my statements. Yes.
Dr. Andrew.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy National Security Advisor in his evidence is clear. China is the greatest state economic threat to the UK. Yeah. Does the Minister agree with that? And is he seriously trying to suggest that the Deputy National Security Advisor, given what he has said in his evidence, didn't clear what he was doing with the CPS, with his superiors, Jonathan Powell, or ministers?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying, and the Prime Minister said yesterday, and the Security Minister said on Monday.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the decision to drop this case, it's clear that China is trying to undermine our democracy. Will the government include all Chinese officials, Hong Kong Special Administrative Region officials and Chinese Communist Party linked organisations on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme? Yes.
Can I thank you for that? Can I get back to her on the specific? I'm afraid I'm not across the specific of that in my brief. I'll come back to her.
Judge Wales.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister knows the Prime Minister well, having been one of his close advisers as well as his
Parliamentary Private Secretary. So why did the Prime Minister, when he learned a major trial concerning spying on members of this place was going to collapse, do nothing? Why didn't he ask if anything could be done to stop the trial collapsing? Is that what he actually wanted to happen? And if not, why didn't he act?
No, as I've said many times, the government wanted the trial to proceed and allowed the prosecution to proceed and allowed every opportunity for evidence to be provided for it and for the CPS to gather that. The Prime Minister has already stated when he was informed that the trial was at that process. But the Prime Minister, as he said yesterday in response to my honourable friend, made clear that it's not the Prime Minister's position to interfere or to interfere in that place of it, and that is what. And the case was then dropped by the CPS independently.
James Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CPS has independence from ministers. Civil servants do not. So the whole point of our constitution is that civil servants can never be thrown out and put out under the bus because ministers are responsible. They own everything the civil servants do. There is no carve-out because you've got this high title of being a national security advisor. They're a civil servant. And it wasn't once, Mr. Speaker. It was repeatedly. It was an iterative process by which the CPS asked for and said there is a gap. What is it? And can he please stop trying to make out that we have a different constitution to one we have, in which he suggests that somehow ministers aren't responsible for the behaviour of their civil servants, when that is the foundation of accountability within our parliamentary system.
Just referring back to what I said already, it is not the place under this government or previously for ministers to be vetting process or to interfering in evidence on that matter.
Aaron Mullen.
Well, therefore, the battle with China is not just an economic one, it's also a battle of ideas about how the state should operate. And the fact that this case has collapsed is making a complete mockery of our arguments on how the state should operate compared to how China does things. And can I suggest to the Minister that, along with the Prime Minister, he's in danger of inadvertently misleading the House. He's been asked a number of times now about the content of the statement in relation to the Conservative Party position at the time, and insisted that the statements made only reflected the position of the Conservative government at the time. Can the Minister then explain why it is that the exact wording in relation to China and its role in the Labour Party manifesto ended up in that statement?
Very good.
The exact word.
The wording in that statement is put in there to provide wider context of the situation on it. But as I've said many times, and I'll keep saying, that wording was provided set independently by the DSNA without any involvement from ministers or political advisers.
Were you in at the beginning? No, well, don't bother wasting my time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell us whether the Attorney-General shares the concern of the CPS that there isn't enough evidence to prosecute?
Very good question.
I think every member of this House would share concern that this case didn't proceed and that there wasn't enough evidence in it, but that decision was taken by the CPS.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the Security Minister came to this House and said that the National Security Advisor does not have any links to 48 Group, a group that promotes economic links between the UK and China. Why did the Minister say this when the National Security Advisor was listed as a fellow of the 48 Group on their website until very recently?
I can't reply on the specific of the 48 Group, I don't know that. But I can say the National Security Advisor was not involved in any part of this, as the Prime Minister made clear yesterday.
Fox.
Mr. Speaker, the CPS decision not to prosecute leaves our nation less secure. What assurance can the Minister give this House that the government did everything in its power to ensure the CPS had the necessary evidence to prosecute?
As I've said several times, this government did everything it could to support the CPS in that process and to allow evidence to be submitted. But I would gently point out again, one of the reasons this did not proceed was because of Conservative policy at the time, not materially different from this policy, and because of the reliance on the 1911 Act.
No, Jim Shannon first.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification. Minister, what a baptism of fire today. As an MP, I understand very honestly the beautiful picture that words can paint, but I also understand the damage by ugly words. And unfortunately, I am seeing here the problems that playing with words is leading to. With great respect,
great respect to the Minister. Does he acknowledge that play on words by government and CPS further erodes trust in government, and the witness statements may be construed to underline the views of my constituents in Strangford and indeed elsewhere that China is a threat to those in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? So will the Minister meet with his Cabinet colleagues to find an open and transparent path to justice, not simply for this, but as a message to the Chinese government to ensure that they accept the sovereignty of this country, of this nation, and that the protection that should and does exist for all those who live here, my constituents and everybody's constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think he raises a good point, and thank you for his kind words and welcoming me. If I can speak as many times as he does in this, then I'll be very grateful. I'm not sure anyone really. I'm not sure anyone. I'm not sure anyone said. Look, he does make a very serious point about the threats posed by China and the threats posed to his constituents and all of us, and that really is the central message we should be trying to get back to, of how the government, how cross-party we can work on it, and how with CPS, etc., we can all work to make sure this kind of thing can never happen again.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Until the statements published last night, some of us had no idea about the details of this case. But the government appears unwilling to answer 3 questions, Mr. Speaker, that have been asked repeatedly in this chamber. So can you kindly help me ascertain how we get answers to them? The first is proof that for the 14 months the CPS asked, the DNSA at no point spoke to any ministers or National Security Advisor. Why, when the Prime Minister was informed the case would collapse, that he did not do everything in his power, and evidence that he took any action at all. And why, if the government is so disappointed that the case collapsed, why to this day there have been no repercussions for the Chinese Communist Party, despite the government in power having every tool in their box to make clear that we will protect this House, this democracy and this country.
Can I just say, I can't prolong the UQ. What I would say is, and I know the Honourable Lady well, she won't leave it at that point of order. What I do know is that she will go and use all the options that are open to her, and I'm sure that she'll be coming back in not too far a distant time. A point of order, Tom Tugan, who's not going to keep this argument and debate going.
I'm going to raise a different argument, Mr. Speaker, if I may. Given that the government's position is that the bureaucrats run the government, the bureaucrats are in charge of everything, may we dissolve this House and save the taxpayer the money? Because clearly this isn't a democracy anymore.
Yay! I'm sure the Honourable Member doesn't want to give up his seat quite so quickly. Right, let us move on. Point of order, Grames.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you've taken a close interest in this issue, the fact that it goes to the heart of this Parliament, the protection of members of Parliament and the secrets that we sometimes hold. But I'm sure you will share with me concern that someone on their very first outing is sent out on this issue, and that the Prime Minister used yesterday's PMQs and has not faced proper scrutiny in this House in a statement. So can I gently ask you whether you would seek to have him make a statement to the House?
Order. It's not even a point of order, and you know that. And we are keeping the debate going. What I would say is, I do congratulate the Honourable Member. I do feel sorry that this is his first outing. But I've got to say, if you take the paycheck, you also take the pain to go with it. Before we move to business... Right, OK, before we move to business questions, I'd like to pay tribute to BBC Radio 4 Today in Parliament programme, which last week celebrated its 80th anniversary. Yeah. Barring the occasional power cut, Today in Parliament has been broadcasting every night that Parliament has been sitting since it was first aired on the 9th of October 1945. My predecessor and great friend, the late Baroness Betty Boothroyd, thought the programme was champion, and once commented that she would even put her boot down to listen to it in bed. So on behalf of the House, I would like to say congratulations to Today in Parliament and its many presenters for covering our proceedings in the incredible 13,000 episodes over 80 wonderful years. Business questions, I now call the Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I shall give the business for the week commencing the 20th of October, which includes Monday the 20th of October, Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages, of the Diego Garcia Military Base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill. Tuesday the 21st, Committee of the Whole House of the Sentencing Bill. Wednesday the 22nd of October, consideration of a Lord's Message to the Renters' Right Bill, followed by debate on a motion relating to the financial assistance to industry, followed by a motion to approve the draft National Health Service Procurement, Slavery and Human Trafficking Regulations 2025, followed by a general debate on devolution in Scotland. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. On Thursday the 23rd of October, a general debate on Black History Month. On Friday the 24th of October, the House will not be sitting. And the provisional business for the week commencing the 27th of October includes Monday the 27th of October, remaining stages of the Victims and Courts Bill.
Deputy Shanley.
Can I thank the Leader of the House for information for the forthcoming business? I want to start by paying tribute to Lord Ming Campbell, a former member of this place and former leader of the Liberal Democrats. He was a hugely respected parliamentarian, and I know he will be much missed. I would also like to express my deepest sympathies to those killed, injured and affected in the horrific terrorist attack at the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue in Manchester. Mr. Speaker, I am substituting today for the shadow leader who is in Poland with the Defence Select Committee. Mr. Speaker, what an interesting conference recess it has been. I was in Manchester for a fantastic Conservative Party conference, but also out and about at home in my beautiful constituency in the Scottish Borders. From spending time with the Scouts in Hawick to fighting LNER plans to cut the number of train services in the Borders, it's been a busy few weeks. We have seen 6 party conferences during recess. The SNP maintain their age-old obsession with independence rather than sorting out Scotland's struggling NHS, schools and transport system. The Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton continued auditioning to become a circus act. And the Labour Party continued their own internal chaos, drama and division. And we had a direct challenge to the leadership of the Prime Minister, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, no less, Andy Burnham, parading himself around as the next leader. An act he managed to keep up for just a few days before he scuttled out the back door of the conference centre. How embarrassing for the...
Order. Mr Snell, I thought you were the man that had sent me a letter about going to the Chairman's panel. This is not the way to get a good interview. Come on.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. How embarrassing for the party opposite. I'm sure the Leader of the House is relieved to be no longer the government's chief whip, although perhaps he thinks he could have done a better job than his successor at attempting to manage the increasingly rowdy mob lurking behind him. Mr Speaker, the Labour Party conference was also deeply disrespectful to this House. We had government policy announcements galore. It was like a king's speech scattered over 4 days. Major policy announcements all made to the party members and trade union barons in Liverpool and not to this House, where members have had to wait over 2 weeks to hold ministers to account. That is simply not acceptable. So what is the Leader of the House going to do to ensure this government shows MPs and this Parliament the respect we deserve? The most controversial announcement was the plan to introduce digital ID. Can the Leader confirm when this legislation will come before Parliament so that MPs can finally scrutinise what is being planned? Mr Speaker, I visited many local businesses in the Scottish Borders during recess, and they are quite frankly terrified. Terrified of what the Chancellor plans to do to them in her budget. And yesterday the Chancellor admitted what we all knew. She is going to raise taxes in the budget once again, because this Labour government has destroyed our economy. Unemployment up by over 17% since Labour came to power. Another rise this week fuelled so sadly by rising joblessness amongst young people. The IMF says we will have the highest rate of inflation of any country in the G7. That's the reality. More people's jobs and livelihoods on the line. People's household bills getting bigger and bigger. A cost of living crisis. The Chancellor should listen to the challenges facing households and businesses across the nation. So can I ask the Leader whether the Government will set out a plan for how it will help households across the UK with the increasing cost of living? In contrast, Mr Speaker, the Conservative Party conference in Manchester could not have been more different to the party opposites. Costed bold plans for a stronger economy and stronger borders, reducing the cost of buying your home, cutting the cost of people's energy bills, reducing the size of the welfare state, leaving the ECHR to take back control of our borders, cracking down on crime and much, much more. Whilst we have been doing the hard, detailed work to decide which taxes we will cut, the Chancellor was deciding which ones she wants to put up. Finally, I know members are deeply concerned at the collapse of the China spying trial. Earlier this week, the government claimed it couldn't publish the evidence relating to the collapse of the trial because the CPS wouldn't allow it. A claim the CPS said was completely incorrect. Mr Speaker, there are key questions for the government. What additional evidence did the CPS request from the government? Did the Prime Minister authorise the withholding of this information? Was evidence withheld by government to win favour with the Chinese government? This House deserves to know the truth. We need to see the China files. Yesterday, a number of chairs of House of Commons committees met the Director of Public Prosecutions, and there will now be a formal inquiry. So I ask the Leader, will he ensure that all parts of the government fully cooperate with this inquiry? China remains a real and present threat. Unless the government acts, all of our security is at risk.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First of all, can I welcome the honourable gentleman to his place, the Shadow Deputy Leader, for his inaugural address, along with the member for Carshalton and Wallington, who also makes his debut today. I find myself in the unusual position of, on only my second outing, of being somewhat of a veteran of questioning. Mr Speaker, as ever, due diligence led me to Wikipedia to find out a bit more about the honourable gentleman. And I discovered that in the 2018 London Marathon, he was in fact the fastest MP that took part, with a commendable time, I'm told, a commendable time of 3 hours, 38 minutes and 3 seconds. And genuinely, that is not only an impressive achievement, but the fact that then and since then, he has raised a great deal of money for charities is really to his, into his credit. But also, Mr Speaker, I also note that in 2014, he became the first UK politician to complete an Ironman triathlon. So it seems fitting, Mr Speaker, that in Margaret Thatcher's centenary year, that today I find myself up against the party's new Iron Gentleman. I want to associate myself completely with his words around the terrible Manchester attack, which has quite rightly been condemned on all sides of this House, and also with his words of tribute to the late Ming Campbell, who was, as he said, hugely respected and a dedicated public service and a tireless champion for his constituents. And as the late Dennis Healey would say, he was also a politician that had hinterland. Yesterday was also, Mr Speaker, the 4th anniversary of the murder of Sir David Amos. And he dedicated almost 4 decades to this House and to his constituents. We remember him fondly and with respect, as we do our friend Joe Cox. And we recommit ourselves on these occasions to the values that brought them and us to public service. But we also need to remind ourselves of the importance of the language and the tone of our debates and our deliberations. Let me now turn to the questions posed by the honourable gentleman. And as an athlete of some renown and a marathon runner, his description of the Manchester Conference reminded me of one of my favourite films, which is The Loneliness of the Long-Distance Runner. In terms of respect for Parliament, I stand second to none in respect for this place, and we will be bringing forward digital ID legislation in due course, but we did bring it to the floor of the House in a statement at the earliest opportunity on Monday of this week. In terms of his comments on the economy, I genuinely believe that anyone on that side of the House who stands up and says anything about the economy should begin with an apology. Because theirs was the only government in recent times, Mr Speaker, where living standards were lower at the end of the Parliament than they were at the beginning. As for the detail of the budget and whether or not there is a plan, of course there is a plan for growth. He knows that he will have to wait until the 26th of November for any details for that. In terms of the evolving situation regarding the matter of China, I am the fourth minister this week to stand at the box, as I am aware of, to potentially face questions about that. But he rightly pointed out a very key meeting that took place, I think yesterday, which was the DPP and committee chairs. And I am a firm believer in strong, independent select committees. And I am quite sure that they will do a fantastic job, should they put their mind to that. It's not for me to tell them how to do it. And in terms of cooperation from the government, of course, I would expect that committees will get the full cooperation for everything that they seek from the government. Thank you.
Alice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, members spoke movingly in the Backbench business debate marking Baby Loss Awareness Week, highlighting the vital, multifaceted role of midwifery in supporting bereaved families. And yet this week, the Chief Executive of the Royal College of Midwives announced that they had decided not to contribute to the NHS England's professional strategy for nursing and midwifery because it had become clear that midwifery was being treated as an afterthought. Will the leader allocate time to debate the need for a distinct midwifery strategy, one that reflects its unique contribution and one that creates a positive, proactive plan and funding model for maternity care overall, giving midwifery the priority it deserves with its pivotal role in all our lives?
Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree with her that midwives provide vital and diverse services, particularly when they are supporting bereaved families. The independent national investigation into maternity and neonatal care will report in spring next year, and we are committed to recruiting both more midwives, but also making sure that that we retain those with experience. She raises a really important point, and there are avenues for her to raise this in debates, backbench business, or indeed adjournment debates, and I'm sure there'll be popular debates. But also, I'll ensure that the Health Secretary is made aware of her comments.
Bobby Dean, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of House for his warm welcome. It's a warmer welcome than I received online, where somebody compared me to a foul contestant on The Apprentice, so that's a good start. And can I share in the sympathies he mentioned about the synagogue in Manchester, and also for the tributes to Min Campbell, which are greatly appreciated by this side of the House. I would like to also thank my honourable friend, the member for Chelmsford, for the service she gave in this role, and wish her well in her new job as well. This past week, we've been digesting news of the ceasefire in the Middle East, and despite reporting, it's got nothing to do with President Trump's candidacy for the Nobel Peace Prize and all about the welfare of the people living in that region. It is indescribable relief that the hostages are now heading home and that the bloodshed can come to an end. Now, of course, the immediate concern is that the ceasefire holds, and the hope is that there will be a just and sustainable peace in the region, including a two-state solution. But as we look to the future, I think it's also important that we don't forget what happened before. Just a few weeks ago, there was a UN report that a genocide had taken place in Gaza. And it's the international community's obligation to establish the truth and hold those responsible to account. So can the government, at the appropriate time, make a statement about how Britain will contribute to such an international process so that justice and accountability for what happened in Gaza could be served?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the honourable gentleman to his new role, and I genuinely look forward to exchanges and working with him on the committees that we will both be on. The honourable gentleman comes from a very good pedigree in terms of his constituency, because Tom Brake, who served his constituency between 1997 and 2019, actually did the same job as the honourable gentleman is now doing, including as Deputy Leader of the House in government. He will be a hard act to follow, but I genuinely wish the honourable gentleman well. I also join with him in thanking his predecessor, who I didn't get to know particularly well, the member for Chelmsford, although we will be continuing to work on some committees together, for the work that she did and her role, particularly on the Modernisation Committee. To answer his question, first of all, I join with him in welcoming the landmark first step of a ceasefire being achieved, and seeing hostages released after so long, and aid returning to Gaza. The government is committed to playing a leading role in Gaza's reconstruction and the next stage of talks on implementation of the peace plan. He is right. Accountability and justice for everyone who has committed atrocities, including those involved on, the 7th of October, are absolutely crucial. The government's long-standing position is that it is up to the courts to determine whether a genocide has occurred, and we will continue to support international law and its essential role in achieving justice in the region as we go forward.
Mr. Speaker, will the Leader of the House please grant a debate on tenants paying a reasonable rent to their landlord? In Blaenau Gwent and Rumney, Vodafone are in dispute with one of my community organisations, the Aberbargoed Rifle and Pistol Club, over the hosting of a telecoms mast. Vodafone's rent helps fund the club's Christmas dinner and visits to places of interest such as the Royal Armouries Museum in Leeds and Bisley. Does the Leader agree with me that it's important for large telecoms corporations to work wherever possible, hand in hand, with our local community organisations?
Mr. Speaker, I agree absolutely, because I think we've all got examples of where the opposite is the case and where they don't do that. It's not only painful for communities, but it's actually ultimately painful for some of those companies too. In terms of rents, I would remind him that we've still got the Renters' Rights Bill coming through this House. He may wish to make some of the cases that he points that he makes in that debate, or he may wish to ask for a debate where, again, because of the experiences of many members, I've no doubt others will wish to join in.
Chair of the Backbench Committee, Bob Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Leader, particularly for allowing protected time on Monday for the baby loss debate. It was a 3-hour debate, and I think we were down to a 3-minute limit on backbenchers, so everyone could get their opportunity to speak. So I trust that we can look at that for the future, in particular next Wednesday when we have the debate on devolution in Scotland, and I know there's important government business before that, but if he could allow protected time, because this debate had to be pushed from its original date to a future date. And I'm always keen to offer support for the Leader. And so on Thursday, the 30th of October, if we're granted the day, there'll be a debate on property service charges, followed by a debate on ageing community and end-of-life care. Next week in Westminster Hall, there'll be a debate on Tuesday on the progress on ending homelessness, and on Thursday, a debate on performance of the building safety regulator, followed by a debate on the impact of NHS workforce levels on cancer patients. On the 28th of October in Westminster Hall, there'll be a debate on obesity and fatty liver disease. And on Thursday, the 30th, histological testing of excised moles, followed by a debate on which will be organised by the Liaison Committee on the Education Committee debate, which I believe is going to be on SEND. Now, Mr. Speaker, next week, Hindu, Sikhs, Jains and Buddhists will be celebrating Diwali. That's a happy occasion when everyone will be celebrating, followed by Hindu New Year. Unfortunately, in Bangladesh, that's not the case. On Tuesday, at the All-Party Parliamentary Group for British Hindus, we received a report from Insight UK talking about the persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. They are persecuted, oppressed, killed, their temples are destroyed, and their properties are being literally burnt down with members of the household in it. So could we have a statement from a government minister? I've raised this before. Could we have a statement from a government minister on what action we're going to take to safeguard minorities in Bangladesh when they are suffering from severe oppression?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for updating the House on the work of the backbench business, and want to thank him for his diligent work as the chair of that committee. It is the case that we protected time last Monday, and it was good that people were able to get in for a limited time. But let me go further than that, Mr. Speaker. I was distressed to some extent by the fact that the debate didn't start until 9 o'clock at night, and as a result it didn't finish until midnight. It is true that it meant that the debate went ahead, and it meant that people were able to get into that debate and have their say. But I know from past experience how difficult it is for colleagues to stand up and often tell their personal stories. And I don't think it's the place of this House if we can manage it, to get to a situation where those stories are not told until 11 o'clock or half 11 at night. And a wider point, Mr. Speaker, I'm drifting somewhat on here, but a wider point, as you know, is how we use Mondays. At the beginning of the day, there were 3 big statements, and undoubtedly they took a lot of time out of that, but they were important statements that had to be made. And I think we do need to address that, and we need to think about not just the time for debates, but also the content of debates as well, so that we give those topics the respect that they deserve. I thank him not just for his work on the Backbench Business Committee, but as the chair of the all-party parliamentary group for British Hindus. We strongly condemn, Mr. Speaker, all instances of hate or violence directed towards minority religious communities, and we have been and are actively engaged with addressing the humanitarian situation in Bangladesh and supporting the interim government to support a peaceful democratic transition. We are deeply committed to the protection of freedom of religion. And if there is a point at which a statement is appropriate, the government will bring forward one, or there will be opportunities for debate, and I'm sure colleagues will want to take part in that.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now been over a year since the tragic murders in my constituency of Juliana Faulkner and her children, Kyle and Giselle, by their brother. Our town is understandably still shaken by this horrific incident. It came to light that the murderer was able to obtain a gun with a forged shotgun licence. The previous Home Secretary promised a tightening of private arms sales following this tragedy. Can we please have a debate or statement on this and the need for a national database for gun licences?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue. And this was a truly tragic and shocking case, and the government is committed to doing everything that we can to prevent similar incidents. We have introduced tighter controls on firearms licensing to keep people safe and help the police apply the law consistently. And we will be consulting later this year on measures to strengthen the existing controls on shotguns and to improve controls on the private sale of firearms. And should a debate help that process, Mr. Speaker, then I'm sure my honourable friend will be keen to have one.
John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House, who I welcome, the first time I've seen him across the dispatch box in his new role, mentioned religious freedom. But that freedom mustn't be allowed to conceal the malevolence of Sharia courts, which are operating in places across our constituencies. Around 85, indeed, were described as the Western capital of Sharia law. Although they have no legitimate lawful authority, these courts are reinforcing all kinds of horrors, including discrimination against women, non-believers, polygamy, and other such things. It's time there was a debate on this in the House, for we need to shine a light on this malevolence. Mr. Speaker, there can only be one law in this country, and it's the law that applies to each of us and all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I and the government would agree absolutely with the point that the honourable gentleman finished his question on, because the rule of law is sovereign in this country. There is no other law which takes precedence over that. And he's absolutely right in saying what should take precedence. And I'm sure, again, that there will be many colleagues who will at least share some of his concerns, and should he seek a debate, then I'm sure he will have support for that.
Peter Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say, as a current member of the panel of chairs, can I say what a wonderful job you do in this chamber?
Thanks, Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the government will set aside some time to debate an issue of concern to me as to why national highways have declined to replace a bridge on virtually the busiest road in Merseyside leading down to the Liverpool port, on the A5036 Park Lane, which has 40,000 vehicles a day going down it. At peak time, it's considerable. And I'm just concerned that we need to tease out why National Highways have felt it inappropriate to replace a bridge with a school, a church, a day centre, a hotel, a shopping centre, all nearby. That's a concern, and I think we need to debate that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will make sure that transport ministers have heard what my honourable friend has said, but I'm confident that National Highways will also have heard what he has said. Should that not produce the action which he is demanding, then there are ways to raise this in this House, particularly in an adjournment debate. Thank you.
Jill Furness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of meeting the Sheffield Young Carers Action Group and some of the wonderful people that they support. I myself was a young carer and know the deep impact this can have on a young life. During our meeting, these children told me about their mental health struggles as a result of their responsibilities, but they have limited access to counselling. Even when they have been able to get mental health support, they felt that the service did not understand the specific challenges that they face. Will the Leader of the House confirm that mental health must be a key component of a 10-year health plan and allow time in Parliament to debate the challenges faced by young carers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to young carers who do a fantastic and very difficult job at times, and I think some of us would wonder how we would cope in those circumstances. But I also want to pay tribute to my honourable friend who has worked tirelessly not just on this issue but on other issues for her constituents. I can confirm that mental health is a key component of our 10-year health plan, setting out how we will work with schools, really important, and with colleges to identify and meet the mental health need of all children and young people, including, Mr. Speaker, young carers. This will make an excellent topic, I think, for a debate, and I would encourage my honourable friend to apply for one.
Yes, Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Havant Thicket Reservoir, just outside of my constituency of Chichester, is the first reservoir that's been built in 30 years and is a welcome investment into the southeast, which is designated as water stressed. But it's also the proposed site of an effluent recycling scheme, the first time that this has been used to supplement drinking water in the UK. With confidence in Southern Water at an all-time low, will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on water recycling schemes and reservoirs?
Mr. Speaker, it may be the first reservoir in 30 years, but we're committed to making sure that it's not the last reservoir in 30 years, because our crumbling infrastructure that we were left, Mr. Speaker, is an absolutely important, putting that right is an absolutely important part of growth, which is the priority of this government. I will draw her, I cannot comment specifically on what she said, but I will draw that to the attention of Deputy Ministers. She may seek either to raise that in questions or even a meeting with ministers, or indeed to call for a debate on this.
Andrew Rosen.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the House will be aware that 2027 marks the 1100th anniversary of the unification of England under King Athelstan, and proposals put forward by the Royal Society of St George are suggesting that we have a bank holiday on the 12th of July 2027. So will he make time for a debate on such a great momentous occasion for our country? But will he also join me, Mr. Speaker, in celebrating Essex Day on the 26th of October? And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for ensuring that the flag of Essex will be flown from the Palace of Westminster for the first time ever. And I hope the Leader of the House will ensure that under the new local government reorganisation, historic counties and ceremonial counties will be put together so we can celebrate our true county identity.
I was aware of the anniversary because I think the honourable gentleman had raised it before. Rather cruelly, my colleague sitting next to me says that I was there. That's not true. That simply isn't true, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure when the time arises it will be an appropriate opportunity to have a debate in this House, because we should be very proud of our national identity and we should celebrate it. And when an anniversary like this comes along, we should seize it with both hands. In terms of Essex Day, I wish it all the very best. Again, it's not just about being proud of your nation, it is also being proud of your region and your town. In terms of devolution and where we will end up with that, Mr. Speaker, that is for another day as the devolution bill comes through this House, and I'm not going to speculate about the future, at this moment, the future of counties, either historic or not as historic.
Julian Duffley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will the Leader of the House join with me in welcoming this week's record investment into flooded communities and ensure that our local community volunteers, such as the Shrewsbury Quarry, Minsterley and Coleham flood action groups, are supported as per the recommendation in this week's published Environment Audit Committee Flood Resilience Report?
First of all, let me pay tribute to my honourable friend who is doing a fantastic job on behalf of her constituents. And I will join her in paying tribute to flood action groups like the one in her constituency, because we talk, as I will in a moment, about the investment that goes into flood schemes and the importance of that investment, but actually flood action groups play an absolutely crucial role in our communities. I also want to join my honourable friend in celebrating the investment that the government is making. We inherited flood assets in their poorest condition on record, and we're investing a record £10.5 billion through to 2036, benefiting almost 1 million properties. But we should celebrate groups, community groups, which, as I said, are very important for the success of any plan.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself, first of all, briefly with the comments with regard to Ming Campbell? Ming was a friend and a mentor to me for 42 years. And I would have wanted to take part in the tributes, but I was with the Select Committee in Brussels, and knowing his commitment to the European ideal, I was pretty sure that was where he wanted me to stay. Mr. Speaker, might we have a statement from the Telecommunications Minister in relation to the resilience of links to island communities? For the second time this year, hundreds of my constituents in Shetland are being left without service as a consequence of the breach of the Shifa cable. This time it's going to last for 4 weeks. It is a colossal failure of customer service and a failure of regulation. I'm now inviting all the parties together to come to Shetland for a resilience forum next month. Will the Minister speak to his colleagues in the department to ensure that we'll get government cooperation to hold everybody's feet to the fire on this?
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to overestimate the importance of the transport links that the honourable gentleman is talking about to communities like his. And he's, as ever, an assiduous supporter of his communities. I will draw that to the attention of the appropriate department. I wish him well in bringing together the bodies necessary to make these decisions, not just for now, but into the future as well, and to get some certainty.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After months of campaigning, public meetings, presenting a petition, sending letters, meeting ministers and holding a day of action outside Ladies' Walk and scrutinising Dudley Council, I am delighted that Ladies' Walk sent in Sedgley, a vital community hub providing NHS and library services, will remain open. Yeah. This is a victory for local residents who rightly oppose Dudley Council's near closure of this site despite their chance to renegotiate the lease 5 years ago. Will the Leader welcome this news and grant a debate on local government transparency? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to hear about her constituents' successful campaign for a much-loved community asset, and I know and they will recognise that she is a true champion of their interests and of their local community. There have already been references to, and dare I say I anticipate more today, about the importance of community and community assets. And I would encourage members to join together, perhaps, and to look at a backbench business debate so that they can raise issues pertinent to this.
Speaker, 19,000, that's the number of homes that this Labour government wants to impose on the Walsall Borough. And in Aldridge Brownhills, we're not only fighting to protect our precious green spaces in our green belt, but we now find ourselves threatened by this term, a new regulation, grey belt. So can we have a debate, Mr. Speaker, in government time around the need for us to urgently protect our precious green spaces, our communities, our countryside and our food security?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm informed that the changes we're planning, proposing for the planning framework actually do that. But I would just point out to the honourable lady, it is a matter of balance here, because I am a firm defender of matters environmental. However, You know, housing is so important on all sorts of levels. People need somewhere to live. We've been left with a situation where there's just not enough housing, particularly affordable housing. So difficult decisions have to be made because, quite frankly, some previous governments failed to make those decisions. Furthermore, housing is not just important in providing places for somewhere to live, but it's absolutely crucial for growth in the economy. And without growth in the economy, we're not going to be able to rescue those public services that were left in a terrible state at the end of the last Conservative government. So I'm sure there will be a great deal of concern, and I genuinely understand why people are concerned. I have a number of houses being built almost as I speak in my constituency. I do understand that, but it is a sense of balance, and politicians have a responsibility not just to join the protest, but actually to make the case as to why we need more houses.
Lavery.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great news that QTS are investing £10 billion in a state-of-the-art data centre in Camas in my constituency, because AI will undoubtedly shape the economy, society and workplaces for decades to come. It's also very exciting that the government have announced that my constituency will be part of an AI growth zone. I'm holding an AI national conference in Northumberland early next year to share our views and unite our voices, hoping to shape a fair future for all. I've invited the Secretary of State to attend. Will my right honourable friend agree it's necessary to bring along businesses, it's necessary to involve trade unions, it's necessary to involve leaders of the community and residents themselves? With that in mind, will he agree to discuss, to a debate to discuss what AI actually means for the future of constituencies like mine in Blythe and Ashton, and how working people will not be left behind?
Leader.
I wish my honourable friend's AI National Conference well. I hope that ministers have listened to his request for attendance and support, and I'm sure they will look to see whether or not that is possible. He's absolutely right when he says that business is crucial to this, and also members across the organisations across the community to make this a success. But typically, Mr. Speaker, from my honourable friend, he has hit the nail right on the head, actually, which is AI is the way forward. There is no doubt about that it is crucial to the economy that we seek to build. However, it's got to be a fair economy. It's got to work not just for some people, but for everyone. And I share his concern about, not about the new jobs coming in, because that's understandably good news, but for some of the communities that he represents, and I know his constituency pretty well, Mr. Speaker, that they are the beneficiaries of AI as well. I'm sure there'll be lots of interest in any backbench business debate, whether he wants to call one sooner or whether he wants to come back and report on the success of his conference.
Dice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks ago today, I met the Governor of the Bank of England to discuss the important decisions around quantitative easing and quantitative tightening. And the Governor agreed with me that this is actually a fiscal matter, and it's triggering tens of billions of losses every year to the taxpayer. And therefore, the Governor would welcome more input from the Houses of Parliament on this important matter. And so I wrote to the Chancellor and copied in the leader, requesting a debate before the budget, because if this House had a debate and voted on a different decision to guide the Governor and the Monetary Policy Committee, it would actually help the Chancellor in her difficult decisions around the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the honourable gentleman is trying to be helpful, so I'll take him at his word. In terms of a debate on these matters, he raises important points. I would suggest that he should be the one calling for the debate. If there is to be discussion around economic policy in the run-up to the budget, then there are various avenues in which he can call for that and make the points that are in. It isn't unusual in this situation where we are a number of weeks away from the budget, but the Chancellor is working extraordinarily hard to come up with a budget that not only repairs the damage to our economy that we inherited, but to put forward a plan for the future. And therefore, to some extent, I think the ball is in his court should he seek a debate.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Leader of the House agree with me that access to high-quality residential care close to home is essential for the dignity and well-being of our elderly constituents? Because in Clayton the Moors, the reform-led Lancashire County Council is consulting on the future of Woodlands Care Home, causing deep concern to residents, their families and the incredible staff, providing no information on what they might do if they were to close the home. Will the Leader of the House join me in urging the Council to keep Woodlands Care Home open? Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. We know either from constituency cases or indeed from our own family circumstances that it can be extremely distressing for residents and families who need as much notice as possible should a situation like the closure of a home become a possibility. Unfortunately, in the circumstances that she describes, I'm afraid this is not untypical when it comes to reform in government, who have over-offered and are generally underachieving. This is a matter for local authorities, but she may wish to raise this at Health and Social Care orals on Tuesday next week.
Mike Hood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On 14th of March, my constituents Sue and Dave Evans lost their 18-year-old son, who was the passenger in a car being driven by a newly qualified driver. Yesterday, Sue and Dave were in Parliament with the Road Peace charity, calling for graduated driving licensing to save other families from the devastation of losing loved ones in a preventable accident. So when can we expect the government to bring forward a road safety bill so that this House consider proposals to reduce deaths caused by newly qualified drivers?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises this matter with the tone and the respect that it's come to be associated with him, and I thank him for that. And I also give respect to the family concerned. It is unbelievable tragedy when this happens. It happens far too often, which is why the government is focused on this, and work is underway to deliver an updated strategic framework for road safety. That will be the first one in over a decade, and the aim will be quite simply to reduce road deaths and injuries, and I will ensure that the honourable gentleman receives an update on that work.
Ewan Steinbach.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Friday I attended a graduation for STEM students at Forth Valley College. This college is a crucial educational asset and vital to plans to re-industrialise our area. However, due to a 20% cut in funding to the college sector since the SNP took their fourth term in 2021, Forth Valley College recently proposed closing their Alloa campus. Does the Leader agree with me that instead of causing colleges to consider closure, the Scottish Government should be backing all routes for young people to train, learn and succeed?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to send my congratulations to all those graduating from Forth Valley College and thank my honourable friend for raising this matter. He's a great advocate for his constituency. This government has delivered the biggest budget settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution, and he will know that education and skills policy is devolved, but I hope that ministers in the Scottish Government have heard his concern, and I hope that they give as much attention and priority to the matter of colleges in the work that they do as this government here is determined to do.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I visited Christ the King School in Thornbury for the Great School Lunch, which raises the awareness of the benefits of healthy, nutritious school meals. There's real concern that the funding for both school lunches and breakfast clubs is not enough to cover the cost of providing them, particularly putting pressure on school budgets, particularly in constituencies like mine, where the schools are among the lowest funded in the country. So will the Leader of the House agree to raise this issue with the Chancellor ahead of the autumn budget to ensure that underfunded schools do not get left behind?
Before the Leader responds, there are many colleagues wishing to contribute. Can I ask that contributions are short, and the Leader, can I ask that is on point as well? Leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course you can ask. There are 750 schools so far that offer free breakfast clubs, and that puts, on average, £450 a year into the back into parents' pockets, and we intend to extend free school meals too. I understand areas where they believe that this may not be enough or that other areas are better off. I will draw it to the attention of the Chancellor, but so can the Honourable Lady should Treasury questions emerge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is it? Yes, thank
Yes, it is me. Carry on.
No one sat down for me. October marks Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and in my constituency of Doncaster East in the Isle of Axholme, the town of Bawtry is once again painting the town pink to help raise awareness. This year they've launched their own Legally Blonde-inspired Bend and Check to remind everyone to take charge of checking their own breast health. To support the cause, will the Leader of the House join me in wishing the team at Visit Bawtry the very best of luck in raising money for breast cancer now? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Leader.
I will, Madam Deputy Speaker, join my friend in wishing Visit Bawtry team success in raising money for such an important cause. We know that early diagnosis is vital, which is why we're upgrading 30 testing centres across the country with the latest digital AI to catch cancer early. And I support local initiatives like the one that he's talking about.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the Right Honourable Gentleman to his post, and also my athletic constituency neighbour to his. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, at 2 p.m, there will be a protest in Moffat by campaigners who are making a last-ditch attempt to save the local Bank of Scotland branch, and I commend them on their efforts. It was one of 5 branches to be closed in my constituency this year. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that if banks can't be persuaded not to abandon the high street, that they should at the very least ensure that their premises are provided for community use going forward? And therefore, in the case of the Peebles branch, does he agree that they should look favourably on the offer by the Peebles Community Trust for that branch?
Leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do agree with him, because in-person banking is important to our local communities. In fact, I have a hub opening in my constituency in Whitley Bay in about 10 days' time. That's cold comfort for the people of Moffat. I do understand that, but we are opening, seeing banking hubs rolled out across the country. I think banks have a responsibility, actually, and I think the best banks actually look at their responsibility to continue to have a branch presence. Should they not, I think they've got an obligation to work with others to make sure that there is access to banking. I would also say that the Scottish Government has its own community right to buy policy, which you may wish to look at as part of any campaign for purchase of a community hub. And next week in Westminster Hall, there's a debate on financial inclusion. He may wish to amplify his point then.
Gareth Thomas.
After 2 years of bombardment and siege, Gaza's healthcare system has been decimated. I'm sure the whole House welcomes the ceasefire, fragile as it is, the release of hostages, and that aid is beginning to increase somewhat. But will my right honourable friend consider the case for a debate on the steps that Britain could take to support the rebuilding of Gaza's hospitals, so that the most innocent in this awful conflict, children, can at least begin to get the healthcare support they so desperately need?
Madam Deputy Speaker, he raises an important question and makes a really important point. As the Foreign Secretary has said, the ceasefire does give an opportunity not just to scale up aid, but to look at the future of Gaza's recovery. And an important part of that is healthcare for children, because they deserve a better future than they are currently having. We're actively supporting the rebuilding of Gaza's healthcare system, and we will update the House on measures that we are taking. We have brought forward debates, but also statements on these matters, and we will continue to do so.
Vera Hallpass.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A couple of weeks ago, I spent a fabulous day at the races at Bath Racecourse. For centuries, horse racing has been part of our national sporting history, and in fact, it's part of our DNA. Yet across the industry, people are deeply concerned about the threat that harmonising tax rates will have on the sustainability of the sport. Can we have a debate before the budget about the impact that these proposed measures will have on British horse racing?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I read as she does stories about what might or might not happen, and as she expects me to say, she'll have to wait to see the budget as to whether or not these stories are accurate. But she can raise a debate before the budget, because I know this is of concern to a number of members across the House.
Rachel Maskell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, York is a kind and welcoming city. Following the recent wave of intimidation, racism and violence perpetrated by a few, and that has rocked our city, I've launched our One York Unity campaign, #our3words, where I'm asking people across York to provide 3 values which define our city: mine are inclusion, community and caring. What support can he bring to our campaign, and can we have a debate on inclusion in our cities and communities?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a great advocate for that fine historic city, but also for the cause that she speaks of today. She is a voice of calm often in these matters, and I thank her for doing that. By raising it today, she is raising that matter, and she can, because I know there are concerns across the House, she can look towards perhaps an adjournment debate or indeed a backbench business debate to see if there are shared views and experiences across the House.
Ashley Fox.
In Wollavington village in my constituency, 3 separate planning applications totalling over 400 homes have been submitted, with the prospect of a 4th, even larger proposal to follow. The cumulative impact of these developments on local services will not be fully assessed because each application is treated separately. To make matters worse, Somerset Council's temporary emergency planning measures has led to the cancellation of many planning committees, leaving local councillors cut out of decision-making processes. So may I ask the Leader of the House for a debate on how cumulative housing impacts are assessed and how we ensure that local democratic oversight is not undermined.
Notwithstanding the comments that are made to his honourable friend previously about the importance of housing, I understand from a constituency perspective, but also from the experience of colleagues across the House, there is concern, particularly in rural areas, where they're seeing their communities transformed in a way, a necessary way in many cases. And I think this would be an excellent case for a backbench business debate so that he can expand on the views that he's given today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I raised before, the fact that the railway stations at Burnt Island, Cowdenbeath and Kinghorn are not fully accessible causes many of my constituents a great deal of trouble. In June, Network Rail told me they would have the first stage of a feasibility study into how to make Burnt Island Station accessible complete by the end of the summer. Despite repeated requests, they have still not given me a date by which this will happen. Does the Leader agree that Network Rail needs to make this a priority, and will he make time for a debate on accessible transport?
Leader.
Thank you. We are committed, Madam Deputy Speaker, to improving accessibility to Britain's railway, and I know my honourable friend has raised this with the Transport Secretary. We are going to make announcements in due course, but I agree with her that I think the Network Rail does have a responsibility in this as well as government, but it is a matter which is, needs to be addressed, and we're going to get on with it.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency, there's a fantastic organisation called the Philo Project. They're a community interest company who provide innovative and award-winning dementia care. When people come to the Philo Project, however, their care is subject to VAT of 20% simply because they're not being commissioned by a local authority who can claim back VAT. Will the Leader of the House find time in government business for a debate on the VAT status of community interest companies who are providing this level of dementia or other disability-related daycare so that we don't stay in a system where there is VAT on life-altering social care?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Community groups are the golden thread that run through and hold our communities together, so she should be credited with raising these matters. They are important matters because often community groups do struggle. She should perhaps, although I may not be forgiven for this, draw this to the attention of the Chancellor as we approach the budget, and she has an opportunity herself to raise this as a matter of debate because others may share her concern.
Lauren Kirk-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At my Whitchurch meet and greet, residents raised serious concerns about the dangerous and disruptive heavy goods vehicles traffic on Oving Road. One of them warned me that soon there will be a nasty accident. Yet this route remains unrestricted for HGVs. So will the Leader allow time for debate on the impact of HGV traffic on our villages? And does he agree that local authorities like Buckinghamshire Council should make full use of their powers to restrict and prohibit HGVs where that's possible?
Leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, HGVs can have a negative effect on communities, particularly villages, both on safety but also an environmental impact as well, where often roads and pavements are particularly narrow. As she says, local traffic authorities have powers to restrict or prohibit the use of HGVs on indeed any road, and I would encourage them, if they've got the power and there's demand for it in a local area, then they should use that power. But this is a good topic, I think, for a Westminster Hall debate.
Clive Jones.
very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know at times it's hard to see a GP. The Teenage Cancer Trust have highlighted that 16 to 24-year-olds have to see a GP more often than any other age group before getting a cancer diagnosis, often 3 times before getting a referral for diagnosis. So will the Leader of the House allow a debate in government time on increasing access to GPs as part of the wider National Cancer Plan, particularly for young people?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are acutely aware of the state of access to GPs when we came into government, and we're doing something about it. We've delivered over 5 million more NHS appointments since July, and we are continuing to push on that. In fact, we've delivered on our Manifesto Pledge 7 plan, backed by extra investment. And it's really important, not just, however, to make sure that there are extra slots for people to be seen, but also where that is and where people can get access to that information. And I know from talking to him that the Secretary of State for Health is acutely aware of this. And if he hasn't heard what you've said, the Honourable Member has said today, then I will draw that to his attention.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Saturday, I attended the 60th anniversary celebrations of the Dowlais Male Voice Choir, one of at least 6 choirs in my constituency that do a great job representing the town locally, nationally and internationally. Took particular pleasure to congratulate Myrig Price, who's the only original member of the choir left from the early days of 1965. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the choir on this milestone anniversary? But could we also have a debate in government time on the benefits of choirs in choral societies, in community life, and to individual health and well-being?
Yes, I will congratulate the choir, Madam Speaker. It's one of those things when you think about perhaps the Welsh Valleys, then you associate it with male voice choirs, and they're an important part of the fabric of those communities. So I do congratulate them on that. I would welcome, I think, through a debate, an opportunity to raise these issues, because the government is acutely aware of that as well, and where the government is able to support music and other community activities. They are keen to do so, to make sure that it just doesn't go to certain areas and to certain types of music, and that everyone, every area, particularly community things like male voice choirs, actually get their share.
Tom Gordon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, rural families across North Yorkshire, including those in villages such as Killinghall and Hampsway in my constituency, have been left stranded by changes to home-to-school transport rules, with children living in the same villages now set to go to different schools, and parents facing having to give up work to get them there. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on reforming school transport laws, and so that it properly serves areas like North Yorkshire, and perhaps passes on to colleagues in the DFE?
I think it would be important, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Honourable Gentleman sought a debate on that, so that he can put together the evidence to draw to the attention of ministers who are acutely aware of the cost of public transport and school transport. And I think an opportunity to share across the House experiences of that would actually inform debate.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And when a landfill operator fails to follow the rules which have been laid down to protect the environment and the community, it takes far too long for the Environment Agency to take enforcement and action. And in the case of my constituency, the company then declared liquidation in order presumably to avoid the costs of clean-up. This is not an acceptable situation. It happens elsewhere in the country. Could we have a debate on this matter in government time?
My honourable friend could seek a debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, to raise this, but I will take his concerns to the relevant department, and perhaps he may seek a meeting with that to explain to ministers what the problem is.
Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Mark Houghton, MBE, served his country in the British Army for over 20 years. In February, he was seriously injured in an accident while working abroad, which has left him unable to walk. Mark is now back in the UK and receiving treatment, but he is not currently entitled to any further support because he had been working abroad for 2 out of the last 3 years. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that our veterans deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, And will he allow a debate in government time on support for disabled veterans?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, it is important to recognise the contribution that veterans make, and these are somewhat unusual circumstances, but they are harrowing circumstances, and I am concerned to read that. Should the Honourable Lady seek an adjournment debate, she may not only be able to draw to the attention of the relevant minister her concerns, because we are looking at the whole question of how we can treat our veterans better and with the dignity and respect that they deserve. Should she seek that, then she may get the answer she seeks.
Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The streets around Bircheshead and Snee Green have become an impenetrable labyrinth of road closures, diversions and blockades, while Severn Trent Water dig up the road to replace important infrastructure, but nevertheless a great disruption to local people. The Street Works Act and the Traffic Management Act should give local authorities the ability to help coordinate some of those works, but in this case it simply isn't happening, and those acts now seem deficient in doing what they're meant to. So could the leader arrange for either a statement or a debate in government time on how we can ensure that there is a coordination of these works to reduce impact on local people?
Leader.
Again, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not unique to my honourable friend's constituency, and though he's a great advocate for his constituency, I'm sure others have similar stories. He may seek a backbench business debate to raise these matters, because as far as I can remember, we have been discussing these things for quite a long time, and therefore we do need to work out what further things can be done.
Apparently we have a short question from Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome again the Leader of the House to his role, and he's very, very clearly enjoying it so much, so I wish him well and as he goes forward. On Wednesday past, Madam Deputy Speaker, I met a deputation from Chin State in Burma, so I'm very deeply concerned about increased reports of junta military attacks on the majority Christian community in Chin State in Burma, including last week's airstrike which struck a church in Matupi Township. Will the Leader of the House join me in condemning this appalling attack, urge the Foreign Secretary to outline what action government will take in response to escalating attacks against religious communities in Chin State and Myanmar and Burma? Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of my demeanour, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll just say it very gently to the honourable gentleman that appearances can be deceptive. But he is, as ever, a fierce champion of the freedom of religion and belief, and he raises a very serious matter. The UK is committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all, and I'll make sure that the Foreign Secretary hears his concerns and that he gets a reply. But I'd also encourage him to raise the question at FCDO orals on the 28th. He is no stranger to questions, I'm sure he...
Julie Means.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Theresa Mulholland, who earlier this week was named Cumbrian Woman of the Year? Theresa is Director of Carlisle United's Community Sports Trust and was recognised for her leadership, empathy and courage and determination to help others. In congratulating Theresa, will the Leader of the House also take the opportunity to put on record our thanks to all of the community sports trusts right across the UK who do so much for our local communities?
Speaker, I absolutely join in congratulating Theresa on her well-deserved award, but also to acknowledge the importance not just of Carlisle United Football Club, but other football clubs for the work that they do across communities as well. These qualities of leadership and selflessness are ones that I'm sure MPs across the House will recognise in volunteers in their own constituencies. And one of the aspects of business questions every week, I'm already aware, is to share our appreciation and indeed admiration for volunteers' dedication to their communities.
Barry Gardner.
The long-awaited report by the Joint Intelligence Committee on the link between biodiversity, sustainability and national security is still not with us. Lord Dannatt and many senior military figures have increasingly expressed their concern about the threat of the collapse of global biodiversity and what it poses to our food security and the security risks arising from climate change. So can my right honourable friend assure us that that contrary to recent press stories, the JIC report has not been blocked, and can he tell the House when it will be published?
Thank you. He raises very important matters, and I will take it away and find an answer to the questions that he poses, Madam Deputy Speaker, because they are such important matters. If something is stuck in the system, we need to get it out so that he can see what the government intends to do.
Chris Bloor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to
Greenwich policing team who do a fantastic job keeping our community safe. However, residents are frustrated that our newly redeveloped police and fire station has no front counter. Instead, residents must travel 20 miles to speak to an officer face to face. That simply isn't good enough. Will the Leader of the House grant a debate on how we can ensure that all communities have visible and accessible policing support?
Decisions on local resourcing of police stations are made by chief constables and elected police and crime commissioners, but I have a huge amount of sympathy with what my honourable friend is saying, because in my constituency, and I'm sure in others, the importance of face-to-face contact with the police is absolutely crucial, not just to report incidents, but also so that residents can feel safe and reassured. I would urge him to call a debate on these important matters, not just to highlight his own constituency concerns, but to let others do the same too.
Baggy Shankar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, I had the absolute pleasure of visiting the Needles pub in Alveston, where Mel and Trevor have created a great atmosphere for the local community and a welcoming space, whether that's pulling pints or raising vital funds for local charities. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we don't want to see pubs calling last orders for the for good, because it's pubs like the Needles that create these great atmospheres, and we want to see them thriving in our communities.
Madam Deputy Speaker, pubs are at the heart of our communities and often serve as vital community assets. We certainly don't want to see pubs closing, and we're working with the sector to address the clear challenges that they face, including through the Hospitality Sector Council. And I would urge him to raise his concerns at Business and Trade Questions on the 30th of October.
For me to try and get everybody in, the questions will have to be shorter. Urinda, just show us how it's done.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Penn Cricket Club in my constituency of Wolverhampton West has been under an Environment Agency stop notice since July 2022 after soil was wrongly imported onto its grounds, and nothing much has happened since then. So can the Leader of the House please support my attempt to encourage the Environment Agency to complete their investigations so that my constituents can get their cricket club back?
I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear of the concern. I understand that the Environment Agency Area Director for the West Midlands East, Mr Ian Jones, would be more than happy to meet with my honourable friend and his constituencies to take this forward, but I will also ensure that DEFRA ministers are made aware of the situation.
Christine Sullivan.
Community Development Trust is at the heart of the town, providing many vital services for local residents, including a community fridge and garden. Last Saturday, Charlotte, David and the team hosted their first charity ball, raising over £7,000 for local projects. Will the Leader of the House make a statement on the benefits of community projects and congratulate the Whitburn team, and join me in thanking Ben Murphy and John Devlin, two founding directors who recently stood down after many years of service to the town?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to send my congratulations not just to Ben and John for their many years of service, but to everyone associated with this. Community development trusts are really important for local communities, and they are, as I've said before, the thread that holds communities together. So I'm happy to send my congratulations and to wish them well.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nepal has seen so much change in recent weeks. Widespread protests around corruption very sadly led to 72 people losing their lives, with many more injured. But on a more positive note, a new interim government has been peacefully formed, including the historic appointment of the country's first woman Prime Minister, Sushila Karki. I know how deeply this is felt as chair of the APPG for Nepal across our Nepalese community in the UK and in our sister nation. Will the Leader of the House join me in offering condolences to those who have lost loved ones, welcome the new interim government and find time for a debate on how the UK can best support Nepal in delivering on their aspirations for accountability and inclusive government?
I thank you for your work on this matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, and certainly condemn the recent loss of life and violence in Nepal, which is appalling. The government supports fundamental freedoms and respect for human rights, including the right to protest and peaceful assembly, and I'm sure the government, the Foreign Office will have heard her remarks.
Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader join me in congratulating the Hindu, Sikh, Jain and Buddhist communities, Councillors Ish Mistry, Senthil Karadia, Rugby First, Rugby Borough Council, Kaya Joshi, the marshals, volunteers and participants on stage at their very successful Diwali celebration held on Saturday and enjoyed by all Rugbyans. Diwali symbolises light over darkness and reflects the wider need for understanding in our community. So could he consider time for a debate on all we can do to boost community cohesion and counter the forces that seek to divide us?
I'm pleased to hear of the Diwali celebrations in Rugby, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not going to repeat the list of all involved because you'd be calling me out, but I'm sure there will be a fantastic event, and I wish everyone celebrating Diwali a happy Diwali. Community cohesion is going to become even more important as we go forward, and I would recommend to my honourable friend that he seeks a debate so that we can start to build our way to better social cohesion.
Dave Robertson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Arthur Terry Learning Partnership is an academy trust with 24 schools across the West Midlands, including 5 primary schools and alternative provision and my old secondary school in Lichfield. Last year the trust was bailed out by the Department for Education, and last Friday they wrote to all of their staff inviting applications for voluntary redundancies, suggesting there may be compulsory redundancies to follow. This is a huge worry not only for those hard-working staff but for parents, pupils and the community. I've reached out to the other affected members, the honourable members for Tamworth, Birmingham, Erdington, Birmingham, Perry Barr, North Warwickshire and Bedith, and Coventry North West, as I know they share some of my concerns. Can the leader arrange for me to meet with the relevant minister with those other members so that we can talk about how we can make sure that the trust is supported to continue to deliver the best possible education?
These are always distressing situations, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will draw it to the attention of the department, and hopefully he will get the meeting that he seeks.
Jane Kirkham. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency is lucky to have good school libraries like those at King Charles School, run by talented librarians like Emma Seeger, who can get anyone reading. They also provide calm, supervised spaces for students, and so I was delighted to hear the Chancellor's commitment to a library in every primary at our conference. Will the leader grant a debate on the benefits of school libraries or a statement to confirm the steps in the process to enable primary schools like mine in Flushing, who want to create a school library, to be able to do so?
Reading is transformative, Madam Deputy Speaker, and every child should have access to a library space, which is why we've committed to providing £10 million to guarantee a library in all primary schools by the end of this Parliament, and I invite my honourable friend to call for a debate so that it can be discussed how that investment can best be used.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, the CQC published a shocking report on Colchester Hospital, which found the safety of aspects of medical and emergency care there to be inadequate. Would the Leader of the House provide time for debate on ensuring that record levels of investment in our NHS is actually reaching frontline staff and patients?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are investing record money, but it is the case that unfortunately the stories like this do emerge, and they are extraordinarily distressing. I understand my honourable friend is meeting a number of stakeholders regarding this report. I would invite her to attend health questions next Tuesday and make these points, but also perhaps to apply for an adjournment debate, which I'm sure will be well attended.
James Naish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, Rebecca Dowdeswell, has a small business, Naked, NKD, which has incurred over £30,000 plus VAT in legal fees, fighting L'Oreal in a dispute over a mark she's been using for over 15 years, longer than L'Oreal has been using its Naked, N-A-K-E-D, brand in the UK. This dispute is an example of a David versus Goliath situation where small businesses absorb huge time, cost and stresses to protect their intellectual property. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that it's important that small businesses are supported to protect their IP? And would he ensure time for members to influence the government's small business plan announced over the summer?
I agree, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's important that we support small businesses. They're so vital to the success of our economy. The government's backing your business plan commits the Intellectual Property Office to strengthening intellectual property support for small businesses. I will write to the relevant department and ensure that my honourable friend gets a response.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House would join me in expressing our deepest condolences following the sad passing of the People's Champion Ricky Hatton, a man who inspired millions with his courage in the ring and his honesty outside it. My thoughts are with Ricky's family at this time. In his memory, those closest to him have launched the Ricky Hatton Foundation, dedicated to supporting the mental health and well-being of current and former sports people. So will the Leader in the House join me in paying tribute to Ricky's remarkable career and contribution to British sport, and wishing the new foundation every success in building a lasting legacy for Ricky?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do join my honourable friend in paying tribute to Ricky Hatton, who was a remarkable character and a remarkable sportsman. And I wish the foundation every success, and I'm sure my honourable friend will continue to give it the attention that it deserves.
Paul Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently, I attended the Pennine Domestic Abuse Partnership's 50th anniversary event, Magnificent Menopause. The event celebrated the resilience of menopausal women. While marking Menopause Month, World Menopause Month, will the Leader of the House congratulate PDUP's outstanding work, and can we have a government statement on what steps are being taken to advance menopause research?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do congratulate the partnership's fantastic achievement. Women have experienced symptoms of menopause have been failed for far too long, and the National Institute for Health and Social Care has invested an extra £5 million into menopause care. But if he wants to hear a government response in quick time, there is a Westminster Hall debate later today on World Menopause Day. He may wish to contribute to that, but also to hear what the Minister's got to say.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent in Glasgow West, an elderly gentleman in his 90s, recently tried to change his energy tariff to one that was cheaper. Unfortunately, when he applied, it transpired that he could only do that if he was online, something that wasn't possible for him to be. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this is an unacceptable form of digital exclusion, and can he suggest how we might try to address it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a very important matter. Digital inclusion is a priority for the government. It's important that everyone has access so that they can engage in a modern digital society, whatever their circumstances happen to be. We have published the Digital Inclusion Action Plan to tackle digital exclusion and ensuring that everyone is able to access the services that they need.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the recent Fair Trade Fortnight, many constituents contacted me about their concerns about the need for good business practices. Will the Leader of the House schedule government time for a debate on mandatory due diligence to protect against corporate harms and ensure UK companies are held accountable for abuses in their global supply chains?
Leader.
Businesses must conduct proper due diligence, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we understand the concern of his constituents because it's widely felt across the country. He may know that we've launched a review into responsible business conduct as part of our trade strategy, and he may wish to seek either a backbench or adjournment debate to highlight these matters.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Saturday morning, I met residents concerned about persistent antisocial behaviour, drug dealing and underage vaping. I'm trying to get the solutions they need by arranging a community meeting with the police. How can I use the government's new powers to limit vape shops and barbers in particular areas so that residents of Warwick, Wickenham and Hannington Roads, York Place and surrounding streets can finally feel safe?
This is unfortunately an all too familiar story, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we are committed to cracking down on antisocial behaviour in our communities. As the Minister for Communities set out yesterday, the Pride in Place programme will give communities the power to block unwanted shops, including vape stores and fake barbers. And we're also bringing in new laws to crack down on dodgy vape shops through the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, which is undertaking its Lord's stages.
Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of meeting the SBA Unity racing team from Scarborough UTC, who came third at the STEM Racing World Finals in Singapore. The Scarborough team raised a whopping £30,000 to compete, while the teams from Germany and Australia who beat them had financial support from their governments. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating students Jack, Mandy, Ryan, Billy and Joey on their outstanding achievement, flying the flag, not just for Scarborough, but for the UK?
I will, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank Scarborough's SBA Unity Racing team for their fantastic success. I send my congratulations to the whole team. We know about the importance of STEM, so I'll ensure that the Secretary of State for Education learns about their success, but also to re-emphasise why this is a fantastic opportunity for young people.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During recess, I became the first interviewee of my constituent Brendan Woodbridge, an inspiring, disabled 19-year-old who aspires to be a freelance journalist to spotlight accessible places and services so people like him don't feel trapped at home. Brendan and his mom Natalie told me that when leaving the nurturing school environment, there's often nothing for young people like him to go on to. So could the Leader of the House grant a debate on educational and job opportunities for disabled adults?
I wish the honourable gentleman's constituent all the best in his journalistic ambitions. We are, as a government, committed to breaking down barriers and to support every young people in their education as they move into adult life. And it doesn't matter where they are and what background they have. They all deserve that support. I'm sure this would be a popular backbench debate should my honourable friend wish to apply for one.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thameside Theatre in Grays is the only public purpose-built theatre in Thurrock, and it has provided a vital cultural asset and included a first experience of the performing arts for a number of people, including myself, who trod the boards there for 5 years as a member of Thurrock's Scout and Guides local gang show. My colleagues on Thurrock Council were desperately searching for a way to secure the long-term future of this theatre and the wider complex, recognising that once it's gone, it's gone. Will the Leader allow a debate in government time to talk about the vital importance of such cultural assets such as community theatres and how we can work together to ensure their sustainability?
Local theatre and community theatres are so important to communities, Madam Deputy Speaker, in all sorts of ways, not least in giving confidence to young people who come forward and take part in events and in shows. My honourable friend can seek a debate on these matters because it's, I'm sure, shared across the House, but I'll also raise her concerns with the relevant minister.
Myers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Chris is a local police officer who's had to take on vast amounts of overtime in order to be able to afford his CMS payments. He's one of many constituents who have raised with me the issues in the CMS, and so can the Leader secure some time for us to debate this issue to make sure that parents and their children are being supported properly?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue, and I'm very sorry to hear about Chris's situation. I understand my honourable friend may be in correspondence with the department and may be either awaiting a reply or may just have got one. DWP orals are next week, but I would, depending on those things, suggest that he follows it up either by meeting ministers in the department or by seeking a debate on the matter, because it will be shared concern across the House.
Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many will have been engrossed by the programme The Summer I Turned Pretty. I'm personally Team Conrad. He's shown a new audience that therapy is accessible to young men in a world that still shames our emotions. Would the Leader of the House allocate time for a debate on improving access to therapy and mental health support for men?
Leader.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to champion mental health, particularly, I have to say, for men and young boys who are often find it difficult to open up their emotions on these matters. Our forthcoming men's health strategy will set out how we can find ways to promote healthy behaviour and improve outcomes for conditions that hit men and boys. And should my honourable friend seek a debate, then he may hear that our plans from the Minister.
Steve Yam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 11-year-old Jake from my constituency, who has special educational needs and disabilities, including Down syndrome, has been left without appropriate schooling provision for this year because of the failings of Nottinghamshire County Council. Would the Leader of the House agree with me that children like Jake should not be left behind? And can the government find time to hold a debate on how we can deliver the provision that's needed for young people with SEND like my constituent?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this important matter. The government believes that the SEND system is broken. It doesn't work for children and it doesn't work for their carers. As part of our plan for change, we're committed to creating a new system that truly supports every child, and we'll be setting out our approach in the forthcoming Schools White Paper. I do, however, understand from my own constituency how people who are involved at the forefront of this find it hard to know why they have to wait. We've announced an extra £1 billion in extra funding to help schools with additional costs they face, including SEND provision. And I would encourage whichever authority has the power to spend that money, that they spend it wisely and quickly.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Leader of the House if he will join me in congratulating the great town of Paisley in my constituency on being shortlisted for the Scotland Loves Local Town of the Year award? Yeah. And will he go further and throw his full support behind Paisley's nomination as the best local town in Scotland?
There's a certain risk in doing that, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I will do it. But I'll certainly join my honourable friend in congratulating Paisley. I wish them the best of luck. She raises the important point about pride in communities, and I'm sure her constituents are proud. I hope that that is recognised, and also that she is a proud champion for Paisley.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've recently hosted a series of meetings with parents and teachers on the SEND system, but there was one moment that was most striking of all. I asked a room full of parents how many of them knew or suspected that their child had additional needs before the age of 5. Every single hand went up. So would the Leader of the House consider giving time to a debate dedicated to the importance of early intervention in the SEND system so that we identify problems and support parents and children as early as we possibly can?
Leader.
Early intervention is absolutely crucial, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is why the government is giving such attention to improving the SEND system, which I've just said we believe isn't broken and isn't working. DFE orals are on Monday. I'd invite my honourable friend to raise this matter then, but also think about a debate on the issue, because this is an issue which will not go away, and the government is determined to do something about it.
Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Throughout the year, I've been working with residents in Astley in my constituency. 4 large warehouses, each measuring up to 60 feet high, are being built close to hundreds of houses and a primary school. Although they have planning consent from the local authority, residents are rightly concerned that the consultation process was not adequate. Will the Leader of the House consider a debate on the consultation requirements for large developments to ensure that the voices of residents, such as my constituents in Astley, are heard?
Leader.
The government expects, Madam Deputy Speaker, local authorities to engage meaningfully with residents when it comes to planning, and planning law requires local planning authorities to notify neighbours regarding planning applications, either by site notice or letter, and to publish information about the application on a website. My honourable friend may wish to seek a debate on these matters, not just to highlight the concerns of his constituents, for whom he is a great champion, but also to see what the Minister's response is going to be.
Final question, Brian Leishman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As an enthusiastic but error-prone goalkeeper and being a golf professional for 23 years, many would say that I have still to find a sport that I am any good at. And they'd be absolutely correct. But someone from my constituency who is excellent at sport is Ruby Henderson from Sauchie. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Ruby for winning a silver and a bronze medal at last week's World Taekwondo Youth Championships in Croatia?
Wow, Leader.
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker, and as you can see, I never found a sport I was very good at either. But absolutely, success at sport is fantastic, particularly for young people. It's such an important part of growing confidence and giving pride. And I'm sure that Rudy's family and friends and whole community are extraordinarily proud of their achievement.
That is the end of business questions. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over, and we'll get on to business of the day. I rattled through as fast as I could go. I know. If the front benches are finally ready and colleagues are quiet and in their places, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill, second reading.
No.
Minister to move, second reading, Minister.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time. I rise to open this debate on the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill, a landmark piece of legislation that will implement obligations in the United Nations BBNJ agreement into UK law and enable us to move towards ratification of this historic agreement. I'm sure this bill will be welcomed by members across all sides of the House. And before I begin, I would like to particularly recognise the contribution of members, particularly those in the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee, the Environment Audit Committee and the Ocean APPG, who have kept oceans issues high on the parliamentary agenda, and of course, and in all fairness, Madam Deputy Speaker, pay tribute to the previous government who did a lot of work towards this bill as well. I am also personally proud that we are turning words into action. There was a debate in April 2024 where we were debating this and I was the Shadow Minister, and I did make the commitment that if Labour were lucky enough to win the election, we would fulfil ratification of this treaty. So I'm very pleased to stand here today and say we are. I know there will be those in civil societies, academia and industry that will be delighted to see the introduction of this bill. Organisations like the National Oceanography Centre, the Natural History Museum have provided invaluable support to the UK delegation. And I'd also like to thank the High Seas Alliance and the WWF for their unwavering commitment and many other environmental NGOs. The BBNJ agreement is a result of years of dialogue and negotiation involving stakeholders from all around the world. In fact, I was just hearing this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the negotiation started in 2012, so it's been quite a while to get to this point. The UK's role in these negotiations was informed by the expertise and passion of marine scientists, legal scholars and environmental advocates, and I'd like to thank them all for their contributions. Madam Deputy Speaker, the BBNJ agreement has achieved the 60 ratifications required for its entry into force, and this will happen on the 17th of January 2026. We expect the first meeting of the Conference of the Parties to take place later in 2026, and the UK can only attend this meeting as a party if it has ratified the agreement at least 30 days previously. Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way, and she's absolutely right to say that there's support across the House for this really important piece of legislation. I think she's right also to pay tribute to the previous government for some of the work they've done. But it is true to say that despite in the last Parliament there being many times where this Parliament didn't have a great deal to debate, we never actually did get this on the statute book. And right now, just over 1 year into this government, when there is a tremendous amount of additional legislation it could have, we have managed to find the time to get this through. So I pay tribute to her, and I think it's worth taking that bit of credit that we are now doing something that hadn't previously been done.
Minister Hardy.
Well, I mean, I can't disagree with my honourable friend for that, can I? And I thank him for his comments. And as I said, it was something I personally committed to when I was a shadow spokesperson. So it meant a lot to me to be able to stand here today and say I fulfilled that promise made in opposition and now into government. Now, we need to pass this bill and the associated secondary legislation before we can take the next steps to ratification. So it's not just about the passage of this bill, it's the SIs that will follow it. So I know that all sides of the House want to see the UK playing a leading role in future discussions of Conference of the Parties, and that's why we must maintain momentum. This bill marks a significant step in the UK's commitment to protecting 2/3 of the world's ocean, which lie beyond the jurisdiction of a single nation. From one of the heaviest fish, the sunfish, to the delicate sea butterfly, this vast expanse of ocean is home to extraordinary biodiversity and ecosystems that are vital to the health of our planet. It sustains fisheries that feed billions, it underpins weather patterns, coastal protections, and the livelihoods of people across the globe. But these areas of the ocean are vulnerable to exploitation, derogation, and irreversible harm.
Can I, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I agree with the Minister that it's so important in terms of her engagement with various stakeholders and the environmental NGOs, academics and universities? That's crucial. Can I also acknowledge the parts of the bill that underline the role of devolved administrations and the important work that's got to be done? Can she assure me that her officials will be working closely with the devolved administrations on this international impact, and that will be something that continues throughout this piece of legislation?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I can offer him that reassurance, and that's an important point well made. So the BBNG marks a historic breakthrough, a multilateral treaty adopted under the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, designed to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And I'll go into more detail about the bill and what it includes. So this agreement delivers on 4 critical fronts. First, it established new obligations to share the benefits arising from research into and the use of marine genetic resources from these ocean areas. Second, it creates a mechanism to establish area-based management tools, including marine protected areas, essential steps to safeguard fragile ecosystems.
thank the Minister very much for giving way. It is great that the UK is finally ratifying this treaty, and it's also great to hear the Minister start to talk about the benefits of marine protected areas. But if this bill is to signify a new invigorated government focus on protecting our precious marine environment, does she not agree with me that the terrible destructive fishing practice of bottom trawling, which obliterates vital habitats on our seabed, it makes a mockery of the entire term marine protected area that the UK government has ignored the Environmental Audit Committee's advice to ban bottom trawling from our own marine protected areas?
Minister Hardy.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. Of course, domestic marine protected areas are not within the remit of this bill because we're talking about areas beyond national jurisdiction. And what I can say that the UK government has done is we've introduced a consultation which is looking at banning bottom trawling in 41 of our marine protected areas, and that consultation is out now. So we're showing not only our commitment to oceans on an international scale, but our commitment to oceans on a national scale as well. Third, it strengthens the framework for environmental impact assessments, building on the provisions of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, to ensure that new activities in these areas are sustainable and responsible. And fourth, it reinforced capacity building for developing states and promotes broader technological transfer. So the journey for the agreement started with an ad hoc informal working group in 2006 to a preparatory commission that worked through 2016 and 17, culminating in a formal intergovernment conference which negotiated the text between 2018 and 23. And the UK has already played a leading role in shaping this agreement over the course of more than a decade of negotiations. And in September 23, we were one of the first countries to sign the agreement when it opens for signature at the UN. And today, through this bill, the UK takes a major step towards ratification. So let me begin by outlining the structure of the bill. The bill is divided into 5 parts. Parts 2, 3 and 4 are designed to correspond and give effect to the 3 core sections of the BBNG agreement relating to marine, genetic resources, area-based management tool and environmental impact assessments.
First of all, can I thank the Minister for bringing forward and for her deep interest in this subject matter, and we're all very impressed by what the Minister does, and thank her for that. Further to the question or intervention the Honourable Gentleman for Arbroath made in relation to fishing, and particularly marine biodiversity is the lifeblood of the fishing industry. As an MP of a coastal community, as the Honourable Arbroath and I both are, we have often said that the fishermen are the greatest natural caretakers of the sea. So does and will the Minister agree that the input of the fishing sector and the generational knowledge that they have is essential as we move forward? Thank you so much.
Mr Hardy.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and of course I pay tribute to all of the fishermen throughout our country and in the United Kingdom who play such a vital role in helping to feed our nation. So this bill also ensures the UK has the necessary powers to implement decisions adopted at future meetings of the BBNJ Conference of the Parties, beginning with the marine genetic resource provision. Part 2 of the bill sets out the requirements related to the collection and use of marine genetic resources from areas beyond national jurisdiction and digital sequence information generated on those marine genetic resources. These measures mean that the UK researchers conducting collection activities from UK craft or equipment, such as Royal Research Ships or Autonomous Systems, will need to notify a national focal point within the FCDO before and after the collection of these resources. Additionally, any users of marine genetic resources or digital sequence information will need to notify the national focal point once results of utilisation are available and make those results available in publicly accessible repositories or databases. The results of utilisation, including publications like journal articles and patents granted detailing the outcome of research and development on these resources. These notifications will provide valuable data on material collected and on the results of research in areas beyond national jurisdiction. These notifications will be passed on to a clearinghouse mechanism, a core part of the future architecture of the BBNJ agreement. The clearinghouse mechanism will act as a global online notification hub, where parties to the agreement will submit their notifications, allowing researchers from the UK and elsewhere to see what is being collected, from where, and how it is being used. This function is key to the benefit-sharing mechanisms under the agreement, enabling researchers from developing countries to work from the same scientific data as a researcher in the UK. This will also facilitate the development of cross-national research groups crucial to supporting breakthrough scientific discoveries. The measures in the bill also require repositories and institutions holding marine genetic resources to provide access to samples under reasonable conditions. This will apply to bodies like the Natural History Museum, the Natural Oceanography Centre and UK universities. Similarly, UK databases containing digital sequence information from marine genetic resources will need to ensure public access. Marine genetic resources may hold the future to key medicines, enzymes and sustainable technologies. This is a fast-growing global sector and our universities and biotech firms are world leaders. Taken together, these measures will allow our researchers and companies to remain at the cutting edge of marine genetic discovery, benefiting from and contributing to global research in this space. Part 3 of the bill provides powers to allow the UK to implement internationally agreed measures in relation to marine protected areas and other area-based management tools established in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Any such measures will be agreed in meetings of the Conference of the Parties and will aim to manage activities in geographically defined areas of the ocean to achieve conservation and sustainable use objectives. This part of the bill also ensures that the UK is able to implement any emergency measures adopted by the Conference of the Parties to respond to any natural or man-made disasters in areas beyond national jurisdiction, which may require, for example, restrictions on navigation of UK ships or discharges from UK crafts. Part 4 of the bill updates domestic marine licensing legislation to meet the environmental impact assessment requirements set out in the agreement. These changes apply to licensable marine activities that take place in areas beyond national jurisdiction. It provides the power needed to adapt the UK's domestic licensing, marine licensing and related environmental assessment system as new international standards and guidelines are agreed by the BB&J Conference of the Parties. For example, this may include applying the latest standards for environmental assessments or for the ongoing monitoring of impacts. In short, this will future-proof the UK's marine licensing legislation, ensuring we can keep pace with emerging technologies and activities in areas beyond national jurisdiction. In addition to the BB&J bill, secondary legislation is required before the UK can formally ratify the BB&J agreement. We will need to make changes to domestic legislation in order to implement the BB&J agreement provisions relating to environmental impact assessments and to define digital sequence information. These issues require engagement with stakeholders and statutory instruments will be laid before Parliament and after the bill receives royal assent. Once the secondary legislation is in force, a standard 6-week process allows to finalise the instrument of ratification, which includes signature and a formal submission to the United Nations. Madam Deputy Speaker, the provisions within the bill may appear to be narrow and technical, but once implemented, they will enable the UK to participate fully in global efforts to conserve and sustainably use the ocean beyond national jurisdiction. Working with our international partners, the BB&J agreement will allow us to safeguard fragile ecosystems, protect endangered species, and ensure that scientific benefits are shared fairly and responsibly. This bill is rooted in this government's broader environmental and international goals. We are protecting and improving the marine environment at home and internationally to meet the global commitment to protect 30% of the world's ocean by 2030, and this bill is a key instrument in delivering that goal. This bill supports our efforts to maintain multilateral agreements and international governance as the bedrock of our global community and to address collectively the biggest issues of our generation: climate change, food insecurity and harm to marine environments, issues that affect not just the UK but every nation on earth. I hope that members will recognise the urgency and importance of this moment. The ocean cannot wait and the consequences of inaction are profound. This bill is an opportunity to act, to protect marine life, to support sustainable development and to ensure that the benefits of the ocean are shared fairly and responsibly. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister, Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I begin by thanking the Minister for her explanation of this bill. It is a very important piece of legislation, and I thank her for acknowledging that this started under the previous government. I hope there will be a consensus, but there are many questions to be answered, and we need to go into this legislation in a lot of detail to make sure that there are not unintended consequences. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody in this House doubts the importance of protecting our oceans. They belong to us all. The high seas belong to every nation on this planet, and the United Kingdom, as a proud seafaring nation and a world leader in natural sciences, with no less than 16 overseas territories spanning, for now at least, all 5 of the world's major oceans, has always led the world in safeguarding them. The protection of our oceans is one of the defining challenges of our age. 2/3 of the world's oceans lie beyond the jurisdiction of any single nation. And those waters are home to a vast array of life that sustain the planet's ecosystems. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain depends on the seas for our trade. It has been a moat for our national security, and it has been our bridge to the wider world. We therefore have not only a moral duty to protect them, but also a strategic one. One of the core values of the small c conservatism that I believe in, as the name suggests, is to conserve things that truly matter. This is not only something that applies to our institutions and our way of life here in these islands, but also the preservation of our green and pleasant land, and in this case, that of the marine biodiversity, so that we can hand on to our descendants the natural beauty that I know we all cherish. Yeah. And that principle is certainly not in question today by anyone in this House of any party. And nowhere is that record clearer than in the crown jewel of our leadership on the environment than in the Blue Belt programme. Through it, the United Kingdom and our overseas territories have created over 4.4 million square kilometres of marine protected areas from the South Atlantic and the Pacific to the Indian Ocean. These waters safeguard king penguins on the Falkland Islands, the green turtles on Ascension Island, and grey reef sharks on the Pitcairn Islands, and countless other species across the globe. I've had the privilege to visit both the Falkland Islands and Ascension Islands, and to see the amazing biodiversity that we are responsible for, and the oceans around those territories are vital to protect. It is one of the largest networks of protected ocean on Earth, and it exists because of British leadership. Yeah. Alongside the governments of the British overseas territories, we granted those creatures and their habitats protection from exploitation by others, protection from industrial fishing fleets, from countries that would plunder our resources without a second thought. And that is something this nation should be immensely proud of. I will, certainly.
I listened carefully to what he's saying, and he's absolutely right in relation to the Blue Belt. But I wondered whether or not he therefore regretted, in all the debates that we've had about the Chagos Islands, that the party opposite have not raised the importance of the conservation of the fish stocks and the biodiversity around those islands.
Well, the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm afraid, is incorrect. We have raised these issues on many occasions. I have personally raised them on countless occasions over the years, and before too long, the Right Honourable Member will hear a bit more about the Chagos Islands and the importance of protecting marine stocks and biodiversity in that part of the world. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear that the government, at this stage, despite what's been said today, is riding roughshod over that record, undermining those very principles through their abject surrender of one of those marine protected areas. The British Indian Ocean Territory may look like a scattering of remote sea atolls in a far-flung region of the planet, but they are home to 640,000 square kilometres of ocean, one of the most pristine marine ecosystems on the Earth, an area of ocean the size of France, and within it live more than 1,000 species of fish, over 200 species of coral, and which I've had the opportunity to see for myself in 2019 when I visited the Chagos Islands, and especially the atoll of Peros Banos, where I was greeted by the wonderful Chagosian coconut crabs as I jumped out of the dinghy and walked onto the beach and into the uninhabited island that we shamefully refused to allow the people to live there and forced them to leave their homes all those years ago. And so it is waters, in its waters, shelter seabirds, turtles, dolphins. It is an environmental treasure that the world envies and that Britain has rightly protected over so many years, of course.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way? Is he aware that Mauritius is actually one of the early signatories of the UN Global Oceans Treaty? Oh. And so, therefore, I'm not sure what his point is.
I think the honourable member should examine how Mauritius actually behave in reality, and I'll come on to that a bit later. I think that it is very clear that if you want a nation that's actually going to take these issues seriously, it's the United Kingdom. It's easy to sign a treaty, it's not so easy to follow that through in practice. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe in an act of historic folly, this government are to hand that amazing territory over to Mauritius. That nation does not have a record, the capability or the will to protect such a fragile environment. Its own waters have suffered from overfishing and poor enforcement, and its close alignment with China and indeed India should concern anyone who cares about the Indian Ocean's future. Indeed, the evidence speaks for itself. In the 2024 Environmental Performance Index, Mauritius ranked 109th in marine key biodiversity area protection with a score of just 0.8 out of 100, 83rd for the marine habitat protection and 131st for marine protection stringency, down nearly 78%. Are these the credentials of a nation ready to steward one of the world's most delicate ecosystems? The government appears to think so. I disagree. Yes, I'll certainly give way.
I was just wondering whether he finds himself in the wrong debate.
Order. I am overseeing the debate. If it was the wrong debate, I would have pointed it out. Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some of us do care about our British overseas territories and marine environment. Some of us have argued for this for many, many years, as have many on the other side of the chamber. And I do think that if we are to take this seriously, we need to take our responsibilities seriously. And otherwise, it is future generations, not just in this country, but across the world, who will look back at this debate and think, actually, in what we're doing today, and actually think, what on earth were they doing, giving away such a vital part of the planet that we are responsible for. So, if I may continue. So, either the government truly believe Mauritius will reverse course and persuade China to respect marine protected area, or, as I'm afraid the Chagos Surrender Treaty implies, we shall end up doing the heavy lifting while paying for the privilege. Forgive me for not being entirely convinced, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I do not believe that these are the statistics of a nation ready to take on the responsibility of one of the world's most delicate marine ecosystems. Now, scientific assessments show that live coral cover in Mauritian waters have fallen by up to 70% in the late 1990s, while coastal erosion and reef degradation continue unchecked. A United Nations review in 2022 found that environmental laws on paper enforcement is inconsistent, community involvement is limited, and responses to emerging threats such as ocean acidification remain inadequate. And unbelievably, seabirds, seagrass beds, vital carbon storage, which is vital for carbon storage, and marine biodiversity are still cleared to make way for tourism development. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, is it really the Environmental Guardian that ministers entrust with 640,000 square kilometres of some of the most pristine ocean on earth? It beggars belief. And we need to look around the world to see what happens when Chinese fishing interests move in. In Ecuador, thousands of octopuses and sharks have been left dead on the shore because of illegal fishing by Chinese vessels. We need to guard against this in future. Off the coast of Ghana, fishermen's catches have fallen by 40% due to Chinese bottom trawlers decimating local fish stocks around the Korean peninsula. Squid populations have collapsed by 70%. And I hope that this legislation and this agreement will help to protect the oceans around the world and countries where there are no protections taking place at the moment. So if the Chagos Islands are handed over, the same fleets will soon appear in some of those waters, and Chagos will be at the mercy of exploitation. This is the context in which the House considers the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. It runs to 26 sections, as the Minister has spoken about, so it's impossible to run through them all today, but no doubt in the committee stage we will look at these in greater detail. There are, however, several points that must be added to the debate today. On ratification, when will it happen? Section 25 of the bill indeed provides for the commencement of regulation, but without any statutory deadline or parliamentary trigger, leaving ratification entirely at the discretion of the Secretary of State. To add to that, the bill specifically, sections 9 and 11, grants far-reaching powers to the Secretary of State to make regulations to amend existing acts of Parliament by secondary legislation. Where then is Parliament's role in that? How will the House scrutinise decisions taken by the Conference of Parties under the agreement? Will we be consulted before international rules are imposed on British institutions and industries? Will British waters or those of our overseas territories ever fall under the jurisdiction of foreign or a supranational regulator? We surely cannot allow global bureaucracy to override British parliamentary sovereignty. And beyond that question of control lies the spectre of bureaucracy itself. Sections 2 and 3 impose heavy reporting duties on marine research and genetic sampling. Section 16 allows still more procedures by regulation. So, has the Department assessed what this will cost in time and money for our scientists, shipping operators, and legitimate researchers? How will small British enterprises compete if they face mountains of paperwork, while less scrupulous nations exploit the same waters freely? We all support high standards, but in the world we currently live in, we cannot afford to lose innovation or competitiveness. Then there is the matter of expense. The impact assessment admits that compliance, licensing, enforcement will not be cheap, yet provides little detail on who pays. At a time of fiscal restraint, with every department, when every department must justify every pound spent, can the Minister explain whether this will truly be the best use of taxpayers' money? How much will it cost to implement the BBNJ regime in full? Will the task of monitoring fall to the Royal Navy or the Marine Management Organisation? And what extra resources will they receive to do the job? What is the cost-benefit ratio, and has the government assessed whether there could be indirect impacts on the taxpayer? And what are the impact on British industries, on fishermen, on offshore energy and biotechnology? And so, can the Minister assure us that British fishermen will not face restrictions, that our energy sector will not be burdened by impractical licensing, and demands that our biotech pioneers will not find their discoveries trapped in international bureaucracy.
I thank the honourable gentleman giving way, and I wonder if I could offer some helpful clarity for this debate. So this debate is on BBNJ. This debate is on beyond national jurisdiction, beyond giving a clue to the fact that it's not in British waters. So therefore the points raised about how much impact the high seas will have on offshore wind development might not be entirely valid, and the points made about the impact on British fishermen fishing in UK waters, again, might not be covered by the beyond national jurisdiction International Ocean Treaty. So I wonder if it might be helpful that if alongside the bill he reads the explanatory notes.
Well, I think the Minister will have plenty of time to explain all these questions in detail at committee stage. This is second reading, and this is where we actually raise issues of concern. So I look forward to committee stage, and I look forward to all my questions, if not today, being answered at that stage of the bill. But I do thank her for her intervention. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what safeguards will protect British intellectual property in marine genetic research? Will the benefit-sharing provisions prevent our scientists from developing the fruits of their own work? And will other nations shoulder equal obligations, or will Britain be left carrying the cost because we are doing the right thing and others are not? Our research institutions are some of the most prestigious global leaders in the marine sector, whether that's the Natural History Museum, the National Oceanography Centre, or our magnificent universities. And so, first and foremost, there must be a guarantee from the government that this bill does not drown them in red tape. Section 20 rightly extends the bill's provision to the British Overseas Territories. They are, as I've said before, central to our environmental success story, from the Pitcairn Islands with their 35 residents to Tristan da Cunha, home to barely 240 residents. These far-flung Britons have shown what small communities can achieve for global conservation when they have British support. But how can they have confidence in the government's assurances when they witness what is happening in Chagos? If ministers are willing to trade away one British territory without consultation or consent, what message does that send to the rest? Madam Deputy Speaker, I would remind the House that conservation with the loss of sovereignty and without credible means of enforcement is a hollow virtue. The United Kingdom has a record to be proud of, from Captain Cook to David Attenborough, and so we must build on that record and not undermine it with rushed ratification. If ministers will answer the questions that I have laid out, if they will commit in statute to parliamentary oversight, a full-costed implementation plan, explicit safeguards to British science and intellectual property, and legally enforceable protections for the British Overseas Territories, then many on these benches will consider how to support measures that genuinely conserve our seas. If they will not, then I and others...
Yes. Rosendale, can I just check you're nearing your conclusion? Marvellous, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you. I was literally about to get there, Madam Deputy Speaker. So if they will not, I and others will oppose any step that weakens Britain's hand. I end, Madam Deputy Speaker, where I began. Our principles on this side of the House, as Conservatives, is that we want to conserve and keep safe, to steward and defend what we are responsible for. We must be true to that principle. We must continue to act as custodians of the seas in a way that respects our sovereignty, honours our obligations to our descendants, and protects the livelihoods and ecosystems that depends on the United Kingdom.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm really proud to be standing here today because it is an incredibly historic day for ocean conservation. And let us make no mistake, the world's oceans are under significant threat. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change estimates that if global warming reaches 1.5 degrees, 70% of coral reefs will die. If temperatures rise by 2 degrees, as now sadly looks likely, the 99% of the Earth's coral reefs will die. Coral reefs are not just a pretty thing that we go diving on. They're incredibly complex and important ecosystems. They're fish nurseries, but they also provide very significant protection for the islanders, both from adverse weather, but also from sea level rises. Other threats: illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. It's decimating fish populations across the globe. Deep-sea mining threatens to cause damage from ecosystems which will take decades to recover from. Currently, 2/3 of the ocean lie outside of jurisdictions of national states, and that's what this bill is focusing on. For the health of oceans and the planet as a whole, it is crucial that the international community develops ways of ensuring that these areas are not subject to lawless exploitation, as is currently happening. And I will, of course, give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And in January this year, as chair of the International Development Committee, she wrote to the government to push the government to ratify the Global Oceans Treaty. So I thank her as chair of my committee for her efforts on this front. But if I recall correctly at the time, our committee's work highlighted that the UK had to work globally because there are 3 billion people who depend on the oceans for work, and especially it's the poorer, smaller, developing nations that need to do that. And so does she agree with me that this is a vital step forward for the future of especially the small island developing states, but that the government must push others who have signed up to this treaty to ratify it?
I thank my honourable friend and colleague. And yes, you're absolutely right. And that's why today is so historic, because this is the UK taking that leadership role and hopefully corralling some of the other countries that are more reticent to do the right thing, to do the right thing. You mentioned our committee, the International Development Committee, and also the all-party Parliamentary Group for the Ocean, both of which I chair, have long been calling on both the previous government and this government to put in place the necessary legislation to ratify these agreements. To have finally reached this point is a credit to the ministers, particularly our water minister, but also the Minister for the International Indo-Pacific, and indeed the Minister of State for International Development. In an era of international fragmentation, I'm relieved that 145 states have come together to forge this agreement and to safeguard it for a global public good. Already, as my honourable friend alluded to, 75 countries have taken that next step of ratifying. And can I personally say that I'm very proud that Minister Hardy, in opposition, was championing this, and actually has delivered to her word and in government is leading this ratification. Thank you. As a seafaring nation and a centre of expertise in maritime law, the UK is perfectly placed to lead the charge to protect the world's oceans. Sadly, we are lagging behind many. The countries that did early on subscribe and ratify, among them the Seychelles, St Lucia and Barbados, they ratified last year. It's not surprising that it's a small island developing state, SIDS, or large ocean states, as they prefer to be called, were quick to ratify because they recognise the existential threat that ocean ecosystem degradation poses to human societies and their economies. As the International Development Committee argued in our report last year, SIDS need reliable partners. And the UK talks a good game when it comes to being responsible in global leadership. But activists and policymakers from SIDS told the committee that they were concerned about the consistency of Britain's commitment. And so I hope at this moment and this government, that's when we see the change and we actually stand up for those small island developing states, and particularly, as the honourable friend mentioned, our overseas territories. The health of the world's ocean is not an issue confined to low-income countries. It's an existential issue for all of us. As the government's own impact assessment acknowledged, the impact of reduced fish stocks and decreased carbon sequestration capture will be borne by all of us, including future generations. The UK must seize this moment to match its international conservation ambition with tangible action to protect our domestic waters. Bottom trawl fishing, a highly destructive practice, is still permitted across almost all of UK's seas, including in over 90% of our marine protected areas. I welcome the government's consultation into this, and I hope they would take the necessary step to ban this practice wherever they can. The government must consider introducing additional legislation to ensure the UK's marine protected areas are actually protected, because sadly, even though it's got the title, many of them are not. This bill also offers plentiful opportunities for the UK's blue economy as a world leader in marine science and marine technologies. To support quick progress, the UK needs a definition of the use of marine genetic resources and digital sequence information by the time this agreement is ratified. This is to support all those who will implement it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK's next steps are vital to ensure we fulfil our leadership role in ocean protection. The 120-day countdown has started. The first conference of parties, Ocean COP1, is to be held within just 12 months. With the clock ticking, can the Minister set out a timetable for the passage of this bill through both houses? We need it to pass quickly to allow the UK to play its full part in the first conference. Can the Minister also confirm whether this bill legally extends to the UK's existing domestic duties to have regard to their precautionary and polluter pays principle to the high seas? And if not, whether something to this effect should be or could be inserted onto the face of the bill itself? I also wonder if the Minister will also consider producing an ocean strategy, as currently ocean issues fall between a number of different departments, unfortunately meaning under the ownership of none. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is to be commended and must reach royal assent without delay, and I strongly urge all members to support it.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to speak in support of the Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction Bill. It's a hugely important step, and one of the ones that the Minister has laid out, that will finally allow the United Kingdom to ratify the High Seas Treaty and play its full part in protecting our shared global ocean. And one in which I really do hope that members across the Chamber will support at its time. And I'd like to also share in the congratulations to the Minister for keeping her word that she had said when she was Shadow Minister on the benches. That's really, really good to see. And this bill comes at a crucial time. After more than a decade of negotiation, this treaty is one of the greatest biodiversity conservation victories in history. And it's a landmark moment for global ocean governance. For the first time, setting out a clear legal framework for establishing ocean sanctuaries and area-based management tools on the high seas, 2/3 of which lie beyond national borders and therefore lawless currently. We refer to our rainforests as our planet's lungs, but our oceans are also just as important for biodiversity, regulating our climate, absorbing almost 1/3 of human-made carbon dioxide, and sustaining billions of people around the world. And as we have heard, they are also under extraordinary pressure from overfishing, plastic pollution, and the growing threat of deep-sea mining. The treaty is currently the only viable pathway to meeting the global 30 by 30 biodiversity goal of protecting at least 30% of the world's ocean before 2030. Currently, less than 1% of the high seas is fully protected. So time is running out to meet this goal by the end of the decade. So I welcome this bill, which provides that legal framework for the UK to deliver on the High Seas Treaty's 3 central pillars. First, the sharing and fair sharing of benefits from marine genetic resources, the DNA and data of ocean life. Second, the creation of marine protected areas and area-based management tools in the high seas. And third, the stronger environmental impact assessments to prevent harmful activities before they happen. And it has to be fair, Madam Deputy Speaker, for developing nations too. Capacity building and technology transfer is central to this. It's personal to me as well. Before entering Parliament, professionally I spent over a decade working on the creation of marine protected areas in East Africa and South America. I helped create the first ever multiple-use marine reserve together with fishermen and government in Zanzibar on Misali Island. I then spent several years mediating conflict and reaching consensus between fishermen, tour operators, the Galapagos National Park and the government to help create the Galapagos Island Marine Reserve, at that time one of the largest MPAs created. Since then, I was involved in international work towards international marine governance beyond national jurisdiction, the High Seas Treaty, as well as with the UK's Blue Belt programme, and I worked with all of those communities and our officials on all of those overseas territories. So I've seen at first hand what's at stake. Working with fishermen to prevent the destruction of coral reefs by dynamite fishing, first hand. To now the terrifying news that we've reached the first climate tipping point with our precious and beautiful warm water coral reefs now in irreversible decline, putting into threat the livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people. I've also mediated negotiations with the fishing sector on deep water fishing to find sustainable fishing quotas, standards for tuna fishing, whilst protecting the vital marine corridors for our endangered marine mammals and birds. I've dived along those tagging whale sharks to understand the routes they take across the high seas beyond national jurisdictions, which are often the Wild West, where we are facing the tragedy of the commons, where there are no agreed rules or governance to stop everyone in the race to take as much as possible before someone else does. And that is why it's so important to highlight that the Global Oceans Treaty could provide a legal mechanism also to address the blue hole in the South Atlantic, a region requiring agreements about what is sustainable fishing practice and ways to effectively deter terribly unsustainable activity at the moment. And that's why the Liberal Democrats are calling for a coherent ocean policy. It's good to hear you as well, an ocean strategy, one that links the global commitments we make through this bill to stronger domestic action on marine protection, sustainable fishing and pollution at home. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK was instrumental in securing an ambitious treaty text at the UN, and we should take pride in that. But we have to be honest too, as other members have said. The UK was not among the first 60 nations to ratify. That matters. Where Britain leads, others follow. And the commitments being made today need to be matched with commitments to sustainable fisheries management and marine conservation here back in our own waters. Our credibility and moral authority on the world stage is under threat, when government ministers are also seeming to say that we may not implement the outright ban on bottom trawling, despite pledging earlier this year to extend that ban on bottom-towed fishing gear to offshore protected areas. I was a member of the Environment Audit Committee's inquiry into marine governance, which recommended the ban on bottom trawling ahead of the UN Ocean Conference, and we commended the government on its announcement at that time. I fully support the chair of the committee's response, repeating the committee's call to completely ban bottom trawling within offshore MPAs, and pleading with the minister and the government that they will take the right decision on the back of the consultation that's happening now and not undermine the integrity of our protected waters. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the Liberal Democrats are clear. We support this bill. And we urge the government to bring forward ratification swiftly, which I hope members of all parties across the chamber will support, so that the UK has a seat at the table when the first Ocean COP takes place and going forwards. Thank you.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like others, I very much welcome this bill. I hope it swiftly passes into law so that we can play a full role at the Oceans COP next year. It does seem that in recent years, if you look back a bit further beyond that, you had people like John Kerry and David Miliband as co-chair of the Global Oceans Commission really spearheading efforts on this front, and then it felt like it really dropped off the agenda. So I think next year is going to be really important for making sure that it becomes a priority again. I want to start by saying why the oceans matter, why they're under threat, and why protecting them is so important. As we've heard, oceans are a massive carbon sink. They absorb over 90% of excess heat trapped by greenhouse gases and around 25 to 30% of global CO2 emissions. And they host around 80% of all life forms, much of which are still waiting to be discovered. And they are under threat from plastic pollution, ocean acidification, the bleaching of coral reefs, and from overfishing on an industrial, totally unsustainable scale. The very largest factory trawlers have net mouths of up to 1,200 metres wide and 200 to 300 metres deep, sweeping up hundreds of tons of fish and seafood in one trip, much of which is bycatch, which is then discarded, so it's not for human consumption. Oceana has called this marine deforestation, akin to clear felling an entire rainforest when you're only looking to harvest one type of tree. And the Environmental Justice Foundation has done some brilliant reports in the past into slavery and labour exploitation as part of this industrial scale fishing, particularly in the Thai seafood sector. The further afield those ships now go in search of, because the fish stocks in territorial waters are depleted, further afield they go, the higher the risk there is to workers that are kept at sea for years at a time. According to the FAO, between 35 to 37% of assessed fish stocks are being fished beyond biologically sustainable levels. And it's much higher in the high seas and straddling fish stocks, with two-thirds classified as over-exploited or depleted. This includes iconic species like sharks that are a crucial part of the ocean ecosystem. It's estimated there's been a 71% decline in the ocean population of sharks and rays since 1970. 77% of oceanic shark and ray species are now threatened with extinction. Roughly 100 million sharks a year are killed by humans through targeted fishing, shark finning and bycatch. Many of us will have seen the Blue Planet series, which did such a brilliant job at highlighting, amongst other things, the threat of plastic pollution and spurring calls to action. And I want to give a shout out here to the BBC's Bristol's Natural History Unit, which has been hugely influential, as well as giving great enjoyment to all the people that have seen its programmes. It's a great shame that agreement still hasn't been reached on a global plastics treaty, and we must keep up the efforts on that front. I hope that Sir David Attenborough's latest production, Ocean, will have a similar impact when it comes to bottom trawling. As Sir David says, what we have done to the deep ocean floor is just unspeakably awful. The trawlers tear the seabeds with such force that their trails of destruction can be seen from space. It was actually reported that some of the material they filmed for that programme was deemed too shocking to be shown. Due to climate change, more than half of the world's straddling fish stocks will shift across maritime borders between economic exclusion zones and the high seas by 2050. And in the high seas, fisheries management is much more challenging, and stocks are much more likely to be overexploited, as I said earlier. That makes the need for marine protected areas in the high seas even more important. And as we've heard, as well as being an island nation ourselves, of course, the UK is, because of our overseas territories, the custodian of a fifth of the world's territorial waters. So that means we're the next best thing to a custodian, as in being the neighbour of much of the high seas. That includes the Sargasso Sea, and Greenpeace is calling on the UK to take a lead in working with our overseas territory, Bermuda, on developing an ocean sanctuary proposal for the Sargasso Sea, ready to present at the first Ocean COP next year. The Sargasso Sea is a uniquely biodiverse, important ecosystem. The floating Sargasso mats are known as the golden floating rainforest, and are a haven for juvenile fish and turtles, a spawning ground for a rich range of species, and an important migratory pathway for humpback whales. As a generator of massive carbon sequestration and oxygen production, it's vitally important to tackling climate change and planetary health, but it's at risk of overfishing, pollution and shipping traffic. There's much support in Bermuda for this proposal, and I hope that we will be able to take that forward next year. The UK is also uniquely well placed, given our strength as a global financial centre, to play a role in developing innovative financial instruments that will help finance marine protection, building on what countries like Seychelles and Belize have done with their blue bonds and their debt restructuring. At COP29 last year, we launched our 6 principles for high integrity carbon and nature markets, and it's been out for consultation this year. In a world when public sector resources and donations are dwindling, the world is looking to make progress on leveraging in private sector finance in a meaningful, sustainable way. This could be of huge benefit to climate-vulnerable coastal countries and small island states, but also applicable to funding marine protected areas in high seas, making it economically available to protect our seas rather than to plunder them. I am hearing that perhaps our Treasury is less enthused on the nature side of these voluntary markets than the carbon side, and I hope that's not the case, and I will certainly keep up the pressure on them to take this forward. I also want to speak briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, about deep-sea mining, to which I'm totally opposed. Deep-sea mining could cause irreversible damage to deep ecosystems and loss of undiscovered biodiversity. I understand the current UK position, as confirmed by an FCDO ministerial answer last month, is that we back the suspension of deep-sea mining and support a moratorium on the granting of deep-sea mining contracts by the International Seabed Authority. We will not, the Minister said, grant licences for exploitation unless there is a sufficient scientific evidence about the potential impact on deep-sea ecosystems and strong enforceable environmental regulations, standards and guidelines are in place. What is not clear, though, and I hope the Minister will be able to clarify this in our winding up, what powers that we will have through this international collaboration to stop other countries issuing such licences. I'm a little concerned that the measures in this bill about marine genetic resources will open the door to deep-sea mining. I accept there's a case for exploring the potential of such resources if carried out under strong safeguards, but I would resist any attempts to allow deep-sea mining to occur. My final point is that while I welcome the international initiatives, and as has been made very clear, we're talking today about beyond national jurisdictions, we do need to lead by example with stronger protection for our own territorial waters. As has been said, there's been some progress, most notably around our overseas territories. I think it's always easier to act when it's thousands of miles away, perhaps with not the same economic interests. So there's been great work around Ascension, Pitcairn, South Georgia. But around the UK coast, it's more of a mixed picture. Dogger Bank in the North Sea is one of the largest marine protected areas. Since it was established in 2022, it's benefited from a 98% reduction in bottom trawling, supporting the recovery of marine species like halibut, cod, angel shark and eels. As it says in the UK National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, all marine protected areas must be well managed, enforced and effective, not paper parks. And we could start by moving faster to end all bottom trawling in our marine protected areas. Yeah. There was a recent excellent report called Blue Carbon that was organised by the WWF Wildlife Trust and RSPB. They carried out a blue carbon mapping project with the help of the Scottish Association for Marine Science. We're the first country to map this. We know about the importance of kelp forests, seagrass, meadows and mangroves, but it's the less glamorous side, the actual sediment on our seabeds, that is the true hero when it comes to carbon sequestration. The report found that 224 million tonnes of organic carbon was stored in just the top 10 centimetres of seabed sediments and vegetated habitats, but 98% of that was actually in the sediment, i.e., in the mud and things. It frustrated me, as I said in my role as Minister for Climate, that we talked so much about the role of trees and forests in terms of carbon sequestration. We didn't talk about the oceans at all. I was told because it was difficult to quantify that. This project is a great example. If this is the carbon work that is being done by our seabeds around the UK coast, just think of what the seabeds in our high seas are doing. So we must have action on that as COP. And again, I hope this bill comes into law very soon. I look forward to next year's discussions.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Less than 1% of the high seas are fully protected. There could not be a more important time for this treaty. It is the world's only viable pathway to meet the global biodiversity goal of protecting at least 30% of the world's ocean before 2030. I welcome, along with my Liberal Democrat colleagues, the government to finally bring forward this legislation. It is disappointing that the UK was not among the first 60 countries who reached the threshold to get the treaty ratified, especially given the long cross-party support in this House. But I hope ratification will be swift to allow the UK a seat at the table at the Oceans COP. We Liberal Democrats have long been pushing for the strongest possible marine environmental targets, both internationally and domestically, including through the ratification of the Global Oceans Treaty. This bill is welcome, but we must not be complacent. Global plastic production and waste have doubled in the last 20 years. Over 12 million tons of plastic is dumped into the ocean every single year. This is putting countless species at risk of extinction. In 2023, the BBC reported that there were more than 170 trillion pieces of plastic floating in the world's oceans. That is simply shocking and totally unacceptable. Biodiversity relies on healthy oceans, but plastic pollution, climate change, and unsustainable fishing practices are destroying our marine biodiversity. With 10% of marine species now at risk, we must act now. Communities across the world rely on the oceans for their livelihoods, jobs, and food security. We all rely on the oceans for our livelihoods. But we are taking more from the ocean than can be replenished, with 90% of big fish populations depleted and 50% of coral reefs already destroyed. The first ocean COP is on the horizon for next year, and this will give the UK an important seat at the table if we ratify the treaty in time. Well, while there, the UK should champion further measures to protect our oceans, including a ban on bottom trawling in marine protected areas. Bottom trawling is the most terrifying practice that damage the seabed, kill animals and plants indiscriminately, and release carbon at a very, very large proportion from the seafloor, driving climate change. And whoever hasn't watched the documentary by David Attenborough, Oceans, please do. It is terrifying. And I have, once I watched it, made a pledge that I would not eat fish until at least we have signed the ocean treaties. So there is a personal reason why, I push the government for early ratification. I love fish, and I think this should not be a call not to eat fish. It is about protecting the oceans, and the good thing about the David Attenborough film, if you watch it, a positive thing is the oceans can actually recover very quickly if we give it the option to recover, and this is why today is such an important day. The British public are with us. 81% of British adults are saying they would like to see bottom trawling banned in MPAs, according to polling from Oceana. And the Environmental Audit Committee is also backing the call for banning bottom trawling. In September, DEFRA told the Environmental Audit Committee that it would not roll out an outright ban. I implore the government to reconsider. We must also manage our territorial waters effectively. We could start by implementing the Fisheries Act 2020 in full. Through this, we can reform the fishing quota distribution to phase out the fixed quota allocation system, which largely rewards those with the deepest pockets. This can be replaced with a system which rewards and incentivizes lower impacts from fishing that deliver environmental, social, and economic benefits to communities around our coasts. We must also look close at illegal and unregulated fishing. Hidden overfishing, which is when illegal discards are unaccounted for in fishing quotas, are driving stocks into severe decline. Marine groups are urging the government to introduce a strategy to tackle overfishing by the end of 2026, including catch limits and a fair deal for fishers adjusting to lower catch limits. Transparency around enforcement and monitoring of fishing activities in UK seas is not adequate. The Marine Management Organisation is not even required to publish data around enforcement of fishing regulations. We were told that post-Brexit, the UK would establish best-in-class fisheries management as an independent coastal state, but we have not taken advantage of this freedom to strengthen our regulations. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill as an important starting point, but if we are serious about protecting our planet's blue heart, this must be just the beginning of real action to restore the health of oceans across the world and here at home. And I repeat the Liberal Democrats' call for a coherent oceans policy.
Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to rise to support the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill today. The introduction of this legislation marks the beginning of a process for the UK to ratify and then implement the Global Oceans Treaty. This vital agreement enables the protection of international marine life, Currently, no protection exists for wildlife such as fish, turtles, dolphins, who inhabit the high seas over which no one country has jurisdiction. The ocean, covering more than 70% of the surface of our planet, is a vital shared resource. It provides us sustenance, oxygen and genetic resources for food, medicines and research. It is also our greatest ally in the fight against climate change as the largest carbon sink on the planet. It is, however, also an ecosystem under perilous threat. The increased ocean temperatures are symptomatic of the warming climate and endangers us on land too through a decreased capacity to absorb carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the rising sea levels and the loss of vital marine life and resources. The introduction of this legislation today reaffirms this government's dedication to protecting global marine life, as well as mitigating climate change and improving our natural environment. And in the current moment, where the environmental consensus is at risk, and there are those who would retreat from the world and pretend that we can draw up a metaphorical drawbridge and keep us safe behind the safety of political castle walls, this bill is a significant marker of this government's commitment to multilateral processes, which in fact are the only way to address some of the great challenges of our time.
Yeah.
And I have to say that this is one of many debates on the environment and nature that I have attended in recent weeks and months, at which not a single Conservative MP backbencher has bothered to turn up. And I don't say that to thumb my nose at them. I say that because I think it is profoundly depressing that His Majesty's official opposition, I oppose the Tory party with every fibre of my being, but they are one of the great political parties of Western Europe over the last 200 and more years. And they have just given up. They are just not interested. And it's not just today. It is debate after debate that I attend where there's some hard-working frontbencher turns up and not a single person sits behind them. And I say to them with in the most earnest sincerity that election defeats are disappointing. The Tory party's got to man up. You've got to turn up. You've got to start taking this seriously, because these are matters of the most supreme importance, and we cannot have the official opposition just refusing to engage.
Quite right.
I have to say also that the comments from the Honourable Gentleman from Lukewarm were pretty lukewarm, and I understand that the previous government looked at this for quite some time. It never got so far as to legislating. And listening to what he was saying, I was left still uncertain how supportive they actually were of the measures that are being proposed. We'll find out more during the committee stage, but I hope that they are, having committed in government but never actually legislating, they are going to get behind this important legislation. Now, as we've heard before, this bill fulfils the commitment that the Labour government made at the UN Ocean Conference and indeed made in opposition, and the oceans need UK leadership and action. The evidence that the EAC received during our recent inquiry on governing the marine environment painted a worrying picture of the state of the marine environment. Globally, it's under threat from global warming, from pollution, from overexploitation, leading to a 49% decline in populations of marine mammals, birds, reptiles and fish species, according to the Living Planet Index. And UK seas are also in poor condition, failing on most of the indicators of good environmental status in the most recent assessment by the government. There is some good news, however, which is that marine conservation efforts are effective. When we do it, it works. Whilst only 9% of the ocean is currently protected in the marine protected area, remarkably half of all catalogued marine species have been reported in that 9% of areas. 72% of the species facing extinction have found refuge within marine protected areas. And the government is taking important action to better protect the 38% of UK seas already designated as marine protected areas. I repeat what has been said by other colleagues, that we want to see the government going further. Currently, damaging activities can still take place in these areas, but that consultation that my honourable friend from Hull West and Holton Price referred to is vitally important. Nearly two-thirds of the ocean is considered high seas or international waters, which poses a governance and logistical challenge. How is it possible to protect areas which are beyond the jurisdiction of any one nation? And that's why the Global Oceans Treaty of 2023 was so significant. It does mark a landmark moment in providing the legal foundation to establish MPAs in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And the creation of protected areas in the high seas is essential to making 30 by 30 a reality. Now, this bill, which establishes the legal framework necessary for the UK to meet its obligations, is vitally important, and its royal assent lays the groundwork for the UK to ratify the agreement. As we've already heard, 60 countries have already ratified the treaty. It will come into force next January, and the first UN Ocean Conference will be held within the year. So it is vital the UK gets on with ratifying that treaty so it can be party to discussions and can shape agreements. Setting out a timeline for the UK's ratification of the Global Ocean Treaty is one of the key recommendations of the Environmental Audit Committee. So we welcome the Prime Minister, my honourable friend from Hull West and Halter Price, keeping their word on this. This is a narrow bill which allows the UK to fulfil our global commitment. I would caution well-meaning allies against extending the process or undermining the commitment the governments make by attempting to attach other commitments that aren't actually relevant to this bill and create division where actually what we need is unity on this incredibly important area. I do believe the ratification of this treaty is but the start. We have much more to do to protect 30% of the oceans by 2030 and to establish marine sanctuaries where marine life can thrive. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly support this bill. I look forward to its passage through Parliament. I thank the Government for prioritising this despite a heavy legislative workload. It is a welcome development, providing the powers and regulations needed for the UK to ratify the treaty and working with other nations to do so.
Ros Savage. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The oceans have long struggled to get the attention that they deserve. There are no voters out there on the ocean. And it's thanks to Sir David Attenborough and the many filmmakers and photographers who over the years have brought the oceans into our living rooms and helped us to get to know them and to care about them. Most of us only get to experience oceans from a beach or from 30,000 feet, looking down from an aeroplane window at a vast, endless blue expanse. But I've spent months and months and months alone out on the ocean, a long way beyond national jurisdictions, rowing across oceans to raise awareness of the environmental crisis facing our world, and particularly the parts of it that are blue. I was trying to bring a human face to the plight facing our oceans. Out there in the middle of an ocean, when you haven't seen dry land for several months and thousands of miles separate you from the nearest landmass and the nearest human beings are in the International Spaceship, it really does feel that you are well beyond jurisdictions and often beyond justice. It was out there that I came to understand both the power and the fragility of the ocean in that lawless place. You see its beauty, its bounty, but also its vulnerability to what we humans choose to do. The ocean has no voice in this place, and so today we are being its voice. The ocean may seem boundless, but it is not indestructible. We've polluted it, overfished it, and warmed it. The deep sea, home to some of the most extraordinary forms of life on Earth. I was particularly pleased to hear the Minister refer to sunfish earlier. Surely the weirdest creatures that I have ever seen, for sure. But it's increasingly targeted for exploitation. We actually know the surface of the moon better than we know the bottom of the ocean. There is a real danger that we could destroy species before we even know that they exist. More than 60% of the world's surface and nearly 3/4 of its ocean volume lie out there in the places beyond any country's control. For centuries, the high seas have been treated as no one's responsibility, beyond the environment, a lawless expanse. Still, only 1% is properly protected today. Meanwhile, overfishing, pollution and deep-sea mining are degrading ecosystems that we barely understand. The ocean is becoming more acidic, threatening the existence of plankton, the base of the entire marine food chain, and weakening the ocean's capacity to absorb carbon and regulate our climate. This is what is at stake. The health of the ocean is the health of our planet.
Hear, hear.
And that's why the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, the BBNJ, matters so profoundly. It's the first global treaty to bring order, fairness and protection to the high seas. It offers a framework to manage those shared waters responsibly and to ensure that the benefits of ocean science are shared globally, not hoarded by the few.
Yeah.
When earlier this year I brought the Climate and Nature Bill to this House, I further pressed the government to commit to ratifying the BBNJ, and I am pleased and thankful that they're now delivering on that promise. And I particularly again thank the Water Minister for her long-term persistence and commitment to this cause. It shows that when we work together across the House, we can turn ambition into action. Yeah. But ratification is only the beginning. Turning this treaty into practical reality will demand coordination, funding and focus. So I would like to ask the Minister a few practical questions about implementation from the FCDO perspective, and I have sent these questions to her office. First, on institutional coordination, how will departments such as the FCDO, DEFRA and the Department for Transport work together to manage marine genetic resources, environmental assessments and new conservation tools under a single coherent system? Secondly, on enforcement, what mechanisms will ensure compliance by UK vessels and research institutions operating beyond national jurisdiction, given the very real challenges, of which I'm keenly aware, of surveillance and jurisdiction at sea? Thirdly, on resourcing and capacity, has the government assessed the staffing budget and technical resources needed to set up the new repositories, databases and administrative systems required by the BBNJ? Fourthly, on transparency and fairness, what plans are in place to ensure that the data held by those repositories, such as the National History Museum and the National Oceanography Centre, are accessible and interoperable, especially for developing countries, including those small island states, in line with the BBNJ's principle of equitable benefit sharing? And finally, on international engagement, with the first Oceans COP expected in 2026, how will the UK prepare to shape the operational details of the agreement at the international level, and who will be representing us at that table? These questions matter because they determine whether this bill delivers real protection, not just good intentions. Our scientists are ready to lead the National Oceanography Centre with its cutting-edge research and fleet of autonomous submersible vessels known as Boaty McBoatface is already mapping deep-sea currents and gathering the knowledge that we need to understand and protect the ocean. Under the BBNJ, that vital work becomes part of a global effort to heal the seas. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ocean is the blue heart of our planet. It gives us half of the oxygen we breathe, it shapes our weather and sustains life on a scale that defies our humble human imaginations. If that heart falters, everything we depend on is at risk. We often think of oceans as dividing nations, but actually they connect us, they unite us. We are, so to speak, all in the same boat. As the great American oceanographer Dr. Sylvia Earle said, we need to respect the oceans and take care of them as if our lives depended on it, because they do. By ratifying and implementing the BBNJ, we can help turn the tide. Sorry, just can't help it. Let this be the Parliament that gave the ocean a voice and a future. Thank you.
Yeah. Barry Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's almost 19 years since I first met Professor Alex Rogers. It was a two-day conference in Somerville College, Oxford, convened by the Global Legislators Organisation for a Balanced Environment, GLOBE, and the subject was international law on the high seas. The young postdoctoral fellow inspired us about the amazing biodiversity of our global ocean, and I use the singular deliberately. But he also frustrated us by explaining that the international community lacked any legal framework to protect it. The ocean accounts for 99% of our planet by volume, nearly 2/3 by surface area. Every second breath we take is supplied to us by the ocean. 90% of the excess heat in the climate system has been absorbed by the ocean. The ocean is our greatest nature-based solution to climate change. And it's only by restoring the health of our marine ecosystems that we can deliver on our promise to meet the 30 by 30 target contained in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So the BBNJ Treaty is the essential missing part of that jigsaw. This is why today's debate is so important, why this bill is so important. The Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill is both welcome, it's necessary, but we must recognise both what the treaty is and what it's not. Not in order to understate what the bill does, but to understand clearly what action we must take following its passage. We'll need secondary legislation to implement the treaty, and dare I say it before the budget statement, it will require adequate funding. The treaty creates a framework for the establishment of protected areas of the high seas, but it does not in and of itself create those protected areas. It's important then that the government starts to develop proposals for high seas MPAs, especially in regions of the world where the UK is a party to the relevant regional fisheries management organisations, the RFMOs. I want to commend the department, that is DEFRA, for the work it has already done in its stocktake of area-based management tools in areas beyond national jurisdiction. This is a really important baseline, and I would ask the Minister, when responding, to set out what further work is planned to identify, support and deliver specific MPAs. I'm particularly keen to hear how she might develop the supplementary report that's already been prepared on the Sargasso Sea. Will she confirm that this internationally significant ecosystem is a priority for the development of an MPA? It's now 13 years since the Sargasso Sea was successfully described as an EBSA, an ecologically or biologically significant area, meeting all 7 of the EBSA criteria. Now, our country's history has left a legacy. That legacy is our exclusive economic zone. It is the 5th largest in the world. That's largely due to our remaining overseas territories. But that legacy also brings with it responsibilities. And here I do want to pay tribute to the work of the previous Conservative administration, who expanded the Blue Belt programme to nominally protect over 4 million square kilometres of ocean from Anguilla in the Caribbean to Pitcairn in the Indian Ocean. In the last year, the programme took satellite imagery of over 100 million square kilometres of the UCOTS waters, the UK Overseas Territories waters, providing crucial monitoring and surveillance to crack down on illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing activities. And it's this very tangible knowledge and expertise which the UK should be at the forefront of delivering through the first BBNJ COP, which will take place within a year of the treaty taking force from the 17th of January 26. I also welcome the announcement following the spending review that the Blue Belt programme will receive increased funding for 25-26. However, given that 2 million of the 8.6 million of this comes from ODA, which itself is being cut, I hope it won't seem churlish if I ask that the programme be ring-fenced for the future. Now, for much of human history, we didn't need the BBNJ treaty. The high seas were protected from the worst impacts of human activity by the simple reality that they were so far from land and too difficult to access. The dawn of the industrial age and motorized ocean-going vessels changed all that. Even species that lived their whole lives hundreds of thousands of miles from land were no longer safe from human exploitation. And nothing epitomizes the sad reality of that more than the slaughter of the great whales. Industrialized whaling caused the deaths of nearly 3 million whales. Even the blue whale, the largest animal that has ever lived, saw its numbers reduced by more than 90%. Their size and the fact that they spent most of their lives in inhospitable, hard-to-reach parts of the open ocean had kept them safe for millennia. But the introduction of new and more powerful technologies meant that even they became the victims of massive overexploitation. Today, there are fewer than 400 North Atlantic right whales left in our ocean. And why? Why was it called the right whale? Ironically, it acquired its name because it was rich in blubber and baleen. It moved slowly and floated after being killed, so it was easily towed in to be butchered. So it was deemed the right whale to hunt. That's why it got its name. The history of these great mammals shows just why we now need the BBNJ. Biodiversity is no longer protected by its remoteness from land. Human greed will destroy it wherever it is found on our planet unless we act decisively to regulate our most destructive activities. Today, although the international whaling ban is still ignored by a few countries, whales are no longer threatened by hunters on the whole. But they are killed by ship strikes and they are entangled in fishing gear. And I emphasize the importance of the international ban, not just because I believe it's one of the most important conservation achievements of the 20th century, but because it was a great achievement of multilateralism, something not much in vogue at the moment. And it shows how by acting in concert with other nations, we can mobilize popular support around environmental objectives with both a clear ecological and a clear moral purpose. And we can achieve results. I regard it as an inspiration and a template for what we're now doing in the BBNJ. The huge factory ships that once slaughtered whales have largely gone. But in their place, equally large factory ships now plunder the ocean as if it were a bottomless pit of profit. There are longliners setting fishing hooks lines tens of kilometers long, each with up to 15,000 hooks, and huge purse seiners using nets that are 2 kilometers long and 200 meters deep. Imagine a net twice as deep as Big Ben, the Queen Elizabeth Tower, is tall, and stretching out so far from this House of Commons so as to take in the whole of Buckingham Palace and most of its gardens. These fishing enterprises devastate the very populations they are targeting. That is why we need this bill. Earlier this year, CFAS, the Centre for Environmental Fisheries and Agriculture, the government's own marine experts, found that over half of the UK's key fishing quotas were set above the levels recommended by scientists. Overfishing has led to a 98% collapse in Celtic sea cod populations since 2012, haddock an 84% collapse, whiting an 85% collapse, herring an 80% collapse. Just 2 weeks ago, the scientific assessment of mackerel showed that the species has now declined by 78% in the last 10 years, and despite continued advice from scientists to reduce catch quotas, this has not happened. So whilst on the one hand the UK has been a world leader with the Blue Belt programme, we continue to practice the opposite of what we preach at home, most notably through disastrous sustainable catch limits and quotas. Worse, We've driven out small fishing fleets, leaving our seas vulnerable to the monstrous megaships whose bottom trawling scrapes away the existence of all life in its path. And the inequitable quota allocation, formalised in 1999, has resulted in over 90% of the quota from mackerel, herring and blue whiting being held by just 20 companies. Most of them not even British.
Yeah.
Half of English quota is held by Dutch, Icelandic and Spanish interests. More than half of Northern Ireland quota is held by just one trawler company, and 85% of quota is held by Spanish companies. The system has been rigged against the UK's inshore fleet and its independent fishers. All this was done by UK companies selling their quota abroad. But it's the awful consequence of the privatisation of a public good, our fisheries. And the UK taxpayer has received not a penny in benefit as a result of it. If the UK is to truly be a leader in the implementation of the BBNJ, if we are to demand of other nations that they curb their rapacious plundering of the high seas, we must, at the very least, begin to stop the over-exploitation of our stocks at home. Our ability to make our voice heard internationally will sound hollow if we continue to ignore the science and set what are politically led quota allocations at home. High seas fisheries often have unimaginably high levels of bycatch. And this is particularly true of tuna fisheries because tuna often school with other pelagic species such as dolphins, manta rays, billfish. Indeed, many tuna species inhabit the same surface mixed layer of the ocean that's inhabited by vulnerable species like silky sharks or turtles. It's estimated that 100 million sharks are caught every year, most as bycatch in high seas fisheries. It's no wonder then that the large open ocean sharks have declined by at least 70% in the last 50 years, almost entirely due to high seas fishing, where they are either targeted or caught as bycatch beyond the reach of national jurisdiction. The leatherback turtle, the largest turtle in the world, is threatened with extinction because it is so often caught as bycatch by purse-seine fleets of fishing vessels on the high seas. In the IUCN Red List of Endangered Species published just last week, only one of the 22 species of albatross is not threatened with extinction through being caught as bycatch on hooks on longline fishing fleets in the open ocean. Just as distance from land once provided protection for many species in the pre-industrial era, the same can be said of the deep seas. Until recently, the deep ocean was out of reach for human activity. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. Industrialized fishing fleets are now able to fish deeper and deeper, but many deep-sea species are slow-growing. An orange roughy only reaches sexual maturity between the ages of 20 and 30 years, much older than shallower water fish. These factors make deep-sea species uniquely vulnerable to overfishing, and as many of the deepest waters are on the high seas, we need to ensure that the BBNJ protects them and their habitat better. Deep-sea fishing, especially on seamounts, poses an existential risk to many deep-sea ecosystems, and bottom trawling, which is devastating in coastal and shallow seas, is arguably even more so on the high seas. Bottom trawlers tend to focus on seamounts, as these underwater mountains act as biodiversity hotspots in the open ocean. I seek the Minister's assurance that in considering next steps after ratification, establishing protections around seamounts on the high seas will be one of the government's priorities. And I would ask for the same assurance in relation to the issue of deep seabed mining. I trust the government will continue to oppose any developments of this on the high seas. The bill before us is excellent. It will delight the now Professor Alex Rogers, who I expect is not at his desk either in Oxford or at the National Oceanography Centre, where he's now the science director. Most probably he's out somewhere in the Antarctic Ocean, in a submersible, exploring the deep ocean as he has now been doing for more than 30 years. If he were to take a break from his mission, to discover 100,000 new marine species in the deep ocean in this decade and send us a message. I suspect it would be to emphasize the importance of getting this bill enacted quickly. If we have not ratified the treaty at least 40 days before the first COP, the UK will not have a seat at the table. We will merely be a spectator as others set the ambition, or the lack of it, as they roll out the implementation of the treaty. So I'd like to congratulate the Minister on bringing the bill to the House for its second reading and trust we're able to see the whole ratification process completed in time for the UK to make strong proposals at COP1 next year.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Venerable Bede first wrote of the Isle of Eels back in the 8th century. He explained that the Isle of Ely is known as such because it was surrounded by water with an abundance of eels. But these eels don't spend their whole life in Ely, or indeed in the UK. The biological story behind eels is a quite remarkable one. They breed in the Sargasso Sea, as we've heard, so important to many other species as well. Drift across the ocean for 2 or 3 years as tiny and fragile eels. They adapt to fresh water and mature in rivers, sometimes growing up to 1 metre long, before swimming all the way back to the Sargasso Sea to reproduce once more before dying. These eels face many dangers in their life cycle, including the impact of climate change on ocean currents, pollution and poaching. European eels are considered as a critically endangered species, so it's imperative we take action to protect them now. At a local level, the creation of eel passes, not as it might sound a passport, but ladders or passages, have been a welcome action to allow them to get from the sea into freshwater habitats and back again. But much more needs to be done to protect them and other endangered species on a global scale. So it's really good that the government has proposed this bill. Ely holds an annual eel festival, not only recognising our history, but celebrating biodiversity and nature. The festival celebrates our heritage, but it's always tinged with concern about the decline in the eel population, but also a determination to see eels return to our rivers in abundance. They're not anywhere near as common in the River Great-Ouse as they once were, owing to all the factors I mentioned. But the good news is that in 2022, over 74,000 eels were recorded as making the 3,000-mile journey from the Sargasso Sea to Cambridgeshire. Measures like banning bottom trawling in marine protected areas would be a good way to protect endangered species like eels and others, as would provision of greater resources for international environmental cooperation. I hope the government will take on board calls for a ban on bottom trawling in marine protected areas. We can't possibly have the moral authority to call for such a ban on the global stage when we haven't done it in our own waters. Like our eels, all wildlife depends on our oceans, as indeed, frankly, do we as the human race. The speech from the Shadow Minister was shocking and depressing. For the party which once hugged a husky to now be questioning their support for our oceans is shameful. Madam Deputy Speaker, 25 years ago, centuries ago, Aristotle questioned where eels came from. But if we don't take urgent action to protect them and other marine wildlife, we won't be asking where they came from, we'll be asking where they've all gone. I therefore welcome this bill and the international cooperation which it is a part of, and please let's get it through the House as quickly as possible so we can sign the treaty and be there to make sure that it delivers what we all hope it will deliver.
Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her remarks and for the attention that the FCDO has paid to the importance of marine conservation. The Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty represents a transformation in the way that we protect nature in the high seas. I commend the government for being an early proponent of the agreement, and I'm so pleased to see, in fact, if I'm honest, I'm thrilled to see that we're finally going to ratify it. I do feel this afternoon that I have been witnessing the Chamber at its best. To hear such passion and such well-informed expertise on both sides has been a real honour. And it reminds one what an honour we all have, being members of this place, being able to sit in a room and listen to these sorts of contributions. Yeah. It has been wonderful. Again, let me confess, I am one of those. I remember I came back from having seen sperm whales and I was still weeping. And I apologised to the person who'd organised the trip that I seemed to have just not been able to stop weeping. And she said, "Don't worry, dear. We see lots of people like you on these trips." And I feel like I have found my people in terms of the passion that have been expressed today for the high seas and for biodiversity. But what I want to contribute today is something which is particularly focused, and please forgive me for this, but I do believe that the test of our commitment to this treaty can be tested by how we treat our current responsibilities. And I join the opposition spokesperson in using the Chagos Islands as a test. My apology for not recognising the way in which the opposition have been talking about the biodiversity of the Chagos Islands. I think perhaps I was only focused on the considerable amount of time that they spent on the sovereignty of the Chagos Islands, and I have spent the time available looking up their references to biodiversity, and there have been 3, and I apologise for saying that they hadn't. Yeah. The Minister and I the Minister for the State at the Foreign Office and for the Overseas Territories and I have had a number of exchanges in this House about the vital importance of safeguarding marine protected areas around the Chagos Islands, and I'm grateful for the assurances that he has given me that the government is committed to continued protection of the unique and unparalleled environment of the Chagos archipelago. But the FCDO's assurances, although welcome, really don't go far enough. And before I explain why, I want to first explain why these waters matter so much, not least because of the role that they play in replenishing the high seas, and the extraordinary obligation that the UK owes the world to ensure that they remain protected. They are, as has been said, 640,000 kilometres squared of near pristine ocean, among the most pristine in the world. They are home to the largest living coral atoll, 58 islands. They are the breeding site for more than 250,000 pairs of seabirds, as well as vital and unexplored deep-sea ecosystems that my honourable friend has talked about with such passion. The vast no-take zone that the UK established in 2010 provides a vital sanctuary for numerous endangered species. If this marine environment were damaged, it would do huge damage to the seas generally and to the species already on the brink of extinction. Species such as the endangered hawksbill turtle, which forages in the waters of the Chagos and nests on its beaches, or the unique population of reef manta rays, which use the protected waters as a refuge and would soon disappear if those waters became unprotected. This is exactly the kind of marine life that the BBNJ seeks to protect through the establishment, among other measures, of marine protected areas on the high seas. Now, the vast marine protected area around the Chagos Islands gives a safe corridor and foraging ground for vital migratory species and apex predators like tuna, sharks, whales, and without it, we would see their numbers across the world crash, and much more widely. And in a warming world in which coral is dying at a terrifying rate, the coral in the Chagos is relatively healthy and acts as a reseeding bank for other reefs in the Indian Ocean through larva dispersal. The reefs and marine life of the Chagos archipelago help to replenish degraded reefs and depleted fish stocks from East Africa to Indonesia, the coral in the Chagos archipelago has shown this extraordinary degree of resilience and an ability even to recover from bleaching events, and it's not known why. This resilience, as well as the undisturbed nature of the Chagos Ocean, is a really important site for scientific study. It could give us a really important insight into what we can do next to save our coral reefs. And it could give us a proper insight into how healthy marine ecosystems function and about the impact of climate change. The UK has for the last 15 years protected these waters and taken seriously its duties as the steward of those ecosystems, just as the BPNJ invites the entire international community to do as stewards of the high seas. As the UK now hands this over to Mauritius, we have an equally serious duty to ensure that they remain protected, which brings me to the terms of the Chagos deal. To the evidence to my committee of the Minister of State for Europe, North America and the Overseas Territories, he has, and I'm grateful to him for the evidence that he's given, the Minister noted that the UK and the Mauritian governments are committed to promoting the conservation of the environment of the archipelago. Obviously, I welcome this, and I pay tribute to the government of Mauritius for its clear determination to protect nature. Nothing I'm about to say is intended to cast any doubt on that commitment. The problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that Mauritius is a democracy, a vibrant democracy, in which governments have historically had different attitudes to protecting the ocean. And so it is not good enough for the Minister just to point to the commitment of the current Mauritian government to marine protection. We need to have a basis for lasting confidence and mechanisms to ensure that these ecosystems remain protected for future generations. My principal concern is that there is no funding mechanism in place to ensure Mauritius will properly resource marine protection in the Chagos archipelago and incentivise them to do so. This stands in contrast to the treaty that we're discussing this afternoon. Yes, I will.
I hope she will give me the opportunity to say sorry to the Shadow Minister for misunderstanding why he thought it was so important to mention the Chagos Islands, and I hope he will accept this apology when I intervened earlier. Thank you.
I have to say, we are all behaving so well this afternoon. What I wanted to say was there is no incentive, there is no funding mechanism in relation to the deal with about the Chagos archipelago, and yet the treaty that we're talking about, that we're having second reading about today, does have that very funding mechanism. And why does it? Because we know that's what is needed in order for it to work. Without a dedicated funding mechanism for Chagos marine protection, in which a transfer of funds is contingent on the continuing protection of the marine environment, there is nothing to ensure that this protection will continue. The Mauritian government want to allocate resources for doing so, but they do operate in a very resource-constrained environment. It is therefore deeply regrettable that both parties did not reach an agreement on future arrangements for environmental protection across the Chagos archipelago before signing the treaty. They should have allocated dedicated funds to it, or agreed a funding mechanism that would have been a proper basis for confidence. In short, the Chagos Agreement should have followed the lead of the BPNJ. I remain concerned that there is a lack of concrete action surrounding the future conservation of the Chagos Archipelago's unique marine environment and biodiversity. I appreciate the commitments that the Minister has given the House and to my committee, but now actions need to be taken. Drawing on the example presented by the BBNJ, Madam Deputy Speaker, the ratification of the High Seas Treaty is testament to Britain's renewed global leadership on climate and nature. That reputation risks being undermined by a failure to invest in the protection of the unique and extraordinary marine environment that is the Chagos Islands.
Steve Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to welcome the government's and the Minister's leadership on this issue by bringing the bill to the House in order to enact the UN High Seas Treaty, and note also that I'm a member of the Oceans APBG. I know that people in Exeter care very deeply about our natural environment with the seas and oceans in particular, and so that's rightly so. The world's oceans are vitally important to the health of our planet and to our people. They produce over half the world's oxygen and absorb a quarter of all carbon dioxide emissions, helping to regulate our climate. They support an immense diversity of life, providing food for billions of people and supporting enormous ecosystems which contain knowledge that we've only just begun to tap. After decades of industrial damage, this landmark legislation and the treaty will go some way to protecting 2/3 of the world's ocean, and it represents a massive step forward by nations across the world to protect marine life and ecosystems beyond our national borders. By providing the legal framework necessary to implement the BBNJ agreement domestically, this bill includes provisions for marine protected areas, environmental impact assessments, and the sharing of benefits from the collection and use of marine genetic resources, and will help us to meet the target to effectively conserve and manage at least 30% of the ocean by 2030. I also welcome this bill as a core part of re-establishing the UK's role in providing global leadership on climate and nature, both at home and around the world. And just as the UK is a leader in marine and climate science, so is Exeter. I was delighted this week to host the Met Office in Parliament to showcase the range and depth of their expertise. The Met Office is not just a specialist in our weather. They're based in Exeter. They're also specialists in space weather, in our oceans, and the connection to climate change and forecasting too. The work on ocean biogeochemistry, studying how carbon and other gases are absorbed, transported, and exchanged by the oceans, the mechanisms involved, and the impacts changes have, is pioneering. They research into the risks of rapid loss of sea ice and studying the rise of sea levels and the impacts on communities, the environment, and the economy. The Met Office also provides a vital service in generating risk assessments of rapid changes to the meridional overturning circulation, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm told plays an important role in regional climates. I'm a literature graduate, not a science graduate, so to speak. They're also part of the National Partnership for Ocean Prediction, bringing together world-class expertise and research, as well as developing beneficial marine products and services. In addition, the University of Exeter has a wide-ranging research community working on projects related to our oceans. These come together under the Exeter Marine Research Network, and their ocean research runs from pollution and conservation to governance and human health. In June this year, Exeter University's Professor Callum Roberts was the lead author of a report in Nature supporting the UN High Seas Treaty. His paper highlighted that the high seas are Earth's largest and most secure carbon sink. Protecting them is critical to preserving the biological and nutrient cycles that draw down and keep atmospheric CO2 in check. They welcome the UN High Seas Treaty, saying it offers a pathway to greater protection, but they are concerned about the length of time for implementation. The report's authors also argued that a full and permanent ban on extractive use of the oceans is both feasible and necessary, modelled on the successful precedent set for Antarctica in the 1950s. And I wonder whether the Minister would comment on what more can be done beyond this treaty as we bring it in to protect our oceans above and beyond this legislation. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to pay tribute to my constituents Mary Atwell, Debbie Thomas, Sue Down and Lizzie Whaler of Exeter's Greenpeace Group, who have been doggedly campaigning for the UK's ratification of the treaty, and I thank them for all the work and for keeping this issue at the top of the political agenda, and hope they'll be celebrating this evening if this bill passes its second reading in this place. They have asked me to question how the treaty will be enforced, and welcome comments from the Minister on that too. I'd also agree with my friend, my honourable friend from Chesterfield, that we do want this to be cross-party, cross-house agreement on this. And while it's also disappointing that the Conservatives aren't here, it is disappointing that the Green Party MPs, other than one small intervention at the beginning, are not here to participate substantially in this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend and I'm extraordinarily thrilled and pleased to support this bill. And I know that ratification of this agreement as soon as possible supports the UK's broader climate and nature agenda and will mean that we can take our seat at the top table at the first COP. This will ensure that we remain at the forefront of global efforts to tackle biodiversity loss and climate change through multilateral cooperation, and this will strengthen the role of international law, so important in these times, and multilateral institutions as the foundation for ocean governance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill for what it seeks to put into law, but also for what it signals about the approach of the government, and hopefully this House, to national and international obligations and interests. This bill is a testament to the continued survival and delivery of multilateralism in global affairs. In an age of continued and heightened global strife, conflict and antagonism, this bill is proof that there still remains hope for global cooperation, that joint endeavours with shared purpose can deliver common goods. Institutions like the United Nations can still be practical and effective forums to facilitate states coming together to work out collective solutions to collective problems. There are those who seek to withdraw from international agreements, who see multilateral institutions and processes as threats. We must eschew such an approach because it ultimately does not serve our national and global interests. Such an approach of withdrawal, of isolation, will not further our interests effectively. In this case, the United Nations Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement that this bill will bring into the framework of UK law will be one of the most important strides forward for biodiversity and the marine environment. For the first time, we as the United Kingdom will have a legal framework to help us to protect large expanses of the seas that are beyond our national waters. The establishment of such protections will help ensure that regions of the high seas are safeguarded from harmful extractive and destructive practices. These protections will help restore biodiversity to these regions and help maintain the ocean's capacity to absorb carbon dioxide produced by human activity, thus helping to mitigate the impacts of global warming. Already the oceans, as I've already mentioned, absorbs about 30% of man-made CO2. This treaty will help ensure that the oceans are fit to continue this. The ratification of the treaty must not be the be-all and end-all for protecting the biodiversity of the world's oceans. It must be a means through which the UK and allies globally can continue to advocate for greater protection of our shared marine environment. One means of doing this will be through the treaty, will be the first conference of the parties, or Ocean COP1. This will be the first forum for the treaty's signatories to discuss and action its implementation, such as agreeing the proposals for the first generation of high seas sanctuaries. This treaty is welcome, this bill is welcome, but implementation is necessary to deliver what we need. As the Minister said in her opening comments, this COP will take place within a year of the 17th of January 2026, which is when the treaty comes into force. And as has already been said, if the UK has failed to ratify at least 40 days before that date, we will not have a seat at that first COP. That is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would urge the House to pass this legislation at pace. Already, there are reports that the first Oceans COP could be as soon as August. The Government has rightly spoken at length about the importance of the UK bringing its soft power to bear. And with this being the first COP of its kind, it is essential that we bring UK expertise and influence to this event while the treaty is in its infancy. We have seen the importance of conferences of the parties as a means of promoting collective action on climate change and nature. We cannot miss this chance to be part of the first Ocean COP to do the same for our world's oceans. Multilateral agreements implemented by collective action is the way forward on this issue. I am therefore more than content to enthusiastically support this bill today.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2/3 of our planet are oceans. Our oceans, which sustain life on Earth, cannot be left unguarded any longer. After years of international negotiation, the world finally agreed to the High Seas Treaty, and with this bill, we will turn that treaty into action and show that Britain is serious about delivering on its promises. There is no response to the climate crisis which doesn't also respond to the nature crisis. And that's why it's important to protect biodiversity in this country, beyond our border and beyond the seas. 2/3 of the world's oceans lie beyond national borders. And until now, they've had almost no real protection. This bill gives us power to protect international waters by establishing marine protected areas, by demanding proper environmental assessments before deep-sea mining or destructive fishing can go ahead, and by making sure that the benefits of marine science are fairly shared. This bill underpins the global goal of protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030, a goal that Labour put in its manifesto and one that we should be proud to be delivering on. The high seas absorb carbon, regulate weather and produce half the oxygen we breathe. If we do not get biodiversity right, we will not get climate change right either. Now, we've all heard the tedious lines often repeated on the benches opposite, where no one is currently sat, that we can't act because other countries aren't acting. But to lead in addressing climate change, we have to do precisely that: lead, take action, do something meaningful, and lead other countries in making a difference. Now, you may wonder why I, from the most landlocked constituency of Calder Valley, am speaking on this. But in Calder Valley, we know the cost of climate change. Floods devastate our towns. We also know that protecting nature is our first line of defence, whether it's restoring our moorland at home, insisting on biodiversity net gain in our developments, or safeguarding oceans abroad. The principle is the same. So, I commend the government for introducing this bill. It's a vital step in turning the international commitments into real action. The next challenge is to make sure that it not only passes, but it's properly enforced, as many colleagues have said today, and resourced, and I look forward to hearing more detail on that from the ministers. Let's see this as a first day in Britain's leadership on our seas. Thank you.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Deputy Speaker, on land and at sea, our natural environment has suffered a soul-crushing collapse over many decades, putting the future of iconic species and entire ecosystems at risk, as was so eloquently described by my honourable friend for Brent West in what was a tour de force of a speech. Yeah. This government was elected on a clear promise to end that catastrophic decline. The long-term consequence, if we don't reverse this trend, will be profound. Our food security depends on healthy ecosystems. The bedrock of our economy is our natural capital, and the public, our voters, cherish our seas, rivers, coastlines, ancient woodlands and national parks. They will not be forgiving of a political system that fails to protect and restore our shared natural inheritance. This bill is a particularly vital step towards the renewed protection of our natural environment. It recognises that biodiversity does not obey national borders or jurisdiction, so neither can our duty to safeguard it. As obvious as that truth may seem to the public, let alone conservationists, successive governments have failed to give the high seas the attention it needs. This bill begins to put that right by at last creating a legal framework for the UK to ratify the UN BBNJ agreement and meet our international obligations in full. As has been noted, just 1% of the high seas have full protection, and there is still much research to be done on deep-sea ecosystems, but they are increasingly recognised as a key global reservoir of biodiversity. So the crucial task is to move this legislation forward quickly and end the crisis engulfing our oceans. Industrial fishing practices, such as bottom trawling, the underseas equivalent of ploughing a bulldozer through a wildflower meadow, are tearing apart fragile seabed habitats, while trawl nets indiscriminately catch and discard countless non-target endangered species. Once these species are gone, they're gone forever, and their entire intricate web of connections goes with them, unravelling irreplaceable ecosystems with profound knock-on effects that we can neither predict nor prevent. And as has been mentioned, if we fail to pass this bill urgently, the UK will not have a seat at the table for the treaty's first COP. That would not only represent a dereliction of our international obligations, we have as great a responsibility as any nation to protect global biodiversity, but would also silence our voice in safeguarding our own national interests, such as the protection of the UK's 8 million seabirds, over half of which are already in decline. Species such as the albatross and petrel spend more than 80% of their lives foraging on the high seas. We cannot protect them with action on our own coastlines alone, yet Britain stripped of her seabirds would hardly be Britain at all. Other countries will have their own priorities and national interests to pursue, so our government must be at the table playing its part in securing the long-term future of the many species which play such an important part in our culture and our identity. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill and the opportunity it creates to discuss nature and biodiversity in this place, a topic of serious debate right now for the public and for the government. And I will close by saying again that decisions driven by an ideology that prioritises profit over people and the environment didn't just undermine our economy, they also wrecked our natural world and our social cohesion. National renewal must mean economic revival, but also once more cherishing those things that make life beautiful, and that means protecting nature. I thank ministers today for doing just that.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Cannock Chase may be one of the most landlocked constituencies in the country, but that has not stopped my constituents from writing to me in support of this bill, and rightly so. Now, if anyone does come across a marine genetic resource in Staffordshire, I'd be very impressed and also slightly concerned. But the point is this: what happens in the world's oceans matters just as much to the people of my constituency as it does to those living on the coast. As the wise Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "The nation that destroys its soil destroys itself." Well, I'd like to extend that to say that the world that destroys its oceans destroys itself. The UK has long positioned itself as a global leader on marine protection, and with the BBNJ agreement now about to enter force on the 17th of January, we must not give up our status on marine conservation. This is why I speak in support of this bill, legislation that gives the government the ability to ratify this vital United Nations agreement and take part in the world's first ocean COP next year. As the new chair of the all-party parliamentary group on food security, I also want to emphasise how vital this bill is in protecting the long-term health of our global food systems. The high seas, those vast areas of ocean beyond any single country's jurisdiction, are essential to our food security. They are home to rich marine ecosystems, and globally, over 3 billion people rely on fish for at least 20% of their animal protein intake. And in many coastal and island nations, of course, that figure is much higher. Yet the vast majority of these waters have long been unregulated, vulnerable to a multitude of threats, including overfishing, unrestricted oil drilling, pollution, and deep-sea mining. That directly threatens not just ocean health, but also global food security. And I'd like to echo the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Brent West, that to ensure this agreement has real impact, the government must rapidly push for new marine protected areas in international waters. This bill will enable the UK to play an active role in addressing all these threats. It extends marine licensing requirements to British activities beyond our waters and mandates environmental outcome reports for potentially harmful activity. It also ensures greater transparency in the collection and use of marine genetic resources, the biological material from marine organisms that holds immense promise for medicine, biotechnology, and food innovation. It's often said that the world's rainforests hold countless discoveries to come that could cure many illnesses and enable advancements that enrich our human existence, as well as, I certainly hope, our stewardship of the natural world. However, although they're often overlooked, the same is very much true of our oceans. These scientific and ecological discoveries must benefit all nations, so that their benefits are not simply the preserve of the already wealthy. So I very much welcome the emphasis on open access repositories and databases that is so prominent in the BBNJ agreement. The agreement also embeds vital safeguards like the polluter pays principle and the precautionary principle, and I hope this will pave the way for international action that will finally turn the tide, pun absolutely intended, on the reckless, destructive practices that nations across the world have perpetrated. And on that note, I couldn't let the opportunity to speak on the high seas go by without mentioning the Global Plastics Treaty, which I hope we can find an international agreement on soon. I pay strong tribute to the Minister and the British delegation to the Geneva talks. From her recent appearance at the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee, we know that she regrets very deeply the collapse of those talks without an agreement. And I know that she's already redoubling efforts to find a way forward so that we can start to see environmental catastrophes such as the Great Pacific Garbage Patch halted and reversed. On that note, I urge the government to do whatever it can alongside fellow members of the High Ambition Coalition to end plastic pollution, to advance international action on this urgent issue. The government is committed, as we've heard, to protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030. This bill makes good on that commitment on an international level, not just as an environmental ambition, but as a foundation for international cooperation, sustainable development and global food resilience. I commend the government for its leadership in bringing this legislation forward, particularly, as my honourable friend, the member for Chesterfield, said, in a very packed legislative programme as we seek to get our country back on its feet. This demonstrates this government's commitment to and prioritising of the health and sustainability of our oceans beyond national jurisdiction, and I urge colleagues across the House to support it. Whether you live by the sea or in Cannock Chase, in the heart of England, a healthy ocean is essential to a secure and sustainable future for us all. The oceans cannot wait, and nor should the United Kingdom. Thank you.
John Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our oceans are teeming with complex life, but today they are also in a state of crisis. Climate change, pollution, overfishing, habitat destruction and plastics are all placing our oceans under strain like never before. Our oceans are paying the price, with over a third of UK fish stocks currently overfished and more than a third of marine mammals at risk of extinction. The High Seas Treaty, which this bill will ratify into UK law, therefore represents a significant and much needed step forward. For the first time, this treaty creates a legal mechanism to establish marine protected areas in international waters, a crucial tool to ensure that by 2030, and in accordance with the Global Biodiversity Framework, 30% of the world's land and sea will be protected. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the success of this treaty will also depend on whether it's enforced, and I urge the government to ensure that adequate funding is provided to help protect these newly created marine protected areas. We must also do our bit here at home and protect marine life here in the UK. 38% of UK waters are now designated as marine protected areas. However, during our inquiry into the marine environment, the Environmental Audit Committee heard that these sites lack sufficient protection to contribute towards our targets of protecting 30% of land and sea. Therefore, while government proposals to nearly triple the amount of seabed protection from bottom trawling is welcome, I urge it to enact the recommendation from the Environmental Audit Committee and ban bottom trawling in all marine protected areas. Without a ban, it's hard to see how we can claim these areas are protected at all. Bottom trawling is a highly destructive practice that tears up the seabed, destroys habitats and releases carbon stored in the ocean floor. As David Attenborough said in his film Ocean, the idea of bulldozing a rainforest causes outrage. We do the same underwater every day. We also can't protect our oceans without addressing the climate crisis. The oceans have absorbed 90% of all excess heat caused by climate change, and this excess heat is resulting in widespread marine heat waves, killing marine ecosystems and causing our oceans to acidify. The IPCC has been clear, if we allow warming to reach 1.5 degrees C, the vast majority of coral reefs will be lost forever. Some of our opponents' willingness to abandon climate commitments means that it's on us to go further and faster, and to do all we can to protect nature and stop the climate crisis. Absolutely. This bill today represents a welcome move in that direction.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It seems to me that the natural world is the greatest source of excitement, the greatest source of visual beauty, the greatest source of intellectual interest. It is the greatest source of so much in life that makes life worth living. Wise words by David Attenborough, and ones which, whether you are a university professor in Oxford or a 12-year-old watching The Blue Planet on the BBC, or indeed a specialist in ocean conservation that I met yesterday as part of my responsibility as Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Oceans. Everyone in this room, everyone in this country, everyone on this planet has an interest in ensuring that our oceans are protected. Because when you stare down from space at our blue jewel of a world, it is simply unfathomable that 230 million square kilometres of it are effectively at present unmanaged. It is a free-for-all, and it has been allowed to become so because of history, but we now have that obligation in this room and across multilateral agreements with other countries to create a system of management. And I think that that is the wonders of our country and our democracy and that of countries around the world, that finally we can introduce a piece of legislation where we can manage many of these vocations. And I stand as a proud MP for Medway, Chatham in particular, an area with an historic dockyard which served so many of our maritime trade and Royal Navy support. And many in my community have a proud history and legacy of serving on the oceans, from the fleets supplying freight to our Royal Naval tradition. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course our country has a proud history of conservation through the National Trust and terrestrial organisations, but we also have a number of third-party sector organisations which have been committed to delivering on ocean conservation, not just with this treaty, but for many going in the past. Oceana, the Marine Conservation Foundation, the excellent work of Plymouth University and Southampton's National Oceanographic Centre, which I had the pleasure, alongside my right honourable friend from Brent West, to visit earlier on this year. Our Natural History Museum, both in London and across the world country, the World Wildlife Foundation and Greenpeace, all of which have advocated for this in many ways, and they continue with their work to do so. In many cases, this isn't high profile. In many cases, they do the work quietly and behind the scenes, engaging with DEFRA, I'm sure the civil servants will agree, to make sure that they are safeguarding our fisheries and our world. So this bill is extremely welcome, and of course it does come at a timely moment, because we know that the High Seas Treaty reached the required 60 ratifications on the 19th of September, and the 60th ratification triggered a 120-day countdown, after which the treaty comes into force. So we know if we want to be at that table, that multilateral table, to deliver for our residents and our communities and our the ministers placing this before the House, and I welcome the debate across this chamber, from people who are fascinated by the sperm whale to the right whale, to those that have rowed across oceans and seas. The contents of this bill are critically important. The genetic heritage, not mentioned much today, but actually the critical element. There are cures for cancer, for heart disease. There could that legacy, that genetic heritage, is a marker for our future on this planet. And if there are cures that come from this, it is today in this bill that we give security and licence around it. Yeah. The designation of marine protection areas, much debated across this chamber in regards to UK controls, and of course I agree with many of my colleagues that we need to do more domestically to protect our MPAs and make them fit for purpose and live up to their designation. But this does create the licence for marine protection areas in international waters, and I think that that will be supporting our heritage and legacy for future generations. Of course, it is a pathway to the 30-30 goal to protect 30% of world oceans, and it does give scientific protections around licensing. We know that there are significant challenges for both our biotic resources and our abiotic resources. Much has been spent this afternoon talking about the damage caused by international industrial fisheries, with new technologies and industrial-sized trawlers coming from many nations of the world. The damage caused by these monsters, as I refer them to, is absolutely decimating on not only our biological resource directly in that location, but seabird species and any food chains associated with it. There is a debate about mining and drilling that is coming in the next 10 to 20 years as we begin to get access to our deep sea resources. And so whether it's hydrates or base metals that we are needing, we need to have that conversation, and I implore the government to look very closely at any moratorium. And of course, climate change, not to be denied by many across the world. It is happening. Species are under threat, and they are the destruction of habitats as a result of that warming of the ocean, the acidification of the ocean, is impacting both coral reefs and seaweed beds alike. So As I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a number of questions I still have around the use of the Marine Management Association in this country and RMFOs. How much extra resource will they need? Because I certainly have questions at present around the MMO and its oversight. How do we know that this is going to be enforced? The UN has calculated that to make this effective, we might need to be looking at figures around £170 billion. That's dollars annually. Where is that money going to come from? There is some serious questions. Who will enforce overfishing and marine protection areas when we have fishing piracy ongoing around the world? And what are the measures as well for dispute resolution? We know with the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea that disputes around the South China Sea with China and also in the Arctic are ongoing. So what measures and mediation will this treaty introduce? This treaty, for me, tells everyone watching about our values, whether it's be a 12-year-old who's a Blue Planet watcher to that professor in a submersible in the Arctic. I believe that it sets the tone for the next 100 years. I think it's necessary that we do this, and I implore colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Which brings us to the front bench contributions for the Liberal Democrats. Pippa Heylings.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think what we can see is across the chamber...
You're supposed to ask for the leave of the House.
With the leave of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it only remains to say that what we have heard across this chamber are impassioned and professional expertise, and also the importance of working together, not only in terms of the importance of multilateralism, but the importance, and I do hope we're all listening, the importance of working together across the chamber on something which is of such vital importance to all of our constituents, to all of our allies across the world, to all of those in our overseas territories, to finally fill in the gap of the lawless part of the oceans, which needs us to have finally this global ocean governance, which we can all agree on collectively. That will be hard. As you've heard, I've worked with both artisanal and industrial fishermen. I've worked with researchers and scientists and conservationists. It is not easy, and it will not be easy, to come to agreement around both area-based management plans and the ocean sanctuaries and MPAs that we are looking to create. But we can do it if we all work together. And I truly implore across all parties, across all benches, that we ensure that in a timely fashion we get to ratification so that we can be part of the new global ocean movement and sit at the table at the first Global Ocean COP and take a leading position going forward. We owe it to ourselves, to the children of everyone we know, and to the future of the planet. Thank you.
So, Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And indeed, this has been a very wide-ranging and important debate this afternoon on this very vital bill. And there's been many valuable and informed contributions, not least from the honourable members for Glasgow North, Calder Valley, North East Hertfordshire, Cannock Chase, Derbyshire Dales, Chatham and Aylesford. And indeed, the honourable member for Exeter is rightly proud of the great academic institutions that he has in his constituency, highlighting the important role that UK research plays in the world. It was a pleasure that the Honourable Lady for Rotherham was able to be one of the first backbench contributions, because she reinforced the points of my honourable friend, the member for Romford, made about the destruction of the marine environment. And I know that she speaks on this from not just a position of expertise, but from a position of passion. And she has shown that over so many years with a commitment to our oceans and the work she has led on. And may I say to the Liberal Democrat spokesman, the Honourable Lady for South Cambridgeshire, she shows why it's so important in this House that we have such a wide-ranging experience of people who had lives outside of this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, because she has brought an expertise to this debate that I'm sure many of us actually envy in what she has been able to do the intellect she's applied to the argument and the fact that we can all listen carefully to what she said. The Honourable Lady for Bristol East, I thought, said something very important. She was talking about marine deforestation, and she was talking about some of the mainstream media shows that she had suggested, I think she had heard, that some of the footage had been too shocking to show. And I think that that represents a real problem in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, because what are we wrapping this up in cotton wool for some people to not really show exactly what it is we're trying to deal with? I think she raised a very important point there, and I do give way, as I mentioned, just 1 second. I think she does make a very important point there, that we shouldn't hide away from what's actually going on in the world. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Honourable for giving way, and I agree with him to an extent. It was actually reported in The Guardian that some of the footage was deemed too shocking to be shown, but if he had seen the film, I don't know if he's seen the film, but what remains in the film is actually really incredibly powerful, and certainly I had been talking about bottom trawling from a factual, having read about it on the paper for a long time, but it was only when I actually saw those images that really brings home to you how terrible it is.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for that very important intervention. And the Honourable Lady for Bath raised the importance of mainstream media. And we are indeed grateful as well for her apologies to my honourable friend for misinterpreting the drive he was making about the importance of the Chagos Islands. It is actually disappointing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the member for Chesterfield, who's not in his place, felt that there weren't enough of my colleagues on these benches, those of us who were here have stayed here. I would say that Mr Speaker has commented on many an occasion, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I can often be more than enough. The Honourable Lady the Honourable Lady for South Cotswolds pointed out how little we knew about the oceans, and I think that that is actually a very important point, because it has often been said we talk very much and we get lots of coverage about exploration of space. We're talking about manning the moon again. We're talking about maybe using that as a launching pad to go to Mars. And yet there's just so much of our own planet which is completely unknown and not explored. Which brings me on to the Honourable Member for Brent West, who has a genuine interest and expertise. He gave a wide-ranging and important speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, and made, I think, a very important point about the ocean being one of the biggest solutions to climate change. And he is indeed right that there is a legacy from the days when we owned half the world of the European economic zones that exist from that. And it's one of the great achievements of the last Conservative government in the work we did with the Blue Belt and making sure that we protected these important marine environments. And I noticed, and I don't know whether he will expand on this in later debates, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he didn't appear to be fully supportive of not giving up on the fisheries from the EU with the EU reset. I wonder if he may have things to add to that debate at another time. Perhaps now's not the time and place. But he does make an important point.